in the Rocket Lane in that very nicely prepared utility, up against Brett Stutchbury now in the Holden Commodore 5.7 litre.
Yeah, we saw Corey just coming down the return road now, but Brett running a red Commodore in this one. The PCS Racing Machine away with a 1:75 reaction time out in front, and he'll run through with a 10:23 with a 5 at 136 miles an hour through the top end of the racetrack. Spicac in the utility, 12:10 at 118, I think it was. Our next pair up at the starting line, and that is Robert Matasek and Mark Hopkins. Hopkins in this little LH Tirana running the 312 cubic inch power plant on board. He was one of our finalists in the track championship last year. I think took home the runner-up spot from memory. 000 reaction time on the start line for Hopkins in the Rocket Lane. The Chevy Camaro out in front though, and will record a 10:56 with a 6 at 127 mile an hour. And Hopkins there a 10:90 at 124. Another pair of heavy hitters in Super Street going through their burnout procedures. And that is David Matasevic in the DCM Consulting Ford Cortina. 347 cubes of Windsor on board this little black Cortina, taking on one of Les's favourite cars, Luke Tex Griffiths in the Plymouth Satellite.
And I'd like to point out that in Tex Griffiths down there, Luke Griffiths down there, he was the winner of Super Street at the recent Spring Nationals meeting at the Bend.
Yes, it sure was, and I bet you were doing cartwheels in your lounge room watching the...
I stole the kids next door trampoline and put it in my yard. I was up there. Oh, this is a great leave by Tex Griffiths. An 0-1-2. I don't think Dave Matasevic can catch him. Tex Griffiths goes down a 10:38 at 130 and an 11:31 at 120.68 for Matasevic. A sharp little Cortina that is too.
Yeah, it's another one of these regular cars that a very well sorted machine. Gets along and is a truly driven street car, which is fantastic. Our next pair, Craig Warren on the start line in the Aeroflow lane for Sydney Scrap Steel and Bills Mechanical. Also Power Plus Race Fuels. Taking on Mitch Gregory in the Rocket Lane in the Chevy Impala. Only 900 cubic inches of power plant sitting on the start line. Craig Warren away nicely with a 005, lifting that left front high into the air. And it takes the stripe across the finish line, 10:21 with a 4, 132 mile an hour to an 11:17 for Gregory in the Rocket Lane.
Yes, and Craig Warren, another one who ventured over to Adelaide for that meeting back in October. So we had a really good representation.
I'm pretty sure he made the final too, if my memory serves me correct.
It might have been between the two. Well, one might have been he and Tex Griffiths for the Super Street, but Craig Warren definitely was there. You're right.
Definitely the pointy end of the
yes.
field. So on track now we have Adam Bowers and Richard Matasevic for Modern Style Kitchens, and Bowers for Power Plus at New South Wales and Forza Performance.
Yes, we'd also take this opportunity to welcome all our listeners and our viewers on the streaming service we're running here today. Bowers gets out with an 018. Matasevic there just a little bit early, but Adam Bowers in fine fashion, 10:17 at 116 miles an hour and a 10:69 at 126 for Matasevic in that. I think it's customary that all utes shall be yellow.
They go faster for some reason.
Yeah,
it's
that's
not red.
right.
It's not red in utilities. It's
No,
yellow.
Yellow's the new red. Oh.
Dave Morton in this HSV Club Sport on his way down the racetrack. We can hear that supercharger whining as he nears the finish line at 10:67 with a 4, 127 mile an hour. Got away with an 045 light there too, which was nice.
Nice, yeah. Anything with a 0 in front of it.
Yes.
And Steve Bush, and he's from Junior Dragster Racing to the commentary box here. And we've had a long association with Steve, particularly myself, in the commentary position. Always glad to work alongside anybody that's interested and has got something to say. But we're moving on now to Western Weekender Junior Dragster, it looks like, Steve.
Yeah, almost a perfect segue there, Les. Of course, Junior Dragster, the category for kids 8 to 17 years of age. They run a single-cylinder side valve 4-stroke, a centrifugal clutch, basically a rubber belt. Transfers the drive through a train into the rear axle. Junior Dragster split into 3 categories. We have or 4 now. Double A Junior Dragster, which runs to a 760. A Junior Dragster to a 80.
8 flat.
And B Junior's 860. And then C is a 12 flat, and obviously that's related to the driver's age as well. So therefore experience, as they get older, the governing body allows them to go a little bit quicker. Double A Junior Dragster, the newest of those categories. A lot of these cars in A Junior Dragster they found were running throttle stops and whatnot to try and limit performance to the rules at the time. And the sports governing body making the decision to lower the ET by 0.4 of a second, which allows the cars to run a little bit closer to their true potential. And I mean, from a safety point of view, they have 6-point cages, 5-point harnesses, full fire suits, helmets, head and neck support systems, safe as houses pretty much. So I personally think that it's a good move, and we'll give the drivers a little bit more opportunity for car control and that sort of thing as they move into other categories. As I said, they all run a methanol fuel, which works really well because they're pretty much most of them run all billet blocks and everything now. So they're no longer, they've lost the stigma of being a lawnmower engine, because I'm pretty sure there are not many lawnmower engines out there that are probably making in excess of 50 horsepower from one cylinder. Mind you, the fuel efficiency is probably not so good to mow the lawn. But of course, this category, there is no electronics. The drivers, we see a triple O light. It's all done with the driver's eyes, brain and feet. No delay boxes, nothing like that. They run a handicap system, dial your own, as all of our sportsman categories do. So not so critical right now, but when they come out for eliminations, the slower car will leave the start line first, the quicker car will chase them down, and in theory, they're neck and neck at the finish line. The other big difference for Junior Dragster, they only run to half track, which if you follow the white line down from the Christmas tree, you've got the 60-foot marker is the one just in the start line side of the blue paint. Then you've got the 330, which is around 100 metres from the start line. Then the 594, which is the first of the pair. And then the second of the pair is the finish line for Junior Dragster, which is our 660 feet, which is half the racetrack, around 200 metres.
There you go, and we've got Alex Ruffalo in the rocket lane and Nicky Cardam. I think they're from Victoria, yes. Oh, gee whiz, look at that. Alex Ruffalo there, 790 is just a little too quick. You can only go 8 seconds flat for a Junior Dragster in qualifying, and then you can go down to the 799. And so as you come around into all the categories that Steve and I just explained, and the times, the elapsed times, the ETs they're allowed to do, but when you go into competition, you can come down a tenth.
Yeah, they give you a tenth leeway.
Yes, okay. Well, I was waiting for you to sit down, but let's sit down at the same time. All right, we've got our usual position
on
here.
Track now, we have Alex Rottenberry and Bailey Tandek. Tandek for A Civil and Drill Tech Solutions from Peakhurst. And Alex Rottenberry from Picton, running for Hunter Race Engines. MLJ Constructions, Quintino Ag Supplies, and Brian Lake. Alex was one of the recent competitors down in the Bend, was one of the races from Sydney that made that big trek to Adelaide.
Yes.
And he featured pretty well in eliminations. I think got eliminated in the semi-finals. So doing very well this season is Alex. A 1:28 reaction time. The car's pretty much neck and neck. 783 with a 0, 83 mile an hour through the top end for Rottenbury, to a 795 with a 5 at 83 mile an hour for Tandek in the rocket lane there.
Oh yes, we've just young Adam here has just handed us the looks like the point series, is it? Yes, it is too. So we'll keep you up to date.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We'll do our best. Of course, this is the final round of the Speed Adict Clothing Co Championship Series, so there'll be a little bit more to play for today for a lot of our sportsman racers down in the pits, and there is a reasonable distance between Piper Bennett and Jacob Longo in the championship at the moment. So,
60 points.
Yeah, so I dare say Piper's obviously very, very nervous or quite comfortable at the moment. I guess which way do you approach it? I guess depends on the personality. On track now we have Benjamin Adard and Chloe Rako. Adard in the airflow lane for ITF Hire and Pro Tilt Towing, away with an 096 red light. Rako in the rocket lane, away with a 105. Rako will get there first, 7-7 with a 0. She's running that AA Junior Dragster. 83 mile an hour across the finish line for Rako.
Gee, that's pretty good, isn't it?
Yep.
770 with a 7. They've got that well tuned. Dad's up there. He's got the magic fingers there. And Ethan Hargrave now in the Middies Electrical. Gee, the Middies are sponsoring a lot of motorsport. Up against Brianna Boscovich, one of the Boscovich race team members, over there in the Aeroflow lane. Sponsored by Diecast Mania and, of course, Bosco Mobile Mechanical, of which Dad is the proprietor. And he'd have the skinniest wallet around at the moment.
Well, we all do now, because it's all FBOS purchases, so no cash anymore.
Yeah, great.
All right, so Brianna Boscovich away through the finish line first, 7.76 with a 6, 85 mile an hour through the top end of the racetrack. Ethan Hargrave in the rocket lane, 11.92 with a 0, 53 mile an hour in the Middies Electrical Junior.
Yeah, I see a 776 for the Bosco car. Another well-tuned machine, Steve.
Exactly right, and I think,
Double A, Junior Dragster. Oh, I reckon it's fantastic. We were talking about this earlier.
Dropping 4/10 is probably not that easy, in the sense that it's just a matter of taking weight out of the car or fully opening up the throttle. There is other adjustments that do need to be made. On track now we have Tegan Smith in the aeroflow lane for APM Liquid Clothing, Lucas Oils and Stop Slow Traffic Control. And we have Liam O'Neill in the rocket lane for Princey Motorsports and Rusty Media Solutions, also racing for racewideopen.com. I think Liam will be the next junior dragster competitor into commentary, I reckon, or at least some form of production. He's already had a go on the the mics and done a couple of interviews with racers, but for the moment, concentrating on his racing. 090 red on the tree for Liam in the rocket lane. Smith with a 880 off the start line and runs through for a 773 with a 983 mile an hour at the top end. A bunch of cars in that 7.7 time slot, and O'Neill with an 1197 with a 353 mile an hour. A good pass for him also. Next up, we'll have Jacob Longo, our current number 2 points holder in the championship. He's tied with Charlotte Leifting on 460 points. Longo racing for Trackside Automotive from 5 Dock, taking on Riley Ito from Greystanes just down the road. Running for Murphy Finance Solutions.
Yes, what a let's look at the action. Look, and the markings that you see on the track are in all the different colours. As the tree comes down, out goes Riley Ito in the rocket lane, and 064 Jason Longo an 0.58. But one's an A junior dragster in Rocket Lane and the other one's a B junior. And in the Rocket Lane, a 788 at 81.89 and an 898 at 72.47 by Jason Longo over there in the aeroflow lane. So we've got a couple of, we've seen a couple of these races in junior dragster that have gone down that are at the pointy end of the point score, as Steve pointed out. And there's the action's on, the pressure's on today. As I was saying, where all the people are standing, they're the marking lines where you have to be away from when the cars accept the green. When they're fully staged, everyone's got to move back behind those markings there, which is really, really good.
On track now, we've got Jake McNamara and James Loday. Loday all the way down from Queensland, running for Westside Collision Centre. McNamara, one of our regular local racers from Fairfield West, running for Bank of Pop, Princey Motorsports and Fine Line Motorsports.
Yeah, the two cars there, you can see just James Lowdy in the A Junior Dragster. Welcome down from Queensland to this great meeting that we've got here today. So this is the Western Weekender, which is for those not familiar, it's a publication, a magazine for the western parts of Sydney. They've been great sponsors for this category for a couple of years now. So both cars into. Oh, I thought we were going to have a staging duel there.
Yeah, so I was thinking that too, but probably not quite so critical for qualifying, I wouldn't have thought.
No.
All it's doing is building heat. Of course, the methanol fuel does help keep these cars cool, but when temperatures are important, 0.72 on the tree for Jake out in front at the moment, 0.58 on the tree for James in the Rocket Lane, and Jake will take it 7.67 with a 6.84 mile an hour. So young Jake going a little bit too quick there, Les.
Yes, I think.
Actually, no, beg your pardon. He's not. He's the quickest so far. I should reword what I just said. Yeah. I think the first into the 760s that we've seen so far. Apologies about that, Jake. And I think James in the Rocket Lane there was an 8.0 in that car from Queensland. Daniela Boscovich in the Aeroflow lane, running for Bosco Motorsports, and Diecast Mania taking on Savannah Condello for Fine Line Motorsports.
Gee, I like the commitment by some of these racers and their their parents and things like that. I mean, Josh there as a racer himself, he's got two kids in junior dragsters, so. And they're always here for the round of the Championship Series. So, but it's great to see them, and all the rest of the races as well, junior drags. A red light for Savannah Condello, but as I say, they're free. And Danielle Boscovich there, 0.199 reaction time. Condello gets there first, an 8.039 at 84 miles an hour, and 8.94 at 74.41 miles an hour for Danielle Boscovich in the B Junior Dragster. So they're limited to a time as well.
Yeah, Savannah, another one of our local racers that's done really well in the NDRC rounds. They've done a lot of travelling, her and her brother Zane, in the recent past, and have added a number of trophies each to the trophy cabinet. So Piper Bennett on the start line now for Stratusform Consulting in the Aeroflow lane. She's our points leader coming into the final round of the Speed Adict Clothing Co Championship in Junior Drag. So taking on Charlotte Leifting, who is tied into second at the moment, currently sitting third.
Yes, oh, look at the...
Bennett with a slightly bit better reaction time there, went 0.57 on the tree. The cars pretty much neck and neck, but Bennett will get there first. 8.07 with a 3.80 mile an hour across the finish line to a 8.31 with a 9, 78 mile an hour for Leifting in the Rocket lane.
Yes, both those lady races there. Wasn't much difference between the reaction times too, Steve. And there, as he's pointed out, first and third in the point series. There's a couple of people, a couple of races on the same score, but whoever gets there first, I guess. Well, they've added up. They've just added up to the same.
Well, I believe, Les, that anyone inside the top 10 potentially has a shot at this. Just looking very briefly at the points, because all the way down to, we'll say top 7. I reckon anyone in the top 7 has the opportunity to potentially get up to number 1.
Okay.
Because there's a bit of a gap from 7 down to...
down to... Well, 440 is all right.
Yeah,
but
440 be okay.
Yep. Gee whiz. Wow. A lot on the line here. We've got one series that's finishing, and that's the Speed Adict Clothing New South Wales Drag Racing Championship, sponsored by that great company. And we've got the NDRC people. This is their first round of their meetings and their championship series as well. So it's all happening here at Sydney Dragway.
He's exactly right, Les. There's 3 rounds of the PDRC championship. Just waiting on both George Takalis and Jaden Bernasev to move into the staging beams. Takalis for Brick and Go bricklaying away with a 069 light. Jaden in the rocket lane, fractionally behind, but I think they're pretty much neck and neck, Les, looking visually.
Look at this,
Yeah, Takalis just gets there, 11.95 with an 8.54 mile an hour to a 12.46 with a 1 at 51 mile an hour for Bernasev in the rocket lane there.
Oh yes, that was a couple of C Junior dragsters. Now those drivers are between 12 years old and 8 years old, so a lot of starters come straight into that bracket. We've got Daniela Axiak in the rocket lane. She's also sponsored by John Ryan Freight Management and Stylish Design, along with Precision Racing. In the Aeroflow lane, we've got Jeffrey McNiff. Now, there's a name that's associated with drag racing. St Mary's Engines, which Dad's in charge of, and Terry's Different Chassis, also sponsoring. Jeffrey,
at least the generation racer on the start line.
Yep. Yeah, great to see the family there. I don't know if Jeff Senior will be down here, but anyway, we'll go through the rest of the program as it progresses through the day. We'll see Jeffrey McNiff. Both cars now staged. Well, look at that. Daniela, a 006. She's all primed up, but I tell you what, she runs a 769 with a 6 at 85 miles an hour and a 775. 775 for Jeffrey McNiff at 84 miles per hour. It's 100 and probably nearly 84. It's probably 140 kilometres an hour. Yeah, these little rockets.
They certainly get along for what they are. It's good to see. I haven't seen Jeffrey run that quick for a while, so
no,
good to
and
see.
He was an A, not a double A.
So he went a little bit too quick.
Yes.
A little bit too quick then.
Yeah.
On track now, we have Taylor Cannuli in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Emma Leifting in another one of the Speedflow cars down there in the rocket lane.
Okay, I think I saw 2 Leiftings. Yeah, there's Georgia and, of course, Charlotte.
Yeah, so...
and Emma now, but Emma's
only pretty new, I think, to the championship.
Oh,
so.
yeah, C Junior Dragster. It's all guided by their age, and they do have speed limits and ET, elapsed time limits to abide by, and they're generally pretty good, and they're very, very these kids would have been up at 5 o'clock this morning and they're getting ready to probably help Dad load or Mum help load the machines onto the trailer, and looking forward to a great day's there, racing there. Also, in the rocket lane there, it seemed to have been, well, it's Emma lifting, so we've got 3 of the liftings in here, so what a great opportunity for us to see them if they do continue later on in their career. Oh, red light by Taylor Canuli from an 041, but as I say, they're free. C Junior Dragster runs it down there for a 12.250 at 51 and a 12.367. Oh, that was a bit close. At 52.01 miles per hour. So that C Junior Dragsters, albeit they are slow, but they are also very young. We'd like them to get a handle on the machines, which they're most suitably capable of doing. And good to see them all out here today. We've got a big field of junior dragsters. We've got big fields of a lot of things here today, Steve.
Yeah, exactly right, Les. Junior dragsters certainly very well supported all the way through the track championship here at Sydney Dragway. On track now we have Christian Canuli for PC Racing in the Mike Bosch Junior Dragster taking on Robert Risteski from Queanbeyan down on your neck of the woods, Les.
Yes.
Running for CA Motorsports in the Rocket Lane.
Yeah, Risteski there, young Rob. Don't know him personally, but Steve's right. He's in Queanbeyan East. They've divided the town now into east and west. And so on the east side, which is on the eastern side of the river there, and the Queanbeyan River, and they live around there. So they make the journey up from me. I'm from the same area. Love coming up here. It's always great racing. Been doing it alongside my co-commentator here for a long time, and worked with a heap of commentators. We've seen a couple go on to bigger and better things, but I'm just happy to do this all the time. So Risteski gets out with a 1:33 reaction time, and Christian Canuli a 1:05. Canuli runs a 7:89 at 82 miles an hour, and for Risteski an 8:92 at 71 miles an hour. That has to be Josh Burtonshaw.
Yes, correct.
Joshua a junior bike. Junior drag bike, I should say. This is a class that was introduced this year. A couple of other races were hard at organising it. Mick Withers was involved as well, one of our senior racers. And Lincoln Delios over there in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, Lincoln on the Honda with the wheelie bars on this machine. Burtonshaw out in front at the moment now. Burtonshaw's last race meeting in junior drag bike here this weekend. It runs on through for a 9:42 with a 7:72 mile an hour in the Rocket Lane to a 12:04 with a 3:53 mile an hour in the Aeroflow lane for Lincoln there. And Adam Jordan is doing his best to replicate Josh Burtonshaw down there. Adam doing a whole heap of racing of late, not only in a straight line, but also a little bit of circuit racing as well.
Oh, really?
So it's been a very busy couple of weeks for Adam and his family. Anastasia Lucky in the Aeroflow lane, running for Lucky stickers and decals and heavy duty magazine in the Aeroflow lane. Looks like a Jordan away with a 4.50 light, but a little bit quicker at the top end. A 9.13 with a 0.75 mile an hour for the Managed Fuel Delivery Systems Kawasaki Ninja. So a good opening qualifying session for all of our junior races, not only in the junior dragsters, but also in the junior drag bikes, Les.
Yes.
We're going to see those races back a little bit later on in the program. I'm pretty sure that the junior drag bikes will be running a Chicago shootout.
Yeah.
So they'll actually have 3 rounds where they'll accrue points, and Ladies in race control will have to tell us who's in the final for that one, but Junior Dragster will actually be elimination. So they'll should have one more qualifying run a little bit later on this morning, and then the third time we see them out, that'll be a little bit more serious. Whereas if you don't see the win line, unfortunately, your race is done for the day.
Yep. So yeah, you can. Well, one can then go in and do the cooking for the pit crew. Yes,
correct. Or align themselves with making new friends and align yourself with them. And it looks like we're just packing up the safety apparatus at the top end of the racetrack. We're all but done then, and then we're going to be getting into a bikereview.com.au modified bike, Les, and we've got Greg Horadam and Jesse Barnes in the water box, ready to burn a little bit of rubber. Of course, get those tyres nice and hot.
Yes, something that was missing yesterday.
Yes.
Oh, that Jesse Barnes has been he's been a busy racer here at Sydney Dragway. He competes, I think he was running in this street bike.
He was in street bike last year, so taking the step up to a different... Okay.
He's up, but he was also racing a four-wheeled machine, so he was backwards and
yes,
forward.
He was in Street Fighter too. He had the XR6 Falcon, I think it was.
Yeah.
Barnes away with an 071 light. Running for Pro Tune Motorcycles. Horadam trying to keep up with him, but I think Barnes will take it across the finish line.
Oh, what happened there was the lights came on before the end of the race. We'll look after that little anomaly there. Adrian Watson now in the rocket lane, the Yamaha R6. Pretty quick little bike too, they are, the R6. The R10 or the 1000 was the one that was leading in the Superbike series for a long time, and each manufacturer's had a go at leading the pack on which brand of motorcycle to go on. But anyway, Adrian Watson now, and he's in the record books as well. Adrian Watson in the rocket lane on that Yamaha R6. Angela Phipps-Hunt, the Suzuki Hayabusa 1340 cc's. Angela is a regular here as an official, and when she's not an official, she's gone back to racing, had a few children and the family there, so it's time to go back racing, I think, for Angela. I spoke to her at length at the beginning of the year, and she said it was time to come back to racing. She loves it, and it's good to see her on the start line in that big Suzuki Hayabusa. Now, if you want to see what's happening here, what's that? It's not a kangaroo, Steve.
No,
which just traditionally goes over there. Yeah,
they're just changing something with the timing system. Les, of course, we just saw that first pair of bikes. The finish line was triggered at the 8th mile mark, which of course needs to be moved to the finish line. So race control just making that amendment in the computer system.
Yeah, I hope there's no brown snakes or spiders under there like there was at Canberra.
We've had our fair share of insects and bits and pieces that shouldn't be in the timing system. But it looks like we've got that sorted now, and we should be seeing Angela Phipps-Hunt and Adrian Watson on their first qualifying run here this morning.
Yes, there's just a great lineup of motorcycles that we've got here. I see another popular pair just sitting back and waiting for their turn. There's only been one car here that's deep staged, and deep staging is, whoa, Angela's out a bit quick, but she'll get going. But Adrian Watson, no, he won't catch the flying Angela. She goes through a 10.456 at 142 and a 10.63 at 131 for Adrian Watson over there in the rocket lane. We've got one of the Riches brothers or family members here today, Andrew Riches, on the Indian Scout, a bike you don't see too often at the racetrack, but they've just been revived, Indian Motorcycle Company.
Well, I can tell you what, Andrew is very consistent on this bike in most of the runs that he's able to do, taking on Joseph Borg in the Rocket Lane. The Kawasaki will get there first in the Rocket Lane, 11.07 with a 9, 126 miles an hour to a 13.39 with a 2 at 101 for Andrew in the Aeroflow lane. Now, I believe Andrew will be taking a step up to Michael's 750 next season, so that'll be a little bit of a performance step there by about 3 seconds. So certainly, I'm sure Andrew will take his time to get accustomed to it. But 3 seconds is a month in drag racing.
It is.
So certainly we'll need to perhaps adjust the riding style. 002 on the tree for Ronnie Gilb in the Aeroflow lane for RPM Moto on the Kawasaki. Definitely going to get there first, taking on Ross van der Hoek in the Rocket lane. Gilb got there with a 10.31 with a 5, 132 mile an hour to a 14.68 with a 9 for van der Hoek.
Yes, that Van der Hoek, if you remember the Ren and Stimpy show, Ren Hook, he was one of the characters there.
I wouldn't have pictured you for a Ren and Stimpy watch, Elliot.
Mick Withers over there in the Aeroflow lane, up against Daniel Burtonshaw. Gee, Burtonshaw just starting to stretch his legs now, runs through for a 10.33 at 133 miles an hour, and for Mick Withers, an 11.62 at 116 miles an hour over there in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, so just looking at the point score there, Daniel Burtonshaw tied first, sitting in third at the moment, but he's on equal points with the two riders in front of him in the championship.
Right.
Here is the rerun of Greg Horodome and Jesse Barnes. Now, these two are 1 and 2 in the championship at the moment. Barnes with an 088 light. Again, out in front in the Rocket Lane, 10.007. 143 mile an hour to a 10.52 with an 8 at 140. I'll give you 141 mile an hour there for Horodome in the Aeroflow lane.
You've got to hand it to my co-commentator.
So generous.
Very generous, very generous. He'd go good on the golf course as well. Glenn Garlick in the Holden Commodore, the 5.7 litre machine in the Rocket lane, as we see that Commodore go down, up against Ben Roberts in the Ford Falcon 4 litre.
And we're now into Street Fighter, which of course is the car version of Street Bike that we've just seen for the entry level into championship drag racing here at Sydney Dragway. 12.65 with a 9, 99. I'll give him 100 mile an hour for Garlick in the Rocket lane. See how generous I am?
See, he is, yeah.
Only in the speed though, see?
Yeah. Yes, that's right, yeah. Time's critical. Christopher Varillas in the Ford G6 Falcon, Barra 4 litre car over there in the Rocket lane. He's duking it out, but it's only qualifying up against Nicholas Varillas in the Ford XR6 Falcon. He goes through at a 14.85 with a 4 at 95 miles an hour and a 15.045 at 94.35 for Christopher Varillas. Now, the Varillas family, they'll be, depending on the end result of today, I don't think they're...
no, I'm fairly certain they're any...
But it'll be an interesting discussion at the dinner table.
Oh, definitely. And I mean, only a tenth of a second between them as well.
Yeah, so it's pretty regular. This is a class that's really caught on, and for a good reason as well. These cars, you can see they're fully registered and things like that, and the drivers have to comply with all the attire that's required for this particular car class, even though they are stock standard virtually. And you can see now Glenn Featherston over in the Rocket lane, and Montana Johnson. Gee, that's a great name. Ford Falcon Barra 4 litre. Looks like the Holden VZ Commodore, sponsored by Fenwick's Marina. goes through, gets there first. A 15.39 with a 4 at 89 miles an hour and a 16.996 at 88.30 miles per hour. I'm not as generous as Steve. I give it to them if they're within 2 kilometres per hour. It's a gimme. So that was a 9.6, so it's not good enough for a gimme.
So harsh.
Yes.
Wayne
yes.
Smith in the aeroplane lane, running in the HSV Club Sport. So thank his wife for allowing him to come out and race, taking on Michael Zara in the Rocket Lane. 0.63 for Zara in the Statesman. The better reaction time, but I think the Club Sport definitely has the performance advantage here and will take the stripe. Runs on through for a 13.56, 103 mile an hour at the top end, to a 15.85 at 87 mile an hour for Zara in the Rocket Lane.
Yes, that. We've got Fiona Crisp. Gee, where's in the Hyundai Tucson from Gilmore in Victoria. Welcome back home, Miss Fiona. Well, I shouldn't say that because I'm not quite sure of her status. Up against Jamie Turner, also from Kilmore in Victoria, also in a Hyundai. So this will be interesting. They're both elected. A 009 for Jamie Turner over in the Rocket Lane, unheard of. And Fiona Crisp, I'm informed that she usually races a rear engine dragster, but had a bit of a nasty accident. So she's resorted, but we don't care. We don't care if she's a top fuel racer or whatever. She's here today and she's running in the Street Fighter field. So well done, Fiona.
There's a little bit of something being wiped up there from Fiona's car.
Yeah.
Don't know if it's maybe air conditioning, a little bit of condensation out of the air conditioner, or it is was turbo diesel, so I don't know. Sometimes the soot from the exhaust does get on the racetrack, and of course.
Yeah, well, that's it. That's our biggest danger, I guess. Guy Greenland now, if you want to hear, we get to hear it up here really nicely, and you'll probably get to hear it outside there in the stands and around the perimeter here. It's supercharged and it's got that great whine on, and he's a very, very capable racer too. A 0.64 out of the line. He hasn't got going quite yet. Sean Darkland in the Hyundai i30. Something going on with Guy Greenland's car. This is... he's got another one. The other one's a V8. He's got this 3.6.
I was going to say he normally doesn't run in Street Fighter.
No.
So a 16.38 with a 9, 86 mile an hour for Greenland.
Yes. Oh.
And Dartnell's time disappeared very quickly from our timing.
I was up there, move it. But, no.
All right. Jack Matasevic on the start line now. He's number 2 in the points on 550 points, chasing Danny Stadelmeier, who we haven't seen this morning. So Stadelmeier came in with a 20-point lead.
I met Danny for the first time at our last championship round.
No.
Yes, first time.
Yeah, wow. Okay.
That's the penalty you pay for living 300 kilometres down the road.
All right, Jack, on another good pass in the Falcon. Runs on through for a 14.27, 98 miles an hour at the top end of the racetrack.
Now, this is a very unusual pairing. We don't often see hamsters usually got their own bracket, but I'm not quite sure what's going on here. But anyway, we'll just call it as 2 races in Street Fighter. We've got that. They look a bit awkward, those little hamsters, but that's how a lot of drag racing started back in the late 40s and early 50s. Gee, look at that. The Rocket Lane goes through for 14.93 at 90.47 and a 15.87 for Shane McGregor in the Aeroflow lane. Now, still in Street Fighter, we've got Danny Stadelmeyer, the man we spoke of, and Shane McGregor. McGregor in the Aeroflow lane, and young Danny Stadelmeyer, the man of many colours, man of many cars. Oh, that Falcon wagon gets out. It's got the 351 wins, and Danny Stadelmeyer's got the old 4-litre. Oh, gee, I tell you what, he wasn't far behind young Danny. Danny Stadelmeyer in the Rocket Lane runs a 1388 at 98.68 and a 1350 at 101 for Shane McGregor in that XW wagon. Whoa! That was... oh, Jimmy Josh Stewart over here in the Rocket Lane. We're moving on to modified bike bracket now. And he's got that Kawasaki ZX14R sideways, but nearly did a 360. It just kept on coming around.
We don't normally see the full side of the motorcycle in the burnout.
No. He's up against Michael Richards, so Rich Ez. So Michael's out with an 041 and Jimmy Jock's out with a 084, but you can see the difference. Michael Richards runs through a 982 at 137.44 and a 10.132 at 148 for Jimmy Jock Stewart over there in the Rocket Lane. These bikes are modified bike, great bracket, and some of these bikes get really, really going at the top end. So we've got Mark Davies now in the Rocket Lane in the Suzuki GSXR 998 and Albie Davidson on the Suzuki Hayabusa 1300 in the Aeroflow Lane. Look at Mark Davies get out of the hole, but here comes Albie Davidson. Not enough, but it's only qualifying. I'm getting a bit excited there. Mark Davies runs through a 933 at 146, and for Albie Davidson over there in the Aeroflow Lane, a 991. Matty Hunt now and Gareth Wilcox. Wilcox in the Aeroflow Lane. Kawasaki ZX14R and Matty Hunt in the Suzuki GSXR 1800 over there in the Rocket Lane. Here comes Gareth Wilcox. No,
Hunt got there first and 974, 64 with a 7 there for Matthew Hunt to take the win there. Wilcox, I think, was coming at him, but
very.
Hunt's machine just top ending really fast at the finish line there.
Finish line, yeah. Oh, Sean Ricketts. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of modified bike in Adelaide as well on that October weekend. I think it was about the October 18th or the weekend after, but Nash number 1.
Red on the tree for Ricketts.
Whoa.
Another good side-by-side run here. Only 400ths across the finish line. Ricketts gets there, 932 with a 5. 143 mile an hour at the top end. Rob Simmons in the Aeroflow Lane there. Only 500ths of a second behind.
What a race that was. And it's only qualifying. Those two are at it from the start. Rob Simmons there, a great competitor here at Sydney Dragway. And he spends a lot of time out here racing as to these two who we got into.
Yeah, Michael Borg out in front just at the moment. Only just though. Again, only 100ths of a second across the finish line there, Les. 969 with a 137 mile an hour for Borg in the Aeroflow Lane to a 957 with a 4 at 145 for Lucas Nigo.
Yes, I think they're still down for all the spectators in the stand and those others standing watching what's going on here. The lower portion of the board gives the miles per hour, but it flicks between miles per hour and kilometres per hour. But because drag racing traditionally is read in miles an hour, it comes first, and then they give for the metric. All
right, we're about to move into Boosted Outlaws.
Boosted,
that will be on the start line. Ray Fairfield for the Coating King in the EL Falcon.
Oh, he's gone back to the EL because he was in a later model. He came out. I think it was like a BA there for a while. But this is ultra reliable. This car, and it's really he's got a small block Ford 400 in it because it's Boosted Outlaws. Oh, you can have a turbo. You can have chemical supercharging.
It's got to be boosted, Les.
That's it. It's got to be
boosted. The rules are pretty straightforward. And Anthony Bull from Bangor in the rocket lane for Shire Automotive Mechanical. 412 cubic inches of Windsor power plant in the chassis rails. We can hear that supercharger. That's pretty much all we can hear is the blown V8 of Bull. Yeah. Although there is Fairfield's car up on the two-step.
Oh!
Both cars moving around a little bit on the at around about the 330 mark. Fairfield gets there first, 715 with a 194 mile an hour at the top end to an 832 with a 127 mile an hour for Bull. He was out of the throttle. He moved over towards the wall. Bull's car didn't leave too bad, but nor did Fairfield's. But Fairfield stayed in the throttle. The car moving left and right, pretty much on the hit. And as I said, the EL getting to the finish line.
That is a fast car.
First with the chutes out.
Yes. And, oh, look at the behind here.
Yeah, we've got quite a good field of Boosted Outlaws here this weekend at Sydney Dragway. We've got Jamie Robertson is our next car to sit in the fire-up box down there in the rocket lane.
Yes, it's an altered. Sharp-looking machine it is too. Look at that. Big fat tyres on the rear. This is, you should see, the record for that particular bracket at this track here is 6.068 at 230 miles an hour for supercharged Outlaws. Jamie Robertson there. Let's see what he can wring out of it today.
Down there across the crew squirting fuel down the injector hat. Okay. The 426 cubed Hemi not wanting to fire into life as easy as it normally does. The car moving forward now to the burnout. That unmistakable sound of the supercharged Hemi going through the burnout procedure here at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah, sure enough. The mighty Hemi is very distinguishable by the spark plug leads coming through the top of the rocket cover. Because it's a Hemi, the spark plug is dead centre at the top of the combustion chamber, and that's what gives them. We could talk about swirl and all those other things, but just for the purpose of the exercise here today, it's a big Hemi engine, and naturally you can see it's supercharged. So watch out, watch for times, and we'll see what Jamie Robertson can pull out here at this event, which is a conjunction. Speed Adict Clothing Com event that we're holding here today in conjunction with round one of the NDRC or the PD. I'll have to get that right. I'll have to find out what it is.
Jamie out of the throttle there momentarily at around the 330 foot mark. And the car not leaving the start line as well as he probably would have liked. It did seem to be running a little bit rich out of that front cylinder there. So I'm guessing something not quite right in the ignition there. Didn't want to fire as well as I'm sure he would have liked it to initially. And we've got our next two cars down there in the fire-up box, Les. The starter motors are connected. The batteries are connected. We're ready to go. And
thank you.
Not too far away from hitting that button and firing the next pair into life. That is Gareth Rogers down there for Aeroflow in the Bantam Altered in the Aeroflow lane. Taking on Curtis Reed. The purple paint job has thrown me a little bit, Les.
Yes.
The car always been silver up until this point.
Well, yeah, that's it. It's looking very sharp as well.
Sure
I love
is.
this little Altered down here, the Gareth Rogers machine. The little Bantam. Yeah, very, very nice. Both machines.
All right, Rogers moving forward first. Reed giving the thumbs up as well.
Oh, nice little burnout there from Curtis Reed in the rocket lane.
A lot more RPM taken into the burnout for the Dragster.
Yes, you'll find that the wings that are on top of these machines, they serve the same purposes for the Pro Fuel or the Top Fuel dragsters that are currently running, and they're responsible for about, well, the Top Fuel ones are responsible for about 4 tons of downforce on those rear wheels, and as the car accelerates, the tyres tend to grow, which is worth another gear, so they don't have to fiddle around changing gears all the time. The tyres grow, you'll watch them, and that's where they get the big top end. So Curtis Reed in the Maya Dragster, the KB511, beautiful looking car in the rocket lane, and Gareth Rogers in the Aeroflow lane with that Bantam Altered running a 521, so he's got 10 cubic inches on his opponent as they get out of the... Whoa! Nice.
Gareth Rogers did an absolutely awesome job there to keep that car off the fence. I dare say the crew hearts just skipped a beat or two right there. The car moved around as Altereds always do, and then took a big step over to the wall. And I dare say Gareth's eyes were pretty wide open at that point as well. Curtis Reed took the win there. Unfortunately, the time has disappeared from our timing screen up here.
Yes.
But Gareth Rogers, wow.
Yes, what a... that was a great save. And, you know, we always... Up here, when people when they get a bit out of control, we get a bit tense as well.
Definitely. That hasn't changed over the years that I've been doing it either, Les. It's not something that is, he's only...
Yeah,
he's only a ruler width off the concrete wall at 120 mile an hour. All good.
Yeah.
All right. So a pair of funny cars firing into life now, and we have Toby Austin in the Chevy Camaro down there in the Aeroflow lane, the all-black car. He's taking on Dave McGaw in the quick cut, concrete cutting Pontiac Firebird.
It's got the flag going. That's better.
Well, not the issues there for McGaw. The front end looks like it's doing the wobbling through the steering, which these cars do sometimes do, and will become incredibly unnerving for the driver. I think it's something to do with the angles of the geometry of the steering.
Yes. I noticed Jenny Petrie, who was a regular competitor in her little Fiat top-alone bodied racer, and also coming back, if they come back too fast, the wheels will have the windscreen wiper effect, but gee, Dave's gone right down. He's probably at the 1,000-foot mark.
Yeah, just at the 1,000. I have a feeling he's trying to get off the racetrack.
I think so too.
Because we won't be able to run Toby from there.
No, you're not allowed to.
Yep, and that's exactly what's happened. If the McGaw funny car had stopped near where the official's standing there at the end of the concrete wall, we could have run Toby quite safely. But of course, there is a stationary object sitting down in the rocket lane for McGaw. So we will have to remove McGaw's car from the rocket lane, and I dare say Toby will back that car down and there's a few more cars to follow in Boosted Outlaws, so I dare say that Toby will...
You'll have to...
Well, he's just sitting there at the moment, so maybe they'll be able to... I know they're just getting the stuff out of the car, that's what all they're doing. The body will come back up. And it looks like we're getting the quad down from the top end of the racetrack, Les, to connect to McGaw's car and pull him out through that gate just past the finish line.
Yes, that's our early exit gate, and we'd appreciate if there is races, if you detect something going wrong with your car, off the pedal and over to the side off the racing line, if you wouldn't mind. I know it's not the first thought that comes to mind when you're struggling at 170 miles an hour with one of these machines, but if you think it's going to get away from you, lift the foot and then pull over to the side. It makes a lot of difference to the program, and then we can your tow machine should be down there to take it back to the pits, and you can rectify the problem. But as Steve alluded to before, Toby Austin there, he's got to virtually go through his whole procedure again.
Yeah, it's not quite as straightforward as just turning the key and getting it to fire again. Of course, these racing engines very, very highly strung. They need, especially with the supercharger, they have to typically wind the engine backwards, and what that does is force any unburnt fuel down into the exhaust pipes, because if there's fuel sitting there and then they go to restart them with extra fuel in the cylinder, the hydraulic, which is not a very good thing at all, especially if you're a conrod. They tend to bend.
That's right. That's the weak link. Then the piston.
Yeah, so we shouldn't be too much further in delay. Looks like just in discussions with our starter down there, but it looks like they're just going to reconnect the starter motor to Toby's funny car.
Yes, and a particular note, he's come as far back as the burnout box there, with the water in it, so he'll probably perform another burnout to get the heat back in the tyres. Oh, nice! Another nice dragger. I will point out, and when it comes to the start of the PDRC round that's being held today, this is their first round, and ours is the Speed Adict Clothing is the New South Wales Drag Racing Championship, but the PDRC, well, it's called the PDRC. And then their points go to the NDRC, which, as it says, it's a National Drag Racing Championship. So it's national, but for the purpose of the exercise, we'll be probably referring to the commentators when they come on later on. We'll refer to them as the PDRC, and then their points go to the NDRC. So that clears it up for me. I wasn't quite sure which was the correct designation, the correct title, but I've got it sorted out now. But it's not to do with this. With these rounds we've got here, it's for the Pro Series that's coming up later on.
Looks like, just checking out the point score there, Les, and
yes,
it looks like Brittany Olive has pretty much unbeatable lead in this year's championship. She's got some 170-point lead coming into this championship.
Yeah.
You can only take 100 points for winning, so there's basically going to be a
Oh, yeah, look, it's...
a battle for the minors, I think.
yes, I think so. Well, particularly the runner-up, because you can see they're the next three, 1, 2, 3, are all in the 200s.
Yes.
So, yeah, Brittany's been stout. She's been really, really good in the... and you'll see her later on.
Yeah, so I dare say she's probably under the tower at the moment.
Yes.
So at the moment we have in fourth place Chris Denny in the front engine dragster on 240 points. We have Curtis Reed, who we saw just come out and qualify in the rocket lane there. He's on 270. Then Anthony Bull on 280 in the BA Falcon.
Yep.
It's also run down the rocket lane. But on track now we have Toby Austin from Wallsend for Tobster Racing and Engineering. Brad Anderson Engineering 521 supercharged power plant under the Chevy Camaro body skin. Toby out of the throttle at about the 330, went 103 to the 60 foot.
Well, that's about the first time I've heard someone bip their horn at a drag race.
It's the first time for everything, Les.
Yes. Oh, wee. Oh, I wonder... Oh, Poe.
And that is Zach Palm in the rear engine dragster for JM Auto Repairs at Rocket Industries. Running for Trim Southeast Queensland. SFM Concrete Pumping and Spraying. Hart's Paint Supplies on the Gold Coast. Aeroflow Performance Products. Lucky's got a dragster. He's got plenty of body space for all the sponsors. Busy. And in the rocket lane, we have none other than Po Tung for Gas Racing. In the Toyota Supra.
Yes, and Po down there is the promoter for Grudge Kings. Oh,
Looks like Zach unfortunately has rolled the beams. Zach unfortunately rolling through the beams there on the start, so did not get a time recorded.
No, they didn't have time to activate the tree. So like nothing recorded.
No, and looks like we're going to reset the timers for Po and his run. Just got to wait on that dragster to get down around the turn at the bottom end of the racetrack.
Yeah, it's
and he's pretty much timed that roll to a T because
there he goes.
Just got to push him around that very last bit, and I dare say
they'll get the chute out of the. It's still on the racing surface. I could see it just dragging behind. There it goes. So he's totally clean now. Po Tung in the Toyota Supra with a 2JZ.
So quiet, this car. We can barely hear it until he gets on the throttle. Tree counts down for the Supra. And unfortunately, not the launch he would have wanted. Ooh. And the thing came on boost at 300 feet and went straight sideways. I dare say the tyres might have gone a little bit cool just sitting there.
Yes, I think so.
Waiting for Palm's dragster to get out down the bottom end of the racetrack, but not a massive tyre on the back of Poe's car, so definitely needs all the heat that he can get in those rear slicks.
And speaking of the leader in this category, in the Boosted Outlaws, Brittany Olive, she'll be next to come out of the from under the tunnel in the aeroflow lane and just consolidate. Well, she's got it in the bag, but like any good races, some of them are can be 1,000 points in front, but they'll still get stuck into it. So what we love to see, and what a picture that is, young Steve, with all the cars looking back into the staging lanes. We've got a couple of cameras here today, and we've got the crew. You should see the equipment in here today. It's a lot of people in here presenting this broadcast to you. And if you want to find out anything further on the PDRC and the events here at Sydney Dragway, just hop onto the respective websites for the PDRC and also for Sydney Dragway. And if you're looking for events, we're winding down towards the end of the year as we always do, and then right into it next year. So we're pretty limited to just a couple of test and tunes, private track hires here, and also the Wednesday and sometimes Friday nights street meetings. But if we can just switch over to
don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't been to Sydney Dragway before, your general admission ticket does allow you access down into the pit areas, so you can go and have a look at the cars close up and have a chat to the drivers and riders of all the cars that we've seen so far run through for their first qualifying session here this morning. Be the first of 2 qualifying sessions for most of our sportsman categories, and looking forward to our first run of the PDRC Championship when they hit the racetrack. And we shouldn't be too far away from a fire up, but as I say, the general admission ticket does allow you access into all of the areas down into the pits to get up close and personal to the cars, have a chat to the drivers if they're certainly able to give you a little bit of time. Most of the racers more than happy to have a bit of a chat about their cars and what they've been up to. And of course, here at Sydney Dragway this weekend, our merchandise shop, which is at the top of the stairs on the Western Mound, opens at midday, so you can get all your PDRC and track merch there from midday today, and I believe will be open till around 8 p.m. tonight. So a good opportunity to take away a keepsake from the event. Just looking through some of our point score from some of our sportsman categories that we haven't seen out here this morning for their qualifying shot. We're talking about boosted Outlaws with Brittany Olive taking a unbeatable lead down there in the fire-up box. She would be pretty chuffed with her and her team's efforts so far this season here at Sydney Dragway. As I said, came into the event with a point score of 350. And her nearest rival, Curtis Reed, on 270 points. Moving into top sportsmen, who we haven't seen those races complete their first qualifier for today's event. We have Joe Gadolari leading the charge on 610 points. Leo Georges in the little Ford Escort van, only 40 points behind. And Leo is tying with Joe Sorbello. So definitely the top 3 there have quite a big lead over the rest of the field. But the top 3 definitely in a shot to take out the championship for top sportsman. Moving into a modified eliminator, the top 2 points scorers on in that category are tied at the moment, so that's definitely going to be a talking point for the commentators and the racers themselves. 590 points between Craig Davies and George Bukareshvili in those front-engined dragsters that they own. Chelsea Smith back in third on 500 points. So she would definitely be looking to consolidate, sitting in front of Rocco Romano. In a modified bike, we see Sean Ricketts out in front on 570 points. His next closest rival, Michael Riches, on 530. So I think Albie Davidson back in third on 480. So Albie definitely looking to consolidate his top three position in the championship. He's tied with Bobby Joe Simmons as well. So third definitely up for grabs. I think Michael Riches will have to definitely make the final to get around Ricketts in the point score. Moving into Super Sedan, Joe Zammit on 540 points. Out in front of Andrew Little. I can see Andrew's Tirana in the staging lanes. So he's prepared and ready for his first qualifying shot here this morning. And as I say, Andrew only 30 points behind Joe Zammit in the VL Commodore. Third is currently taken up from Dave Gruber, so he's definitely in with a shot to take out the championship as well. Back 40 points behind our leader in Joe Zammit. Super Street, Mark Hopkins tied in first with Adam Bowers. We've seen both of those races complete their first qualifying run here this morning. Third spot is occupied by Robert Madsek in the Camaro. David Matasevic in fourth. Craig Warren in fifth on 420 points. So that championship probably a little bit tighter than most of the others. Only 70 points between fifth and first in those championships. Junior Dragster, Piper Bennett leading the way by 60 points with 520. Second spot occupied by both Jacob Longo and Charlotte Leifting. And I've been saved by the sound of the starter motor of Brittany Ollie's rear engine dragster firing back into life. Looks like we had just a little bit of precipitation down there at the bottom end of the racetrack. Of course, most of the weather typically comes from the south here at Sydney Dragway, and Turnaround will usually get the call from Turnaround saying that there is a little bit of weather around, but Olive about to commence her burnout. Running for A Civil Motorsports and MJ Mobile Mechanics. Car sounding very clean on the burnout and the backpack. If you want to see a big burnout, I suggest you get to the racetrack where you can see the racetrack very, very soon. We've got a very tough little LJ Tirana down there. I know the driver cannot hear me now, but I know certainly not too scared to lay down a big patch of rubber. Olive into full stage now. The tree will count down for her in the solo. left with a 2:47 reaction time. Nice clean pass for the A Civil car. Runs through for a 6:37 with a 222 miles an hour through the top end. Shoots out and the car around the corner cleanly, which is great to see for the team. And that is Grant Watt in the Burston's Auto Parts. Holden Tirana. I was thinking it was the Travis Connor Tirana, to be honest, Les, but I could only see the injector hat and the front guard.
Yep.
It's painted identically, so in fairness, I apologise to Grant for giving the big rap.
Yes, we've seen, I've come to say over the period of time in this commentary positions, I have had the opportunity to see Grant Watt come through in a range of vehicles.
Yes.
But it's good to see him in this boosted Outlaws class. I think it's got an appropriate name, and it gives the impression that boosted, I mean, these cars were really quick in their previous classifications, but now to call it boosted Outlaws, there's some fantastic times and speeds that are achieved. Now, when you see the starter there, he's got his hand on the front left-hand guard when he sort of motions from side to side under his neck.
I don't think it's that. I think perhaps the helmet not done up correctly. I'm thinking because they haven't shut the car down.
Oh, okay. He might have been, looking at his helmet and noticed something there.
Maybe the chin
he's
strap
probably
on the
right
helmet.
there. Yep.
Very angry idle on this car. Wheels up launch for Grant Watt over towards the wall.
What a driving job.
Stayed in the throttle the whole time.
did.
Was 776 with a 183 miles an hour.
I think that's a PB for him.
Yeah, smiles all round on the crew's faces down there. The car lifted that left front,
didn't it?
As I expected. Watching it coming into the staging beams, the car moved over towards the wall, and then Grant staying in the throttle, casually steering it back towards the middle of the lane, and a good clean pass.
Yeah, very masterful driving there from Grant Watt. Well, see, he's just had. Let me tell you, he's had plenty of practice. Driving quick cars at this facility, that's for sure.
All right, here we have Jeffrey Sargent down there in the Chevy Camaro for Sargent's Roofing. Now, this is the first time that I've seen this Chevy Camaro with the blower out the bonnet. This is not their normal top sportsman car. This looks to be a completely new car to the Sargent team. I did notice that their top sportsman Camaro for sale on a couple of different websites. So I dare say that needing the funds to step into this new ride for the team.
Yes, still in the traditional red colour for that team.
Yes.
And his partner, she races as well, and the cars are red, but this is a spectacular looking car, and the wing not too high or too big. It's just perfect. It's a very well balanced looking car. So we'll see how it handles on the track. This is the first time I've seen it. So if it's the first time that Steve's seen it with the blower and all the injection.
Yeah, so a lot of new stuff going on in that cockpit there for Jeff. Whole heap of different sights and sounds, of course. The other Camaro ran was fairly stout, ran nitrous big block.
Yep. Yes, it certainly was. But, when you get the power to ratio from that little small car, this is a bit bigger, but I'm not sure of the wheelbase, but we'll see how it goes.
Crew just going through their final pre-run preparations.
He's got to stand back. Yeah.
Couple of stabs at the throttle there for Jeff, and it decides to roll on through from about the 330 foot mark or thereabouts. They've made the decision to get out of the throttle. It did move around a little bit on those couple of hits that he did have.
Yeah, certainly did. Just where the track walkers going back there, it probably started.
All right, Les, I'm going to hand over to our other commentator, Adam, and he's going to see you through with Extreme Bike.
Aha.
Of course, if you like your motorcycles extremely fast, quick, and 99% of them turbocharged, black tracking the whole way down the racetrack, this is the category for you. I will be back on the mic very shortly. I'll speak to you soon.
Thanks a lot, Steve. Thanks for your contribution thus far. And I look forward to seeing you back when at the designated time. Young Adam, who I've met for the first time here today at Sydney Dragway, going to come and position himself alongside. Welcome, Adam. And we'll get round with this, the next round of Extreme Bike, which will pit in the Rocket Lane. Ryan Franks in the GSF Engineering Suzuki Hayabusa 1300cc, up against Darren Foley in the Suzuki Hayabusa 1300cc as well. Now, these bikes have various mechanical changes and are capable of doing over 200 miles per hour. So that's 324 kilometres an hour. Welcome, Adam.
Hello, Les.
How are you?
I'm doing well.
Good. Yeah, you're
doing well.
He's Adam's one of the newcomers to the team, and we certainly could do with a bit of variety and just a bit more knowledge. You see, every commentator brings a certain amount of knowledge to the team. And here we go, Franks and Foley. Ryan
Foley.
Franks, something going wrong there, but not for Darren Foley. Look at that.
Across the line, 674 with an 8 at 223. Frank's following up here with a 986. So 968 on a 6 at 186.
223 miles an hour. Wow, 223. That's three. No, it's not. But some of these bikes of 223, they probably wouldn't get. Let's see the nitrous purging there out of the car of Brant Gilliver in your lane there. Adam in the Aerofrail lane up against Wally Hoster in the Rocket lane. It's a Suzuki GSX-R 1000, and for Gilliver, a GSX-R 1000 as well.
Yeah. Brad is represented here by Miko Motorcycles, also sponsored by Exercise Candles and American Performance Engineering. Fucking no, great reaction time for Brant.
Oh!
Bring it close to the wall, bring it back around. Crosses line with an 838 on the 3 at 165, and Wally comes across it at 943 at 154.
Well, I saw Wally Hoster there. I think he was treating that as some sort of guide, so he didn't go over the centre line there. There must be an invisible wall or something there because he was...
The train tracks aren't that straight today.
Straight, yeah. Straight down this, directly parallel. So, but it was a good ride. He ended up performing very well. Alex Borg now in the Suzuki Hayabusa 1299cc. That seems to be the engine of choice in this bracket. In the Rocket lane there, up against Deanne as a party.
Alex represented here by Bell Renovations.
And we're just waiting for Deanne. Oh, look at Alex Borg. Now, this will be another 200 mile an hour run for sure. 6807, 217.56, and a 988 at 155 for Deanne Azzopardi in the Aeroflow lane. Gee, they rock it down here.
They go, Les.
Yeah, they certainly do. Good to watch too.
Next up here, we've got Jack Roberts here and his Suzuki Hayabusa, pairing up against Cherry Buggy and her Suzuki Hayabusa.
Yes, they're Cherry Buggy there, or Sherry. I don't know if it's Sherry or Cherry. But anyway, she's from Bungendore, which is down my way down there. She's come a long way too in this category. Look at this. I dare say there's something wrong with the Roberts machine, but she goes through a 9040 at 156 mile an hour, and Jack Roberts there, and 1183 to 148 at him. Yeah, he was very gingerly going down there to half track. He probably took off after that. But, man.
Great run there. Next up here, we've got Brendan Miguelino Nico. Proudly sponsored here by Full Send Racing, and he's paired up with Mike Lawson, both in Suzuki Hayabusas.
Yeah, 1340C for Miglianico. Brendan, that's Brendan in the Aeroflow lane, of course, and Mike Lawson there in the Rocket lane, also a Suzuki Hayabusa 1300. When they get out of the hole, oh, look at Miglianico. Oh, Lawson there trying to replicate Wally Hoster's efforts.
Yeah, Brendan crosses the line there at a 726 for the Nate, 198. And Mike crosses there at a 917.
Yes, 917 at 169.94. So, yeah, also not a gimme. We've got Ryan Caulfield down there, one of the Trek photographers, over aside the Rocket lane, capturing all those great wheel stands and tyre twisting starts. Yeah, Ryan been doing it for a long time now.
Getting ready here in the Rocket lane, Callum Gadassi. Andrews Racing, proudly sponsored by Light Ile Engineering on his Suzuki GSXR, sorry.
Yeah, this one is hogged out to 1650cc. So in the, this pro bike.
Just do a little bit of adjustment here.
All right. Yeah, 1650cc. Well, that's a big barrel increase. Yes, it's not just a matter of boring it anymore. You've got to get the appropriate size bores they put in. Drill when the machine goes down, unless it's a billet block, which is the bore spacing is usually different to allow for the increased cubic centimetre size that they wanted to go through.
Looks like he's having a bit of a problem with his foot peg here, trying to get it back up. See how we go here.
Okay. Oh, he's
got the thumbs up.
Yep.
Universal sign for good to go.
Along with a lot of other things.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's getting ready. Quick wave at the cameras.
Yeah. First bloke I've ever seen done that.
Rolls over line at 10:41 at 122.
Yeah, he lost a fair bit at the start line there. Nonetheless, he'll be back around later on. I think
we'll call that one a test run, I think.
Yes,
Les.
I think so, because it's just hasn't come up under any of the classifications that we're running. Here we go.
All right. Back to the vehicles here. Peter Pasalisis in his Race Glides Transmissions Chevrolet Corvette, sponsored by Big Stuff Engine Management Precision Turbo. And Brett Ferlio is Chevrolet Camaro from Gully Foods, Austral Engineering, and VP Fuels.
Wow, what a big burnout by Furiolo over here in the Rocket Lane in that brand new Chevrolet there. Chevy Camaro running a Chevy 397. Gooley Feuds, Austral Engineering and VP Fuels. Austral just over the end of the track there, not too far away.
Not far away at all.
Peter Pisludas. And the AA forward stroke APIA. That's a designated class, believe it or not. It's really long.
Yeah, part of the Super Comp.
Yeah, Super Comp. So these guys are they run on. These guys can't break out. The only thing that they do is they lower the ET, so they're on the improvement every time to try and stick to the record, but in qualifying they don't usually do that because they'll be giving too much away. You see, so they may even button off at the 1,000-foot mark just to outpsych the competitor next door, Pat Furiolo, AMP.
Yeah, Pat's currently third in the championship, 100 points.
Number 3, good work, Adam. Beauty. There he goes.
Hoping to extend that lead. Oh, big screwy here from Peter. Brings it back around.
Oh, it's getting very skaty at the top end there.
Crosses over a 7:10 at 186.
Oh, it's pretty close to his to the record there.
Dial, yeah.
Yeah, 6.926 at 212. So he went 186. Pat Furiolo there, gingerly going down, 15.5, but totally non-indicative of the class.
Yeah, looks like in the rocket lane we've got Peppermone leading Super Comp, 180 points.
Oh yeah, from the new airport site, Badgerys Creek there.
Yep. Is he part of Corona Brothers Restorations and Peppermone Heavy Vehicle Repairs?
Yes, now.
Stout burnout there, Les.
Yeah, and a nice, very well prepared car. He's running in B altered production, BAP. The record there is 7:45 at 181. See, I also say these guys can't break out. There's no such thing when you're running comp, which is a designated classification. They race against indexes. So the index there is a 7:45. Now, if they run any slower than that, well, it doesn't make much difference. But for us to make a comment, it's just what we need. And then you can, particularly, we're in a very good position here, Adam and I. We've got all the screens and all the information, so we can say that his index is for the B altered production is 7.45. So it's just a matter of how close to that index these guys want to go, and then if someone sort of goes really under, but those records are generally left to national rather than track records.
Peppermone here, just giving a bit of ventilation, get the smoke out of this Ford Mustang small block. Tap on the window, good to go. Getting lined up into the pre. Some good-looking vehicles here this morning.
Yeah, there's some beauties, isn't there? I really like the presentation of these cars, and I am a sedan utility station wagon coupe fan.
And you listed all of them off there, Les.
There we go.
Heat off line,
Whoa.
red light unfortunately, but we'll try and push it out.
Yep.
That rolls it out.
Yes, I think I'll do the same. Get a better view.
Crosses over at 10.79 at 86. Battle of the Utes up next.
Oh, yeah, we've got a couple of
Ford versus Holden.
humdiggers here. Yeah, look at that.
Robert Cardum over here in the XC Falcon versus Aaron Cochrane in the VS Commodore. Robert is sponsored by Speed Pro, Bob Maslin Engines, Higgins Raceheads, Dentic Engines. Aaron over here is sponsored by War Speed and HQ Auto Fabrication.
Yes, from the nation's capital is Aaron Cochrane in that Holden VS Holden 383. Be interesting to see. I haven't seen this car here before. I've seen Robert Cardham. He makes the trip up. He's not one of the Cardhams has got a green XDXE Falcon, but still Robert is up here and with one of the junior Dragster drivers as well. Look at that.
Goes 3-1. Takes over for a 9,739. Aaron takes it over at a 984 at 139.
Yes, that's Aaron Crocker in there. I'm sure that he's a bit sharper than 1.1 on the tree, but this is only qualifying, so they can do all sorts of things, provided it's not in accordance with the regulations. Chris Costello. The young man. Welcome back to racing, Chris. Chris had open heart surgery last year and had to wait a while before he was permitted, have the checkups and everything else by the doctors, and he's got his licence back, so he's very, very able. He's up against his son, Brendan Costello, who's from Rocket up the road here, so it's a Costello father and son duo. Chris gets there, like over to the side a bit.
So
but
Costello
young Brendan,
going for the win, Les.
Yes. Yeah, Brendan goes through over in the Aeroflow lane. A 9.741 at 137. And Chris Costello there, bit of a red light. A 10.73 at 131 miles per hour. So that was a bit hairy for young. But young Chris straight over towards the wall, but we've got one of drag racing's gentlemen, Jim Denaro, here in the Rocket Lane up against Peter Violaris in the Ford XT over there in Adams Lane in the Aeroflow lane.
PSC is sponsored by Go Logistics, Ford Nero sponsored by Denaro's Chassis. AAP. The red light there from Peter in the Aeroflow lane. Keeps that gap.
Oh, gee whiz, look at that. Oh, well.
Both in at a 9.3 at a 145.
Yeah, Violaris there. It's a bit of a red light. That's why he probably got there first. But Jim Denaro there, very, very super consistent competitor here at Sydney Dragway, and a great supporter of the facility as well.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Nathan Carey, the mighty boy.
Yeah, it's got here Leo Georges in the Ford Escort panel van, but that's not it. That's not the right one. But anyway, the right one will probably come out. I think he might be running in Top Sportsman today. I'm not quite sure. Nathan Cowie in that brilliant little Suzuki Mighty Boy Chevy 400 in there. That looks like Sean Maher in that Cortina. Sean Maher. If it's Sean Maher, it's definitely not Leo Georges. I'll let you know when Leo comes out. Okay, Emma Adard, she's a tough little racer as well. Dave Gruber, he's pretty up there in the point score as well.
Couple of clean-looking Tiranas.
Yes. Oh, yeah, look like these people here, Adam. Look, from 460, or maybe even 440, Carl Chevy Taylor. I love this class, super sedan. Emma Attard and Dave Gruber.
Dave's currently third in championship in the Aeroflow lane.
Oh, this is tight. Look at this. Oh!
Emma rolls through the win at 886 at 152. David gets a 935 at 143.
Yeah, well, that was a Chevy 383 powered machine up against a Chevy 496 for Emma Attard over in the Rocket Lane. Now, this is a duel, the Forbes Crown. Yes,
the Littles.
The little Andrew and Michael. But it's great pair of racers and their extended families. They're here, great supporters of the track again. Michael Little is the plumber in the LJ, and Andrew Little in the Chevy Camaro in the Aeroflow lane. Oh, Michael, it doesn't matter. A red 015 against an 019. Mick just jumped the gun there a little bit, but he runs a 9.31 at 142 and a 10.126 at 132 for Andrew Little in the...
Michael might still take the bragging rights there,
Yep.
Les. Chase is a race.
All right, young Jim Raptus there in that 426 Hemi-powered Dodge Dart. So they didn't come out like this. The Dart was only one of the very few A-body Mopars that had a big block in it, and that being a Dart GTS. Up against Dale Harter-Law in the 85 Ford Mustang. Ford 440 cubic inches. They're in the Rocket Lane, also sponsored by BK Race Engines. And Go Logistics for Jim Raptus.
Both sitting on 70 points in the championship.
Wow, it's David and Goliath here, but gee, I tell you what, Dale Harter-Law, 863 at 157 for Jim Raptus, and 935 at 145 miles an hour. Here is Carl Chevy Taylor up against Adam Hunter. Oh, yeah, cars keep...
Lives not far away as well, apparently.
Yeah.
Down the Relland Vale.
Oh, the Relland Vale, yeah.
Down southwest Sydney. His Ford Falcon, sponsored by Hunter Race Engines. Chevy here with his Tilly's Motorsport spares.
Yeah, Tullamarine exhaust solution of BK Race Engines as well for Chevy Taylor there from the North Shore. So this will be a good little stouch between these two. You got
Cleveland versus Chev.
Yeah, look at that. 1 cubic inch difference in the engine size, but Chevy Taylor, it's a 409. It's a lot of the design of the engine. I think Carl's out there, an 021 red.
Adam had to do a bit of correction there. Still goes around. Finishes over the 9.5. 142 to a 10.71 at 103.
Gee, that's quick, a 953 out of a 408. Gee, I got a 408 in my Plymouth, but, it doesn't go that fast. Gee, that's really good. Joe Zammett, another contender here in Super Sedan. That's Joe's in the Rocket Lane, that V or Commodore, up against Trent Carberry. Haven't seen him for a while. Ford Falcon running a Cluvo 351. That's the bright yellow machine. Over in the Aeroflow lane, time comes down, the 3 comes down. And I think you'll find Trent there out in front, but as I say, it's only qualifying. Runs a 9.23 at 146 and a 10.16 at 131 for Joe Zammett in the Rocket Lane. He usually has it's very rare to see anything but a 0 before the he's in the zeros all the time. A very, very switched on racer.
Up next here we got Rex Webster and the modified Austin versus Sean Sabello and his Holden Commodore.
Yeah, the LS2,
Yep.
6-litre powered car. Sean Sabello, it's pretty quick too. Participates here with his, I don't know if it's his father or his uncle or whatever, but Joe Sabello.
Yep.
They're here all, like for all these meetings and on the Wednesday nights, race for real. Oh!
Nice launch there by Rex.
Yeah.
Gives him the win. 9.54, 141 to a 10.32 at 134.
Yeah, Sean there, but Rex Webster getting out the advantage probably at the 330-foot mark. And just ran away with it, but that car, after all, has 540 cubic inches in it.
Yeah.
In that,
when you need it, you got it.
Yes, well, here we got Brett McNiff and the tribute colours to Soxa Martin over in the US from St Mary's Engines. That's Brett over in the Aeroflow lane. Naomi Dyson, she came up through Junior Dragster as well. Yep. She's now in Super Sedan. But I think Brett McNiff there is that big 4 826. It's a wedge. That's not a Hemi. And Naomi Dyson there, a 920 at 149, and an 898 with a 6 at 148 for Brett McNiff over there in Aero.
Just a quick alert to all those watching the live stream, the PDRC Facebook page. Shortly after, we'll try and get on the YouTube page, so make sure you subscribe to both, like, comment.
Okay. Oh, next.
Coming here, Ray Romano in his 27 Roadster. Sponsored here by InTouch Automotive, BP Racing Fuels versus Joe Katsanasidi from Mount Annan. He says sponsors would like one. So if anyone wants to sponsor Joe in the Rocket Lane, go down and see him in the pits. You never know what would happen.
Yeah, Joe Catan's already been around and he's raced about just about everything with a sedan or a coupe body. I guess it's not when it comes to sort of the pro alcohol funny car classes, but these sedans, away they go. Oh, look at Roy Romeo.
Yeah.
But you watch that big Pontiac Firebird.
Yeah, they both had a bit of a cough and a splutter at the start there, but they both roll over to a 9.8 159, 9.9 166.
Yeah, look at Roy Romeo, a 006
Yeah.
light there. Okay.
Luke out next. Luke Romeo.
Yes, the Romeos, the Roy, the Lukes, and gee, I forget the dad's name. Oh well, there's three generations of the Romeos, and there's a couple of little Romeo kids in Junior Dragster as well.
Okay.
Anthony Panetta, well, Holden Calibra, Chevy 434. Anthony used to be up here commentating.
Yep.
And Luke Romeo, well, that's another one of the clan. 990, this is a fixed index class.
Yep.
No deep staging, pro tree, and that's the attributes for this class.
So for those not familiar with the meaning pro tree, means the yellow lights do not go in succession, they come on all at once. So you've got to be a bit on the ball. There's no lead time up for that green. Both cross the line here. Luke gets a 984 152. Anthony gets a 998 at 157.
Yep.
Some tough little burnouts here.
So, okay, Nicholas Polito in the Ford Probe running a 347 cubic inch engine, also sponsored by Polito's Automotive, LAT Racing Oils, ETS Racing Fuels, Motorsport Parts and Services, and Vince Panetta. One of the Panettas is on the board here.
Yep.
From Narrowena, he is LX, running a Chevy 408. So
Sponsored by A Civil. He's also sponsored by RS Financial and Anthony's Secret Garden.
I wonder what's in the garden there, Adam. So, yeah, it's a popular class at the national title events, but trying to get down as close as that 990 as possible. I think Vince, 997
well
and a 990.08. Look at that beauty, Nicholas Polito. 990 with an 8. I think that would put him at the, he's dining at the head of the table. So, really nice. Now I've just been informed that the car that's coming out, Thomas Leake in the Rocket Lane. This is a licensing pass. He needs to pass one more to get his license to drive these types of vehicles. Very, very masterful in top sportsman. He's got an ex-pro stock car with a 540 cubic inch engine that he races. But Dad Bruce down here, a two-time national champion in pro stock, has handed the reins over to young Thomas, and for this event, providing all goes well, he'll have his licence stamped, and then he'll be in the pro categories in the PDRC portion of this meeting here this weekend. See his mum there, Doris, over on the right hand side by the car, that black ute, and Bruce over here. He'll be anxious to see. Bruce just recovered from a fairly nasty accident here, but cars and tips. You've never seen a car like that. He could enter it in a car show, and it'd win. It'd win a prize, just like any of the other pro stockers and some of the higher classed vehicles. So Thomas there, young chap, got a young family. I think I saw his lovely partner there. She's down there as well, Amy, and getting all ready. The other couple of there's Rick Chilton's down there, and just testing the track for Thomas, making sure everything's set up right, and he's very eager to satisfy the requirements of the officials here, looking at it, making sure he does everything right to finally stamp his licence. So all the best, young Thomas, in this, and this beautiful dragster over here. I think that's probably going to start up in after Thomas goes down. So it's just a licensing pass for Thomas Leake.
Just doing a bit of track maintenance here, Les. A bit of inspection of the track at the same time.
Yes, it gives the opportunity for other racers in the big classes. They come down and they just have a look, just making sure or checking out the condition of the track, because we've had all those other classes down there, and when the big guns come out, you'll see them in between sort of rounds of particular vehicles or classifications, and they'll come round and they've got heat guns and temperature guns, and they've got a glue machine that measures the amount of traction. So, like it's very, very technical. You can hear blokes say, they talk about, Formula One and all the other types of racing and that, but it's not just a matter, particularly in top fuel, of pointing a 11,000 horsepower machine and just holding on to the steering and putting your foot down. There's let me tell you, there's a lot more involved, and the speeds they get up to well over 500 kilometres an hour. They're almost, at a land speed record type machine in only 1,000 feet. So, that said, there's the traction machine being applied to the handheld machine that's device over in the left-hand lane there. So. But Bruce is looking very happy here, and you can see some of the wheel hop marks from previous burnout attempts there over there in the rocket lane. It looks like a bulldozer's been down there with tracks or a tank or something like that. You can see the chatter marks.
Mm-hmm.
Right, here we go.
Crew's coming back.
Yeah, mum and dad there.
Engines firing up.
Yep.
Thomas here, it's going to go, so we're just doing a licence run here.
Yeah, it's good.
Beautifully presented vehicle.
Oh, yeah, Bruce is, as I say, Bruce, the dad there, a two-time Pro Stock champion in the 90s. I think it's 92 and 94.
Okay.
Pro Stock champion.
Good to have that experience sitting in your corner.
Yeah, oh yeah, and he's got Dad's got a really attentive student in his own son, and Mark also races.
Yep.
But Mark's moved to around the Gold Coast, so he's got some probably race up there. He's got a Tirana, and it's in the races in the extreme class. All right, this is it.
Bruce just lining him up.
Yeah.
Try and get him back in the groove.
Oh, I see Zaf down there as well, Tony Zafaris. over to the right-hand side. He's the crew chief, a drag racer and also super sedan racer in Speedway. He's also been a national champ, I think, twice. He's really, really good with engines. Young Zaf.
Your adjustments to the roll bar at the back.
Right. Yep, okay. He'll be in the hands of the gods in a minute.
Bruce just lining him up on the stage line.
Yeah, I saw, yep, they're all there. Oh, at least Thomas, he's not a beginner at this drag racing business. Very, very accomplished driver. It's just that.
Nice and straight out the end there.
Oh, look at this! Hey,
722 with a 9, 169.
Yeah, very good. So look at the all cheers and claps and everything around. He's, I'd say he's got the dreaded tick. Yeah. And so he'll be fronting around later on in the program in the PDRC round of racing that we're hosting here at Sydney Dragway. Oh, that was rather good, Adam.
Yeah.
Yeah, rather neat. So now we're running.
Brooke Rapasada here.
Yes.
The FE Dragster. Sponsored by VP Fuels. Versus CJ Davies in his FE Dragster. Shane's race engines.
Yeah, Brooke Rapasada. Don't know which. No, there's so we've got Craig Davies at the top.
At the top.
And George Bukareshvili, Chelsea Smith, Rocco Romano, Paul
Brookie in the airflow lane, currently in 7th.
Well, I guess this is between the top 4.
Brooke, George and Chelsea?
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's, Craig Davies and George Bukareshvili, I guess it's between them. But Brooke Rapasada in the front engine draggers, running a big block Chev 464 in the Aeroflow lane, up against CJ Davies from Brayton in New South Wales in the small block Chev 385, and they're running in a modified dragster. So we've got 2 A modified dragsters at the start line, and waiting for the tree to come down. CJ Davies just moving in now. Oh, nothing in this, folks. An 0.15 reaction time to an 0.20. But Brooke Rapasada getting there. She gets to the other end first. 8.17 at 166 and an 8.30 at 163.
Moving up next here, we've got Mark Tanswell in the Aeroflow lane. FE Dragster versus Jess Turner. Jess Turner's here on the Splitzer Dragster, sponsored by ETS Race Fuels, Wild Inc., Higgins Raceheads, Cavanagh Auto Parts, Dominator Converters, Denso Spark Plugs, PDHP, and Super Trick Diffs.
Yeah, there's a. She's very busy, very popular too in the modified bracket. Makes a trip up from Victoria. Well, she's in. I don't think she's in the. No.
Currently in 9th position in the championship.
Yeah. Mark Tanswell over there in the Aeroflow lane, running a 205, Holden powered front engine dragster. So you've got the opposites. You've got a rear engine dragster and a front engine dragster. That little dragster there. Whoa! Wow, what a save! What a save. Jess Turner races through for a 783 at 166 mile an hour and a 001 red light. Oh, gee, that augurs well. Mark Tanswell there, very twisted, 10.05. 10.05. Just, I thought he was going to run over the corner of the blue paint down there.
That camera crew here, the camera here at the 60 foot, had a tight moment there.
Oh,
No
stress.
stress. No stress for the camera crew here.
Oh, we're working with a great crew here today, Adam. You know,
Overtaking lane, look them up on YouTube.
Yep, that's it. And they're switching, making all the right angles and that for the cameras.
Yeah. Speaking about YouTube, speaking about socials, don't forget to check out the PDRC YouTube and the Facebook page. So they also got Sydney Dragway official there. Check out the socials there for the streaming services we've got on today.
Yeah, most certainly. All right. So, in the Rocket Lane, in that neat little roadster there, we've got Lee Hartle-Law up against Corey Dyson. Corey also up from Victoria, and partnering is a lovely lady. Oh, gee whiz. 005 red light for Corey, but it matters nil. He runs a 774 at 171, and an
810 there for Lee.
810 at 162. So both cars now coming back.
Yep.
It's very important.
Chelsea versus Danielle here.
Yeah, it's a couple of young ladies going head to head here, both rear engine dragsters.
Chelsea Smith here in the aeroplane, currently third in the championship. Looking to try and get that stretched out. She looks like she's got a comfortable lead there from fourth. But obviously she wants to get a bit of a fight there for the first and second place there.
Yes, it's Danielle McCaskill over there in the right-hand rocket lane. Came up through junior dragster. Sister of Lachlan McCaskill, who was racing in Street Fighter earlier in the bracket. Chelsea Smith, a very, very accomplished racer here. And be interesting to see. She's up there in the points there. Adam, she's number 3.
The Chelsea Speed is sponsored by Lucas Oil, Stop Slow Traffic Control, and Liquid Clothing. Danielle here is represented here by Mark 1 Welding, Torquay Hotel, Harvey Bay, ProTrans Performance Automatics.
Yes. Very close on the reaction times. I think Danielle might just get there first. She does. Runs a 7:33 at 181 and a 7:54 with an O at 180 for Chelsea Smith. Oh, she's in fine form for later on in the program in the point score chase. Wowee. They just keep on coming. That's what's good about drag racing. It's a different race every 25, 30 seconds, and you see completely different cars.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Good George Berkeley here in the airflow lanes. Currently second in the championship. Trying to improve on that. It's very close here. They're both tied at 590.
So, gee whiz. This is going to be real. I hope in later on they're not seated alongside each other.
Yeah. Got Peter Carlton here. He's also in the rocket lane. Sponsored by Swell Industries and Port Macquarie Hastings Rural Sales. Port Macquarie Hastings, they're helping him. He's actually got a farm for sale. So.
Oh, really?
He spoke to him earlier in the week and he said if he sells a farm, he's putting more money into race cars. So that sounds like an awesome idea to me.
Yeah. Bowraville, where's that?
A bit up north near Macquarie, North Court.
Oh, right.
George taking the top end here.
Look at that.
Takes the win, 789 at 170 to a 889 at 148. Both still in the red time there, so.
Yeah, look at George there. He's both those guys are very quick. The reaction times, there was zip between them.
There was nothing in it for sure.
Yeah.
Harrison Fletcher here lined up here in the aeroflow lane, the T-bucket forward.
Yes, up against the fleeing Alison Stewart. And she's teamed up there with Jeff. And they're racing. That's Jeff's engine. He bought the cards, belong to the IHRA steward, whose name just but he's had a couple of amputations. So anyway, he sold the car, and Jeff put his motor in it, and then he put Allison in it, and together, that's a pretty good combination.
Well, it looks like they've got her into 6th in the championship there, so they're doing something right. They're sitting on 305 points.
Yeah, beauty.
The LA Lubricants Dragster. Looks like it's going to take the win here, rolling out the deep end here. Crosses line at 770 with a 1 at 173.
Wow.
And a 912, 912 with 143 from Harrison.
Wow, beauty. They're really happy with that.
Yeah.
Oh, Mark Bull. This is the famous Bull, a member of the Bull family. They've got they run in all categories. There's about 4 of them, I think.
Yep.
And they're usually Ford powered, but the Spitzer Dragster from Mark Bull. Mark used to race a Sedan, very quick one too.
The red skyline here in the rocket lane from your car. Versus Mark Bull. Mark Bull is here in the Shy Automotive Spitzer Dragster. That's not a Joe Sorbello there, is it?
No, it's just a solo by Mark Bull.
Okay.
So that run by Mark, this run by Mark Bull, a 7.770 at 168, rounds off the first qualifying section for the cars in the running in the modified eliminator bracket. Now we move on to the TS, which is Top Sportsman.
Got first versus 30, Les?
First versus 30. Oh,
Third.
wow. Oh,
Yep.
third.
Yep.
In Joe Sorbello, yeah. Well, this guy is, I think he's done now over 4,000 passes. They've tabulated it, and 4,000 passes, by far and away more than anybody else.
Mhm.
Far more. So, here we go. Joe Sorbello in the rocket lane up against Joe Gattalari in the Holden VL Commodore running a Chevy 555. And, of course, Joe Sorbello LS2 in that Nissan. Supercharged it is too. Look at Joe Gattalari.
Great time there. 857 with a 0, 160 to a 907 with an 8 at 150.
Oh, here we go. Look, Anthony Corey. Gee, there's a lot of Corys right that guy.
The 2J RX2.
Oh, wow. Top Sportsman, RX2, 2JZ. 6-cylinder in that little thing.
Yeah.
And Pirate Pete Hamilton from Profection Performance in Hume in the ACT. He's the proprietor there.
Yeah.
Perfection Automotive. Nice fellow too.
Yeah, currently 7th in the championship, Les.
7th? Oh, he was... car was kept on doing wheel stands at him, and I'm talking wheel stands, you know, like this high, but he said it spent too much time in the air, you know, like runs better with 4 wheels on the ground.
Yep.
And a lot faster. But Anthony Corey, gee whiz, the body shape he's got there in a Mazda RX-2, they just float across the track. They're so light. I'd be interested to see how this thing goes.
Good old 2J in it. Stalling it up.
Oh, he's catching him, but no, he doesn't. Yeah, Pete Hamilton goes through, gets there first, an 8.35 at 160 and an 8.26 at 168 for Anthony Curry over here in the rocket lane. Wow.
Here in the airflow lane, you've got Lord Georges, currently 2nd in the championship. Got down from Long Beach, New South Wales. Roccolatini and Sons, sponsored by Creamy and East Engines, MB Designs, Acidol Mechanical, and Abinstev Construction. He's got George Matter there. He's currently 4th in the championship in the rocket lane. Sponsored by A Civil, Al's Rice Glides, and Drill Tech.
Yeah, Leo Georges, sorry there, Adam. Leo Georges, a national champion in Super Sedan and then shifted into Top Sportsman. Same car, but, you know, different setup, different engine and things like that. So he's been going really, really well in the Flying Carrot. Up against George Matter in the Holden LH Tirana with a big block chef, 632 cubes. You'd wonder how you'd fit it in that car. Oh, Leo. 009.
Only just. George has decided to roll it out, turn it off here.
865 at 152. George Matter there. Did you see what happened? I was watching Leo George's spending a bit of time up in the air.
Yeah, not exactly sure. It looked like he took off and then it just rolled. So hopefully no
right.
mechanical fault there. Looks like they're
Yep.
switching off the cut-off switch at the back here. We'll get our safety crew to go out there and assess and try and retrieve the vehicle.
Yes, so we're currently running in Top Sportsman. This is a class that was developed out of Super Sedan. The cars were very, very, they drive very, very spectacularly, or they can. They go very, very fast, big engine, big body, and, what we call a full-size body for the most of them, but it's really, really top class, and it's you can still it's still a dial your own class, so you get the handicapped starts and advantages if you're if you put in, you have to put in your dial in. So, if you put in a 902 and the other guy puts in an 803 or something like that, well, and that's just how this bracket racing works here. So we get a lot of cars involved in all the brackets. I guess the only bracket before you get into the pro classes is modified, because they're limited to front engine, rear engine combinations of both dragster and altered, but you can have a hot rod class that sneaks in, provided that there's certain aspects of the car that remain from the factory, like it might be the front panel, it might be the guards on them. They've got to be sort of like original issue, and they run in modified eliminator class, but they run under the AHR or BHR, or if it's supercharged or got any mechanical or chemical supercharging on, you get a AA classification in that class. All very complicated, but I don't think there'll be any cars running in AA or a hot rod in modified. But Top Sportsman, it's the big go at the moment. And it's not just here at Sydney Dragway, and it's not only here at in Australia. You go over to America and things like that and get to see all the top class features, all the top class races. It's rather spectacular. All right, so if you want to keep up to date with what's going on at Sydney Dragway, you can go sydneydragway.com.au, or if you want to find out more about the NDRC, you can go onto their site as well and find out how they run their championship series and how many points. And the final two rounds, I think, one was at the Winter Nationals and one's, the name escapes me at the moment, but the last two rounds are, and they finish up at Willowbank as well. Yep. Their time's up. That's Lisa Sargent's car.
Yeah.
Well,
speaking about racing, speaking of championships, we've got the Musashi Car Show coming up here on the 24th of November. So you check our website for more details. Coming up also, got here on the 27th of November, we've got Race for Real, V8 versus inline 6 theme night. If you've got a V8, you've got inline 6 and you want to come bring it down. Also an opportunity too, if you do have an inline 6 or V8, you do get discounted entry. 20th of November, we've got Friday burnout competition down here in our skid pan burnout pad. If you haven't been down here for a burnout, I highly recommend you do come down to have check that out. And a great night here. And also we've got bike night here, 6th of December, bike theme night. If you have a bike and you want to enter it, discounted entry, check our website for details, sydneydragway.com.au. Looks like racing's getting back underway, Les.
Yeah, mate. It's Josh Boscovich. He's had an opportunity to to enter the program. Firstly, looking after his 2 youngsters. Lisa Sargent there in that beautiful Chevrolet Camaro, running a Dart 408, Dart 400. Also sponsored by Grant's Performance. I think that might be Grant Watt. Race Glides Australia and Wollongong Automotive Services, and for Josh Boscovich, Wildlink Motorsport Merchandise, and Bosco Mobile Mechanical. Yeah, he runs a mechanical mobile business from down at Wandandian near Nowra. So if you're in that area, there's very clever guy, is young Josh. And good to see Lisa back here. She wasn't running, hasn't had this car for very long. And it's a sharp-looking car, but straight into the top sportsman. She's raced at various other classes beforehand. A very, very capable driver, I might add too. The purge of nitrous, you'll see the little Casey Jones, there they go. That's all that nitrous. Just clearing the lines and making sure that it comes on through, because you should only, or you can only use nitrous under full acceleration. The minute you back off or something like that, that's when you get into the explosion category. So 2 vehicles there, very sharp looking, very fast. In America, when I was there, they hold it on for about 10 seconds. Oh, 2 red lights. Wow. I think Josh will get there first.
Yeah. 8.16 with a 7 at 167 to an 8.57 with a 0 at 140. A couple of fans on the social pages, Ben Gerard, Paul Sewell, saying very nice Falcon, Mr. Bosco.
Good. Yes, I like reading. Well, I can't see it from here. I'll have to rely on your young eyes there, Adam. And you see there. Oh, this I like this Mitch Gregory car.
Mr. Gypsy, how are we?
Yes, I'm a Mopar freak, but that's a really nicely presented car. Love those big B-bodies, B-body Mopars and Chevs. So that's Mitch Gregory, 66 Chevy Impala, running a big block, 502, and Brian Addising.
Yeah, regular Wednesday nights as well.
Yeah, he's here all
practice
the time.
in.
Yeah. Oh, we're into Super Street now. Super Street.
Costs over for 12.33 of the 2. Group Mitch took the win there at 11.15 at 120. Yes,
okay. We've got Bill Hatsey, who ran down earlier in this really sharp-looking Holden HQ GTS 4-door, running a Chevy 454 up against Dave Morton. Dave, I saw, is from Bargo. I had to go down and pick some stuff up from Bargo. Let me tell you, it's not that sleepy little town with 10 houses. Changed. Oh, mate, you should see it. Mm-hmm. You know, like, I just can't believe how well, you know, like when you get to my age, a lot of times pass by. But, gee, I can't believe the development. Mate, they'll say, Goulburn, which is on the outskirts of Sydney, you know, that'll happen. Well, they'll run into Metagong before too long. All right, Dave Morton from Bargo in that HSV. Yep. Gets out with an 019 up against Bill Hatsey at 214. Reaction times they were. And Dave Morton gets there first at 10.68 at 129 and an 11.68 at 116. So Bill Hatsey there just, well, look, their reaction times, but their dial-in times will affect their performance later in the program.
Coming in now, we've got Blaine Bull in his XT Falcon. We've got Martin Stevenson in the drag van panel van.
Yeah, he used to put 253 in it, but it doesn't have a 2. Oh, gee, this is easy.
Great run.
I tell you what, Blaine Bull's taking it up to him. Yeah, Blaine runs through in the 4 to 10.91 at 122 and a 10.16 at 129 from Martin Stevenson in that big HQ panel van. Right.
Chris Samet coming up in the VT Commodore in the Aeroflow lane, pairing up against Adam Boyers in the Holden HQ Holden, sponsored by Power Plus. Samet sponsored by Friendly Brothers Transport. 4 from Adam.
Oh yeah, Adam there, an 0.84, but Chris Zammett an 0.30 reaction time, but Adam gets there first at 10.017 at 132, and for Chris Zammett there, 11.94 at 112.
Just doing a quick little situation in the rocket lane, just going to turn it off.
What happened? I can see a lot of
Sammy
smoke.
Joe, VE Reso Performance.
Wow. Things must have got hot under there.
Just gonna, might have to see if Craig might do a solo here, maybe not, or we might have to wait. We'll see what happens here. Lot of liquid coming out of the front of the VE Commodore.
Oh, right, okay. No, this will be a solo for sure. Yeah, Craig Warren gets out. 0.10 reaction time. Red light, but Craig's, he's up in the points there as well. Craig Warren, yeah, he's up on 420.
Fifth.
Yeah, fifth, yeah. See, they could take it out of him. You know, if the others fall by the wayside, and it's happened before. You see the leader, who's leading by 20 points, get knocked out in the first round sometimes. Oh, that's unfortunate. That guy that just ran past there, he's too fit. There we go. Oh, yeah, look at the stuff. Look, it's red and pink and all sorts of things. Wow. Yeah, a lot of... now, we're still in Super Mark Elborn in the Holden HQ Ute, Holden 253. Excuse me. Well, that's what it says here, 253. That's probably what it came out of the showroom with.
Yeah, it's doesn't want to he doesn't want to let the competition know what's going on.
No,
maybe.
no, it's all a secret squirrel.
Secret squirrel.
Yeah, all this blood brother deal.
It looks like there's some solo runs here. You got Mark Elborn here from Rimba. Power Plus Fuels, Top Fuel Street.
Yeah, Holden 253. It'll be one of the quickest 253s I've ever seen. Alas, taking note of that, well, I'll remind people that the back in the supercar days, the junior classification that was one step down from V8 supercars, all those cars ran 253s before they hopped up into the 5 litres. Tell Les to check his phone.
Yeah. Quick stage up here from Mark. Very close there. Watching with the red. Goes across the line, 12.38 with a 2 at 108. VX corner up next. Corey Stutchery, PSC Racing. Come along from at Jordan Springs. Getting into the staging.
Thank you to that kind person for getting it correct. I was referring to Tim Nielsen. Thank you very much for that. It's the grey matter goes another shade of grey up here.
Corey, they're taking across the line there at a 10.64 the 2 at 127.
Okay, yes. So thanks very much to that caller. So,
That was Benny Gerard.
was it?
It was.
Yeah, Benny. Gee whiz. It doesn't seem the same without Benny Gerard, but we've got all these other folks from looking after the PDRA side of the things. Conor Ranios there just went down. Now Peter Varillas.
Beautifully presented Mustang.
Yeah, nice, isn't it? Yeah, it's got the stripes going over it, the black on black. I guess he's going. Oh, we're just running here a bit of Super Street, but it's their qualifier. Just one at a time while they clean up the spillage there. Varillas there, getting out with a gee.
0.27 reaction.
Yeah.
Finishes it over, crosses the line with a 12.99 with a 2 at 111.
Okay. Oh, thanks. That was Benny Garrard that gave me the information, so many thanks, Benny. Benny can't make it. He's laid up after a motorcycle accident, and he's just recuperating. I hope he's home now because he's damaged his rib cage. He didn't even know. David Matasevic, Ford Cortina, running the Windsor 347. Sharp little street cars.
A little loose off the line there.
Yeah.
Nearly crossed over. Straightened it back up, crossed the line. 1070 with a 4 at 127.
Yes, we do point out to those not familiar with the rules of drag racing, if you cross the centre line or tag the wall, that run is you're disqualified, and that's not just in practice. It's in competition, which is where it should be. Oh, a lot of cars we're getting to see the side of here, Adam.
Alan just wants to show off his sponsors here, Power Plus Fuel and Race Fuels by this HB Tirana.
Yeah, emblazoned on the side there.
Yeah. When in doubt, just stick it out the side.
Yeah.
There's a little 308. Alan there coming over the line very soon, going across the 1,000 now and crossing the quarter here at 11.96 with a 5 at 120.
Yep. So that was a good run by. It looked like the clutch was sipping. The engine was revving, but it was just it wasn't going very quick. But he did manage to get into the triple figures, so that's good.
Yeah.
Timmy Ritzrow, Holden Vex Commodore, seasoned campaigner too.
Rizzo Family Recycling.
Yeah.
So sponsored by Independent Hospitality, Family for Racing and LS Performance. They helped him bring the vehicle over for an 11.87 with a 7 at 116.
Yeah. Yeah, Tim is blazing those tyres, getting ready for his run.
So we've got Brett Statuary up next.
Yep.
VZSS, PSC Racing, Shorty's Performance and Power Plus. He's come all the way from Jordan Springs. Little LS1. We'll say little LS1.
No, it's not the...
Cross the line there with a 10.40 with a 6 at 135.
It's the bike category. No, I don't want that. Henry Spickek, I'm just trying to find his... he's still a record holder. There's the said gentleman driving this ute. He's still a record holder in the in our track records. In our track records,
yes,
the publication. I'm just trying to find it where he was. I was only reading about it this morning, and I thought, gee whiz, he's one of the older racers here.
Okay.
So, gee, I used to watch him race his VW at Castlereagh. But it's good to see him that he's come out in the Super Street bracket that we run here at Sydney Dragway in the Speed Adict Clothing Company round. Runs it to 12.11 at 117. Oh dear, this is great. There's so many records in here.
While you look for that, Les, we've got Rodney Barglowin up at the line here from Mount Hutton, from the Lake Macquarie Tavern VE Commodore. Let's bring it up into stage. Off he goes.
Well, I can't find it at the moment. I'll find it later on.
Comes across. Rodney brings it home with a 12.17 with a 4 at 114.
Oh, there's Tim. Tim Nelson.
Yep. Got the yellow XY coming up next. Richard Mustovic from Ringelli. Modern Style Kitchens. Cleveland, 434.
It's very quick. The Matasevic family. There's 3 of them running here now. So always great supporters of the track.
Richard's off the line. 06 on the reaction. 6.7 on the 8th. Brings it home for a 10.58 with a 4 at 126.
Yeah, nice car. This is Richard.
Yep,
Richard
Camaro.
Tessic. Yeah. Yeah. It's what's.
Brought it over from Matt Warrigal. 4.54. Gets himself ready into the stage.
Yeah, hoist the front wheels up. 0.107. You'll have to. I don't know how far he is down in.
6.75 to the 8th, and then brings it home to a 10.62 with a 5 at 126.
Gee, number 30 in the points, number 3 in the points
Yep.
too. Matesic. Rob Matesic.
So with the Super Street's really tight at the top end. You got
Yeah.
first to 5th, 60th, then to the all the way down to 9th. You got to 400.
400. Look at that. So it's very, very close, folks.
Yeah.
And that's what I like about these sedan classes. It's always so they've got an entry list half a mile long.
Yeah.
And Braden Stewart's and now.
Yeah, Stewie, RS3.
Yes, the 2.5 litre turbo was runner-up at the last last meeting. That was round 7.
Yep. And you've got number 1 in the championship, Mark Hopkins here in his Tirana.
Yeah. That's a sharp little car too, but that little Audi runs 11s.
Yep.
You know, for a little 5-cylinder car.
And Mark brings it home there, 10.86. Stewart with 11.92. 124 miles versus 112 respectively. You go, Mr. Tex, Luke Griffiths.
Yeah, Captain.
Texas Automotive, Les.
Yep, that's it. Plymouth Satellite. Mine's the same as that, except it's dark metallic blue, but it's not as quick as that.
Good company though.
Yeah.
Good company to have.
Yeah. No, it's great. He's a nice fella too, Tex. And he was the winner at in Adelaide for the Spring Nationals there in the Super Sprint. Gets out with an 061.
Yep.
Good old Tex.
6.59 on the 8th. And rolls it home for a 10.34 with a 3 at 130.
Yeah, 10.34.
Not bad.
Bet he'd like to get that. No, he might not make the 9s, not in Super Street. There he went down. Oh, he'd have to do a lot more work because it doesn't have 4-wheel disc brakes. It doesn't have airbags and things like that. And that's what determines how fast you can go in the street classification. Lockie McCaskill, whose sister runs in top 5, he's here, a 008. But Dennis Matesic, the other Matesic in the Camaro, runs it through, the blue and white car, runs it through, nice speed too, a 10.64 at 126 and a 13.28 at 102. That's 13.28, that's 8 feet over the quarter mile. So it's all these things. I go to a lot of those, what do you call it, competitions they have where they ask all the questions. and
Like trivia nights.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah.
Yep.
Trivia. I'm full of trivia. Even me. I'm.
You're very trivial.
Yes, I am,
Okay.
and I have to check to see that it is me. Oh, yeah, we're getting a bit of a crowd in now. I hope we get some more in for the elimination rounds of both championship series that we're running here. One's finishing, which is the Speed Adict Clothing Company one. This is round 8 and the final round here at Sydney Dragway, and also the first round of the PDRC. And this is their first round, and they'll finish off at the Winter Nationals next June, June 2025. So that'll be interesting. And I think it's a very good series that's going on too. So it's a lot of people are happy to join in. They've been getting good crowds and good entries too. So it's keep your eye out on that on the NDRC, National Drag Racing Championship, and then at the end, all the points they go, all the points that they accumulate in their respective. We don't have a full schedule of all the vehicles, so they run. We've got, I think, 5 classes here, 5 or 6. I can't remember, but anyway, they race here, and their points go to the National Drag Racing Championship. So all the points they get at these meetings, and so you don't see any top fuelers or any of the other Group 1 classes, but you see some spectacular classes here today, let me tell you. Junior Dragster Western Weekender magazine, or publication, I should say. Puts Dennis Matesic. So young Dennis is he's in the still in. What's this? Oh, that's I was just going to say they're gone. Now that's better. Chloe Rako over in this is Western Weekender Junior Dragster.
Yep.
Second round of qualifying. Chloe Rako.
Chloe's currently 6th in the championship, 450 points.
And Bailey Tandek. Oh, I haven't seen that. It's probably down a little bit further. Chloe Rako, she's been doing really well. And the young bloke, brother, he's been doing pretty good. And Chloe Rako running AA JD, so she can run 760s here. And then 750s. 750s. I ran a 752 over the quarter mile at in Tennessee, Newport, Tennessee. 752 I ran, and
yes,
they can run a 750. So I'd be looking across at the Junior Dragster racing next door to me. As I look around, just out of the corner of my eye, I can see Johnny Someranch in the booth as well. So he'll be joining in the commentary later on. Yeah, well, is it that time already? Oh, yeah, you're early. Good. Impressive.
Bailey and Chloe lining up. Chloe, like to thank Mum and Dad for sponsorship. Bailey's got A Civil and Dual Tech Solutions off the line. Chloe takes the win in the Autobahn Junior Dragster.
Oh.
771.
Gee, you don't often see a JD just that far out from the start line.
No,
I don't know what's happened.
Maybe a small fold of some sort.
Yeah, hope the chain didn't come off. So they'll the crew. It's yep, push it back. Well, yeah, it must be something mechanical because they're unable to go and take the first turn
of some
off.
sort.
Yeah. There we go. It's only a small machine. I mean, when you have a look at it, but when you try and push those things, mate, if you're not used to it, they get heavy.
No, definitely.
Okay, because I'll sign off there for my portion of the program, and I'll hand over to the extremely knowledgeable Johnny Someranch.
So we're just wheeling back this junior dragster's had a bit of a fault here. Mr. Samaranch here is just getting himself comfortable as we get the next two junior dragsters ready for their runs. Have a look here, looks like Alex O'Fellow from Sydney Waterscapes and Robert Ratisky in the CA Motorsports Junior Dragster. These two just getting lined up here. That bit of a make sure everything's all good in the back of the engines here. Get the tyres warmed up. Great series this is for the juniors to get into drag racing. Robert's ready to go. Alex is rolling in. Just getting ready for pre. All right. Robert's ready. Alex is ready. And they're off.
Alex goes 003 red. And Robert goes 071.
Yeah. $7.93 from Alex to an $8.90 from Robert. Just getting the next one ready here. A bit of a different design here on the hood.
Christian Canuli in left-hand lane and Brianna Boscovich in rocket lane.
Brianna's currently seen 16th in the championship. Looking to improve that. Currently sitting on 320 points. So we'll just wait for Christian to get into stage. There we go.
Brianna goes 13 red and Christian goes 35 on a tree, which is excellent light.
Brianna comes around 786 to a 794.
We have Piper Bennett in the Aeroflow lane. Her and her father have just got back from the US. They did Bakersfield, the Las Vegas NHRA race, and plenty of other things. And then they're here this weekend, so living the racing life.
Yeah. Currently in the championship as well.
Yeah, she is.
520 points.
Yep. So yeah, they couldn't really afford to miss this race.
No, definitely not.
And we have Tegan Smith in the rocket lane.
Yep. Tegan's currently 5th in the championship.
Yep.
Looking to try and improve that. She's tied for 4th, 5th and 6th, so
yeah, it's going to be tough.
she might try and You might end up on the podium if she gets a couple of wins happening this weekend.
Yep.
Try and push it up a bit. She's sponsored by AM Liquid Clothing, Lucas Oil Stop Slow Traffic Control. And Piper here, she's sponsored by Stratoform Consulting, Tequila Sunrise, Smith Concepts, Cool Culture, and 8 Crew Designs.
Yeah, Smith Concepts painted that car, so it's got a super trick paint job on it.
Yeah.
Piper's car.
It's half the fun, isn't it, John?
Popper gets away with those 72 light, and Tegan with a 100. Tegan runs a 774 and Piper an 804.
Benjamin Uddard up next. Low fabrications. Good old Chubby Low over at Girraween. ITFI, Pro Lift Toic. Nakaya Kundrum, sponsored
All
by...
the way up from Noble Park, Victoria.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do plenty of travel in the Cardham team.
Mm-hmm.
Dad races in Top Sportsman.
Good to see the generations coming through.
Yes, that's what Junior Drags is all about.
Uh-huh. Ben's currently 9th in the championship, sitting on 400 points. Just waiting for Benjamin to get into stage. Great reaction time by both.
Yeah, great. 34 on the left and 32 on the right. Excellent lights.
Benjamin takes the win in an 8.58 with a 3. And Kai comes across the line with a 12.66. Next pairing's coming up.
Daniela Boskovic in the rocket lane. I believe this car's for sale if anybody is interested.
Okay.
And Taylor Canuli in the aeroflow lane from Luddenham. Danielle's from Wondandian down the south coast.
Currently sitting on 100 points, Danielle. Bosco Motorsport Junior Dragster, sponsored by Diecast Mania. Taylor would like to thank PC Racing for their support. It seems, although it is for the juniors, it also seems like it's great for the parents and the family to be involved. And
Oh, absolutely. There's plenty of third generation
yeah,
races in Junior Dragster.
yeah, those
Plenty of racers that have stepped up into the bigger classes once they've aged out. So yeah, it's a fantastic feeder category for the sport.
both off the line. Great reaction times there. And Danielle takes the win with an 8.83. Taylor crosses the line with a 12.41.
Riley Ito in the rocket lane in an A Junior Dragster, and Ethan Hargrave, another one up from Victoria in a B Junior Dragster. I think Ethan's dad runs an alcohol funny car.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then Ethan he's got support here from Middy's Electrical and Wild Ink.
Yep. Yeah, Wild Ink sponsor a lot of cars.
Yep.
Good looking t-shirts.
Definitely appreciate their support.
Riley goes 835 red and Ethan goes 094 on the tree.
Yeah. Riley with the Murphy Finance Solutions Dragster crosses the line at an 8.11 with a 4. Ethan comes across 11.9 with a 7, 11.90 with a 7.
We have Zane Condillo in Aeroflow Lane in the A Junior Dragster and Jacob Longo in a B Junior Dragster.
So Jacob's actually second in the championship in the Rocket Lane. 460 points. Just looking at Zane. Zane's currently sitting in 13th on 370 points. Zane's represented here with Fine Line Motorsports and Bozzoletti Auto Body. Jacob's here with Trackside Automotive. The Zane just getting himself ready on the line here, getting into pre-stage. Both into the pre, getting ready for the stage. There we go.
Nice, careful staging. It's the way to do it. Zane gets away on a 0.53 and Jacob on 0.31. Geez, everyone's on their game on the tree today. All right, now we have Liam O'Neill in the senior dragster, sponsored by Princey Motorsport, and Savannah Condillo in an A junior dragster, which is Zane's sister. Joe Princey has been around junior dragster from the beginning. See Joe down there on the start line walking over to the fence. He's looking good with his beard, actually. Very handsome Italian.
It's funny, you see, fairly supported here by Fine Line Motorsports. Liam's here with the Princey Motorsport, Rusty Media Solutions and WideOpen.com.
Yep, Savannah goes 0.74 red. That's pretty red. And Liam with a 143.
Savannah across the line with an 803 with a 4. Liam comes across with a 1201 with a 7 at 53. Charlotte Lifting in the Aeroflow lane, Speedflow Junior Dragster, Brandon Benassif from North Hawks Auto Care in Granville. Waiting on Jaden's side to get the dragster ready up to the line. Here he comes rolling in.
Charlotte's from Oxley Island. I don't know where that is.
I'm not too sure myself.
Ah,
So now that we've asked the question, I have to look
ask
it up.
Dr. Google, yeah.
Yeah. So I just
Both in the stage. Charlotte goes 0.36 red and an excellent light out of Jaden, 0.17.
Charlotte crosses the line with an 835 and a 7. And Jaden crosses the line with a 1252. Oxley Island up near Old Bar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now we know.
Yeah. Just for those playing at home.
We have Georgia Lifting
Yep.
in the left lane, also from Oxley Island, obviously because they're sisters.
Yeah, so Charlotte was third, currently third in the championship. Georgia's currently 7th.
Yep, and Jake McNamara in the Rocket Lane.
Yep, Jake's currently in 14th.
Yep.
So.
Oh, and he's sponsored by the Bank of Pop.
Yep.
That's always a good bank.
That's yeah.
Very generous. And Princey Motorsport.
So also, Georgia's sponsored by Ice Slushies.
Yeah. Yeah, that's another good sponsor, yeah. You can see Brett White down there with his nephew on the start line. He'll be driving his alcohol funny car a little bit later today. Racing family.
Both of them in pre-stage. Jake's getting get ready now, coming into stage. Here he goes.
138 for Georgia and 103 for Jake.
Jake takes the win there at 772. Georgia gets a 917 with the 2.
Yep, Jake was in a AA junior dragster, so he can do that.
Yep.
Emma Lifting. All the girls are racing today.
She's currently 22nd in the championship.
Yep.
George Tacullis is coming out.
Both in C junior dragsters. Yep. George sponsored by Brick and Go Bricklaying and Hume Performance. And Emma sponsored by Speedflow Products. Wonder if her dad's racing his altered today. I'm not sure. He races in Outlaws.
I haven't.
Yeah, I haven't seen the entry list.
Let's have a
He's going to have a very big day with 3 juniors, and if he's got the altered here as well.
Yeah. It's got both of them staged. Get ready for the light. There we go. Emma took off a little early, but not that much. Crosses the line, comes across now. A 12:42 to a 12:06.
Emma's dad's not racing, so he can look after the juniors. Alex Roddenberry in another AA junior dragster from Picton. And Daniela Axiak in another AA junior dragster from Tarmore. Yeah, Picton and Tarmore, right next to each other.
Both down the south there. Danielle's currently 4th championship, 450 points. It's sponsored by Precision Racing, John Ryan Freight, and Stylish Signs.
And Alex is sponsored by Hunter Race Engines, MLJ Constructions, and Scruffy. Scruffy is Brian Lake, by the way. Yeah, it's a tight points race, isn't it?
Yes, it gets very competitive with the junior dragsters, which is great. Keeps it going.
Yeah, it keeps everyone on their toes.
Gets the competition, keeps it in the competition. Just waiting for Daniela here to get into stage. There she goes.
Oh, God.
Both same reaction time, but both red.
Both 018 reds. Don't see that very often.
No. So 768 with a 7 to a 782 with a 1.
What mile an hour was that? I missed that.
84.
Okay. That's fast.
Yeah.
And last but not least, we've got Jeffrey McNiff in another AA junior dragster from Warrington Downs. Sponsored by St Mary's Engines, which is his dad Brett McNiff's business, and also sponsored by Terry's Diffs and Chassis.
Just a solo here for Jeffrey. Currently 26th of the championship with 110 points. Lined up the stage and he's off.
012 red. Goes 163 in a 60 foot.
Finishes
Runs
up
at 763 at 85 mile an hour.
Moving over now the junior drag. Junior drag bike, sorry.
We're moving to junior bike.
Yep.
And these guys don't mind punishing their rear tyres. Josh Burtonshaw in the Rocket Lane. Must be sponsored by the Banker Dad, the way he punishes that tyre. And Aidan Jordan in the Aeroflow lane. Josh goes red. And Aidan 462 on a tree.
Just currently leading the championship, 680 points.
Josh is leading it?
Yeah.
Yep. Not shy with their burnouts. Anastasia Lucky on a
The 666 Racing Custom.
Kawasaki Ninja.
On the Ninja, yep. Lucky stickers and decals, heavy duty magazine.
And Lincoln Delios on a B Junior Dragster bike. Sponsored by LA Cycles, well-known Harley shop here in Sydney. Anastasia gets away with a 326 light and Lincoln on a 224.
It's the race of second versus third here. Anastasia takes the win here at a 9.76 at 73. Lincoln comes across 11.99 at 53. So that looks like the end of our junior bike, sorry. Looks like we've got street bike up next. Just swap the track over from our 8th mile competitions just then back to our quarter. Do a quick timing adjustment, track adjustment. Just got to throw up to the big screen here, have a look at our sponsors. Don't forget to check out the PDRC Pro Drag Racing socials on Facebook, Instagram and YouTube. Just search for PDRC Pro Drag Racing. Actually live now on those platforms. So why not check them out, give them a like, give them a follow, or give them a subscribe. I'd like to thank some of our supporters here. Without them, there would not be a PDRC drag race event here. So thanks to Crackling Pipes Photography. Enviro Waste Services Group for all your liquid waste requirements. Check out Enviro. Special thanks to the NDRC, the National Drag Racing Championship, for facing our facility. Special thanks to the Overtake Lane. Don't forget to check out Overtake Lane on social media. Overtake Lane also on YouTube. Rusty Media Solutions for the great support and their coverage of the PDRC. And Dragway. As I said, at the venues like these, we wouldn't have the competitions we have. So, upcoming events here, 6th of December, we've got Bike Night. Bike themed, so if you want to do some drags, bring it down 6th on the Friday, 6th of December. And we've got Race for Real coming up on the 24th with Sashi Car Show. So if you want to enter there is a car show available to be entered. You can apply to have your VAR. I believe they're also doing entry for free for participants, winning participants. So make sure to check that out. Wednesday, 27th of November, we've got our V8 versus Inline 6 theme night. So if you have a V8 or you have an Inline 6, bring them along. You have discounted entry. Be good to see some grudge matches going on there. Friday the 20th of December, we've got our Friday. Good old Friday burnout competition down here at the burnout pad. If you haven't been to a burnout event before, then definitely put that one in your calendar and make the attendance for that one. That's definitely one to come and have a look at. So we'll just have a look at the track now. Get some officials. Looks like we're getting the all clear here to get some action going again. Say hello to our live stream viewers here on the PDRC Facebook. Later on this afternoon, we'll be on their Facebook, on their YouTube page. We're also streaming on the Sydney Dragway socials as well. So quick hello to Ben Garrett there, Benny, Mr. Gypsy, Paul Spillman. All right. Doing a quick more prep check here. Don't forget to take advantage of our facilities. We do have our kiosks available for food. Also got the merchandise opening very soon, the PDRC merchandise. Don't forget to check that out before you head home tonight. Grab a t-shirt. You can hear the engines firing up. Means we're getting ready for some drag racing once again. Adrian Watson, the Shed-Built Racing Yamaha R6. Mick Weathers in the Heavy Duty magazine. Looks like a Harley. Yep. The HD Mag number plate. He's also sponsored by Twin Tune Performance, Foot Silicone, and Ari Helmets. Tight little burnouts there from our two participants.
Mick has travelled all the way from St Clair.
Across his line there, 11.57 with a 416 and 10.89 at 129. Ross Vanderhoek here in the Kawasaki Z900 in the Aeroflow lane.
And Jesse Barnes in the Rocket lane.
So Jesse's here, she's sponsored by Pro Team Motorcycles and D-Wood Interiors. Make sure to check them out.
And Jesse recently out of Junior Dragsters.
Okay.
Ross goes 047 red.
Great run
Jesse
by
goes
Jesse.
090 green.
6.67 in the 8th to bring it home to a 10.12 in the 10.12 to a 5 at 142.
And Ross goes 13.53.
This Barnes takes out fastest time so far for this weekend.
So Andrew Richards in Aeroflow lane on an Indian Scout. And Joseph Borg on a Kawasaki ZZR 1200. Indian Scout, good looking motorcycle. Oop, we've stopped, so not quite sure what's happening there. Starters having a look at the track.
Just checking the track here. Might have a little spits of rain. Just confirming with the officials.
Don't say that R word. Now we have reds on, so we've got a little bit of precipitation.
So take a quick short break up in the commentary team while we have a bit of a weather delay. So make sure you check out the PDRC merch stand up the top of the hill here. Also got the kiosk for your food facilities. Grab some lunch. We'll be back very shortly. Rain delay, guys. Make sure you go check out our merchandise stands for the PDRC at the top of here. Excellent variety of merchandise available. Also, pit lanes are also open if you want to take the children or even yourselves down the pits and check out the cars. Excellent opportunity to go check them out while they're at a standstill. Great opportunity to get up and close with the some of our favourites. We'll be back shortly, hopefully, guys. With some rain is not raining, so to speak. But I said, just remember to take care of our facilities. We've got excellent kiosk facilities, food services, merchandise, PDRC merchandise upstairs. And I said the pit lane. Back shortly, guys. While we have a bit of a delay, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to just have a quick look at the big screen at our sponsors for today's event. Also remind you, have a look if you while you're on your phones, jump on Facebook, give a like to the PDRC Facebook page. Also subscribe to the YouTube channel where the live stream is today. Merchandise is available up the top of the hill. Be sure to go check that out, grab some lunch, grab a feed while we got a bit of a pause in activities. Special thanks to Rusty Media Solutions for helping us today with today's broadcast. Also Overtaking Lane, make sure you check out Overtaking Lane on YouTube. Just have a look at some upcoming events coming up shortly. We've got our bike night coming up on the 6th of December. So if you have a bike and you want to give it a run, bring your mate, do a couple of grad races with some bike mates. 6th of December, Friday. Be sure to check that out, put that down the calendar. 24th of November, we've got the Race for Real Sunday session. Also featuring the Masashi Car Show. If you have a vehicle you wish to put on display at the car show, be sure to check out our events page on Oztix. And V8 versus the Inline 6 theme night, Wednesday 27th of November. If you have a V8 or an Inline 6, be sure to check it out. You have discounted entry for that event. We've got the Thank God It's Friday, Khalidi edition, 20th of December. Be sure to check that one out if you're into your burnouts. As I said on the socials, make sure you give a like to PDRC Pro Drag Racing on Facebook, Instagram. Check out the YouTube where the live stream is also today. And as I mentioned, the merch store up the top here. You've got your hoodies, your hats, your shirts. Why not wear them? Grab a merch while you're here so you've been to the event. So I've still got a bit of delay, as I said. Got the kiosks available, lunch facilities. Grab a feed. And we'll be back with you shortly. Welcome back to the Pro Drag Racing Championship, brought to you by the NDRC. Just finishing up with our cleanup. Looks like we're removing some of the covers off our reaction tree. Special thanks to Overtaking Lane for their support, Rusty Media Solutions. As I said before, if you've had the opportunity to go and grab a feed at our kiosks, the merchandise stand's also available upstairs. Pit lane's also open. Take the kids down, show them the cars up nice and close. So upcoming 6th of December, we've got our bike night, Friday 6th of December. If you have a bike, you wish to bring a mate along, maybe bring a group along. 24th of November, got the Race for Real Sunday sessions featuring Musashi. If you have a car you'd like to enter in our car show, please check out our events page and purchase your tickets. Race for Real V8 versus Inline 6 theme night. If you have a V8 Inline 6, be sure to bring a long discount entry. And we've got Thank God It's Friday, Clearly Edition, 20th of December 2024. So, just trying the track now. Got the tractors out. Make sure you check out the PDRC Pro Drag Racing on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. If you could give them a subscribe, give them a like, it'd be much appreciated. As I said before, merch store open upstairs. Hoodies, jumpers, t-shirts, hats, got it all. Be sure to check it out while we're on delay here. So I've got Crackling Pipes Photography. Thank you for their ongoing support. Enviro Waste Services, any liquid waste. If you have any liquid waste needs, be sure to check them out. Their details are across from you on the hill. And thanks to the NDRC, the National Drag Racing Championship, for providing their facilities and their services. As I said, the Pro Racing Drag Championship does go towards NDRC points. So, as I said, we do appreciate their ongoing support. We'll be finishing up here shortly. As I said, we'll come back to you very soon. Hopefully we'll get some action and not too soon in the future.
You come around here. I was found here. You come around here. Leading me higher. Leading me higher. Leading me higher. Leading me higher.
Andrew Richards, Indian Scout, Team Digger Racing, Richards Racing, and Joseph Bork. He's Kawasaki ZR 1200. Just getting themselves situated in the pre-stage. Joseph there got a 7.09 to the 8th to an 8.4 to the 8th, finishing both over a 10.9 with a 5, 124 to a 13.1 at 101. Brings Joseph into 7th place. Up next, you got Angela Phillips Hunt. And they fairly sponsored by the family.
And she's riding a Suzuki Hayabusa. And Greg Harradin in the Rocket Lane, riding a Kawasaki ZX14R.
Got a red light there from Angela, unfortunately. Looks like Greg's got a 026 reaction time. Closing up the end here with a 10.08 with a 5, 143 to a 10.58 at 141.
That puts Greg in a second spot and Angela in a fifth spot. Daniel Burtonshaw in the Rocket Lane, riding a Hayabusa. And Ronnie Gilb riding a Kawasaki ZZR.
Just waiting for the aeroflow lane from Ronnie to get into stage. Supported by RPM Moto.
Ronnie gets away with the 099 line. And Daniel with a 212.
And Daniel takes the win at a 10.29 with a 2 at 135 to a 10.42 with a 4 at 130.
And that brings us in a Street Fighter, which, if you're thinking of going racing, is a fantastic class to go into. You can race virtually anything. As you can see in the right lane, Sean Dartnell is racing a Hyundai 130. Jason Regent in the XD Falcon. .002 light for Sean.
It looks like, and it's Jason's going to take the win at a 13.38 with a 501 to a 16.64 with a 6 at 82. Coming next, you've got Wayne Smith in his HSV Club Sport.
And Nicholas Viralis in the XR6 Falcon. Pretty sure Nicholas's dad used to race in Super Sedan. If it's the same Viralis.
Okay. The good old traditional Holden versus Ford battle.
And Wayne's sponsored by his wife. Very important. Ooh, 010 light for Wayne and a 122 for Nicholas. Very good light in one of these cars. Super hard to get a good reaction because they react so slow, these cars.
Wayne Smith takes the win with a 13.27 with a 704. Nicholas gets a 14.86 with a 2 at 94. Next, we've got the Hyundai i30 of Jamie Turner.
All the way from Kilmore, Victoria. The Turner family, everybody races. And Jack Matasevic in the right lane in another Falcon.
Jack's proudly sponsored here by Modern Style Kitchens over at Bringelly. Both of them in the pre-stage, getting ready for stage.
Oh, red light for Jamie 036 and an 049 for Jack.
And Jack takes the win with a 14.31 with a 6 at 98 to a 16.92 with a 6 at 81.
As you'll notice, these guys don't do burnouts, they drive around the water box. Or some of them. They've got Guy Greenland in a scrapyard Commodore and Ashley Vincent in another Commodore. Guy gets away with a 060 light and Ashley with a 071. It's pretty tight.
And Ashley takes the win with a 15.95 with a 5 at 89 to a 16.28 with a 6 at 86.
And another Falcon. These Barrow things are popular. Montana Johnson from St Mary's and Glenn Featherstone in a Commodore.
Glenn's currently third in the championship, looking to improve on that. He's currently tied for third and fourth, so wants to hopefully improve on that.
Yeah, Glenn went red with a minus 039. And Montana's going to have to sharpen that up a bit. Went 335 on the tree.
Glenn does a 13.36 with a 0 at 89 to a 15.86 at 91.
We've got Glenn Garlick in a Commodore in the airflow lane, and Fiona Crisps normally races in modified. So she's racing her Hyundai Tucson. Let's see how she goes. 3-3 light for Fiona. She won't be happy with that. And a 077 for Glenn.
Glenn looks like he's going to take the win here from the OG Mechanical Commodore. Crosses the line with a 14.19 with a 7 at 83 to a 15.59 with a 2 at 87. Great thing about this category, John, is you can bring your daily down and enter it into competition.
Yeah, that's the best part of this bracket. You can race anything you want. Doesn't matter how quick or slow it is, you can be competitive. We have Danny Stadelmeyer in the right lane. All the other competitors call him the GOAT. I don't know what that's about. I think he breeds goats. I'm not sure. And Christopher Viralis in the left-hand lane.
Red light there from Christopher, unfortunately.
Both in Falcons. Yeah, 006 red. That was close.
Very close.
And 117 for Danny.
And they come up to the line now, and Danny takes the win at a 13.82 with a 1 to 98.
And that Falcon is basically stock. It's just been gutted. So you can build a car to race this bracket for $3,000-4,000 if you shop smart. We have Shane McGregor in the Rocket Lane in a XW Falcon, and Michael Zara in the Airflow Lane in a Holden Ute. Holden Ute? That's not right.
WH Statesman, maybe.
Yeah, it says Ute on our screen, so I don't know what's going on there.
Get that fixed up. Shane's supported by B&S Waterproofing.
And Shane goes 025 red. Michael goes 077.
And Shane's going to take the win here.
The 13.40. Yep. And Michael on a 15.84. Well, there's something you don't see every day. There's a hamster in Street Fighter. It just proves you can run whatever you want.
Yep. Jeremy's sponsored by the Area 52 Couriers, Diecast Mania and Bosco Autos.
And Ben Roberts in another Falcon.
FG. Choosing to go around the burnout box. Not much suspension on those hamsters, John.
Nah, this one's solid rear, I believe. That diff is super wide, isn't it?
Mm.
Flathead powered. Ford flathead.
Okay.
Normally runs 14s, I think.
Okay.
If I remember right.
Let's see if he can improve on that.
Yep.
Take the lead off the tree.
237 for Jeremy, 388 for Ben.
Pretty close.
Yeah, close race.
And Ben takes the win.
Yeah.
14.90 with a 3 at 93 to a 15.06 with a 2 at 87.
Yeah, I think Jeremy will be a little disappointed with that. I think they're expecting that to run a little better, but anyway.
Coming up next, we've got the bikereview.com.au modified bike category.
Michael Borg in the Rocket Lane, riding a Kawasaki ZX12R. And in the Airflow Lane, Matthew Hunt from Pitt Town, riding a GSXR. Matthew Hunt's Angela Hunt's boyfriend, husband.
Okay.
Something.
Yep. So Matthew's currently 12th in the championship, 160 points. And Michael's in at 6th place.
032 for Matthew and 059 for Michael. These are both fast bikes. Very fast.
Yeah, Matthew took the win there.
950.
Yep.
Sorry.
No, 956 with a 0, 144 to a 984, the 1 at 138.
We have Mark Davies on another GSXR and Albie Davidson on a Hayabusa.
Albie's currently 3rd in the championship, hoping to extend that 500 points. Sponsored by the vinyltree.com.au, All Care Car Services and Team Digger Motorsport.
Mark goes red, 160. Albie goes 135 on a tree.
Mark finishes up there
Mark
with a
runs
992.
it through for a 992. And Albie with a 10.06. Robert Simmons in the airflow lane. Is Robert leading the points?
Not too sure. Like, Robert Simmons currently is in 20th.
Oh, God.
Yeah, he's on 70 points.
And Michael Richards in the rocket lane.
He's in second place.
There you go. Robert runs it through for a 9.23 and Michael with a 10.21. Now we have Jimmy Jock Stewart on a Kawasaki ZX14R and Gareth Wilcox on a Kawasaki ZX14R. Don't get away with, okay, lights. 106 in the left lane, 117 in the right lane.
Make sure to check out Gareth Wilcox's YouTube channel. And Gareth takes the win here at 8.97 with a 2, 144 to a 10.19 at 146. Sean Ricketts coming up next. Heavy Duty Magazine Kawasaki.
Where's Sean in the points?
Sean's number 1.
Oh, there you go.
Number 1, Sean, 570 points at the moment.
Geez, that's a healthy lead.
Yes.
He'd be happy with that.
Yeah, taking on Lucas Nago. He's in 10th place on the Maltese Express Suzuki.
And up from Stanhope in Victoria, Maltese Express. And she goes 002 red, P, I should say, sorry. And 092 for Sean.
And it finishes up here with a 9.31 with a 6 at 143 to a 9.59 at 145.
And now we are into Boosted Outlaws. We have Zach Palm in the airflow lane, in a rear engine dragster, and Anthony Bull in a BA Falcon. Anthony's car's got a Windsor in it, and Zach's has a big block Chev 540 Cube. Anthony's sponsored by Shire Performance Engines and Zach by Trim Southwest Queensland, SFM Concrete Pumping and Spraying, Hearts Paint and Panel and Aeroflow Performance Products. I don't think Zach's raced this car down here in Sydney yet. I think this is his first pass. He's from Queensland but is working in a race shop now at Rocket Industries, so I guess he's brought the car down with him.
Anthony currently sits second in the championship. His vehicle is fairly sponsored by Shire Automotive Mechanical and Shire Performance. Has a second in the championship, 280 points.
Yeah, Zach won't have any points, I don't think, because he hasn't run yet.
No, nothing is yet on the board.
Yeah.
Zach's sponsored by GM Auto Repairs, Rocket Industries, Trim, Southeast Queensland, Pacific Concreting.
Burley gets away with a 070 light and Zach with a 221. Zach's got a problem.
Yeah, and Anthony powers through for 727 with a 1 at 191.
Well, the 101.60, very nice. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Zach's car there, but he's rolling on through. They're going to open the gate and push him through there.
As we get Into our next ones, we've got Brittany Olive, championship leader, 450 points.
She's got quite a healthy lead.
Brought to you by A Civil Motorsport and MJ Mobile Mechanics. Hemi 451 powered dragster. Curtis Reed, AFT Plumbing Services, and he's my dragster. Just retrieving this vehicle at the 8th mile gate. Quick shout out to our Sydney Dragway official crew here for their time and efforts here today. Making sure we secure the safety of our drivers.
Could not do it without them. Very important part of Sydney Dragway, that volunteers.
Quick inspection of the track at the top end here. Looks like I have a little bit of a spill here in the aeroflow. Having a
Sorry.
quick look at the top end here to
Yeah, it looks like there's a little bit of a clean-up going on, so we'll have a short
got
break.
some transmission fluid up the deep end here, so we'll cross over to our big screen here and have a look at our supporters and sponsors. Special mention to our supporters. Don't forget to check out the PDRC Pro Drag Racing page on Facebook, Instagram and YouTube. Make sure you give it a like, a subscribe. So while we've got the delay, grab out your phone, jump on the socials. Just a reminder, the merch store is available upstairs. You've got your shirts, beanies, hoodies. Special thanks here to Cackling Pipes Photography for the photography for services. Make sure you check out the cacklingpipes.com website, any footage, any photos that you wish to purchase. Thanks to our Enviro Waste Services, Liquid Waste Services. If you have any liquid waste and you have any commercial needs, be sure to check them out. Thanks to the NDRC, National Drag Racing Championship, for being able to sanction this event. I said all these points go towards the NDRC points. And Overtaking Lane YouTube channel. Don't forget to check them out. Give them a subscribe. They're providing all their media facilities. Without that, there'll be no media facility, so to speak. Musty Media Solutions. His expertise, putting this all together, spitting it out to the world over YouTube and Facebook. So thank you, Sydney Dragway, for hosting today's event. Having a look at the deep end here, still telling you it looks like a transmission leak. Have a look at the upcoming events, guys. Bike night, Friday the 6th of December 2024. If you have a bike or you're part of a bike group, make sure you bring out your mates, give it a good old grudge race. 24th of November, you've got the Race for Real Sunday sessions featuring the Musashi Car Show. If you have a car you wish to enter into our car show, be sure to check out the website. The Race for Real V8 versus Inline 6 theme night. That's on the 27th of November. You've got a V8 or Inline 6. You do have discount entry, so you should come along and enter your vehicle. And then on the 20th of December, we've got the Thank God It's Friday, the Khalid edition. I said that's on the 20th of December. If you're into your burnouts, that's definitely one to pencil in your calendar and come down. So we're just having a quick little mop up here at the end of the aeroflow lane. We've got Brittany Olive and crew getting ready here in the aeroflow lane themselves. Curtis Reid in the purple dragster here, the AFT Plumbing Services. Brittany's here on behalf of A Civil Motorsport and MJ Mobile Mechanical. Hemi 451 dragster. Curtis here in the Mayer dragster.
Did you say Brittany's leading the points?
She is well and truly leading the points, sir.
Okay.
450 to 280.
Had a good season.
A great season.
Where's Curtis in the points?
Curtis, he's in third.
Okay, that's
sitting on
good.
270.
Yep.
So, have you as a
And Bully's
depending on
in
Anthony,
second, so
depending on Bully goes, and if
yeah.
Reid might be able to bring it back around.
Yeah, it's pretty tight for second spot, isn't it?
Yeah. It's good to see the Boost Outlaws having it. It's a
Very healthy field.
correct.
Yeah.
It's a great field.
Good to see. I can see Brittany's dad out there on the start line, Shane Olive, walking around having a look at the track. Shane has driven everything. Nitro funny cars, fuel altereds, you name it, he's driven it. He might not have driven Street Fighter though.
We thank you for joining today's coverage. My name is Adam Heron, and I am joined by John Summeranch up in the commentary team. We appreciate you guys tuning in on the live stream or here in attendance physically. Just having a quick little spill cleanup up on the end of the airflow lane. We'll get back into action shortly. As I said, if you're in the stands and you're feeling a bit hungry, now's a great time to grab some food or check out the merch stand up the top. Big shout out to Benny Grand and Red Rum out on the YouTube channels, saying a quick hello. Mr. Gypsy himself as well. Panel Man Van. Couple of Sydney viewers there, one from the UK. It's good to see that the overseas watchers.
And if anyone on the stream wants to ask us a question, we'll do our best to answer it. About anything. Nearly everything.
Being around thought it'd be funny when we asked where our viewers are from, and he said from home. Cheeky Benny.
Yes. I see Paul Turner and Jess Turner out there on the start line. Paul was a very accomplished dragster racer back in the 90s, and Jess has taken over that mantle with her dragster, although she runs modified. I believe she's running Street Fighter this weekend, which is cool as. Oh no, it's her brother's driving her car, I think. And Ryan Caulfield walking around with a big camera sticking out of his chest. Yes, Ryan, I can see you. Hello, Ryan. Did you get a photo of Tim doing that burnout? Beautiful. Wasn't much smoke, Tim.
Just looking up here at the 60-foot line, we've got me, Olive, here on the sideline here. Looks like her legs are getting tired, waiting here for the cars to get back into action.
Yeah.
Our officials and volunteers up the end of the track, just finalising this transmission spill from the previous drag car. Couple of crew members checking out the track. Making sure there's nothing down the front here. Make sure they get the right groove.
And Phil Reid out on the track too, checking out the start line grip for his car that Curtis Reid is driving.
And welcome back to the PDRC Pro Drag Racing Championship. Proudly supported on behalf of the NDRC as well. Looks like we're about to go underway quite soon. Burnout boxes getting watered down. Golf carts coming back. There's a signal, power them up.
Mia's getting ready to run. Yeah. Run, Mia, run.
Thumbs up both teams, getting ready to fire them up. Give him a bit of squirt in the hat. Brittany and Curtis obviously eager to go now after sitting into the cars for some time. Going into the burnout.
Short, sharp burnout for Brittany. Different motor in Brittany's car today, so it should be interesting to see how it goes.
Curtis and Brittany rolling back in, nearing the stage. You see the crew sitting left and right with their hands to make sure the car is lined specifically where they want it. Bringing the cars up into pre-stage. Curtis in the pre-stage.
Brittany rolls in.
Very close there.
659 for Brittany and a 671 for Curtis. That puts them in 1 and 2 spot.
Brittany Olive still got her 636 previously. Keeps her in first place. Curtis in the second. Next we've got Way 44 and the EL Falcon, Rad's Race Engines, and Potang from the Grudge Kings in his gas racing Morizity Civil.
Toyota Supra with a 2JZ.
Yep. Winding up the boost in the 2J.
Poe, a very experienced racer, been racing a long time. Joe Signorelli out there on the start line with him.
Yeah, just a quick signal here from Poe. Looks like he might want to redo an issue, might want to do another burnout.
Yeah, that looks like he's backing
They're
out.
backing it out. It'll look like we're doing a solo run for the Falcon.
Falcon has a small block Ford in it.
Just adjustment of the wheelie bars in the back. Usually they adjust them after they do their burnout. Bring them back down to the height they want. Purpose of wheelie bars, basically, as it does, stops the wheelies. You want all four on the road, John, not two.
That always helps. And there's nitrous on Ray's car.
Yeah, a little bit of a purge there.
Bit of a purge, yes. Yeah, since they've boosted Outlaws up to turbo and nitrous cars, it's made the bracket a whole lot more diverse. Leaves with a 124 60 foot. That's 485 to the 8th and runs it through for a 729 and 192 mile an hour.
Puts him into fourth position.
Next we have Gareth Rogers in the airflow lane. Another one of the Rocket Race Shop boys. And David McGaw in the Rocket lane. Sideways burnout from Gareth.
David comes in second, showing, hey, I can do that as well.
Yeah.
Quick cut concrete Pontiac Firebird. Gareth and his Phantom Altered Aeroflow.
I believe everyone from the Aeroflow shop, race shop, is racing this weekend in one form or another. Very good to see. Let's see Spud there at the back of the car in his race suit. He's running in Super Sedan. Morris McMillan guiding Gareth in.
Closing the roof hatch of David's car as they bring him rolling back up into stage. Gareth and his team just patiently waiting. Bringing in David now into pre-stage. No, both of them in pre-stage now, going into the stage.
At 29 light for Gareth,
it.
excellent. And a 172 for Dave. Yep, looks like Gareth's had a little bit of a problem. Runs it through for an 8.9 and Dave goes 682.
Looks like both of them were pedaling it a little bit up there.
Yep, not sure what happened to Gareth's car there.
Up next, we've got Toby Austin and his Chevrolet Camaro. Come down from Wallsend.
Sponsored by Tobster Racing and Engineering. And Grant Watt, the Holden Tirana.
Yeah, he's in the Beston's Auto Parts Grant's Performance Tirana.
I didn't know Grant was driving this.
Black Tirana with the motor hanging out in the front of it. Both drivers have the signal to commence their burnout. Nice
Strong
and straight there
burnout
from
from
Toby.
Toby.
Still a straightness there from Grant. Well, get them rolled back now. Teams will look over the vehicle, make sure everything's still secured.
Toby came out of junior dragsters a few years ago now. Was a very successful racer in junior days.
Yeah.
And Grant Watt has been racing a long time.
It's a great thing about the junior dragsters, John.
Hey?
Gets them into it, the junior dragsters,
Yeah,
gets them into
absolutely.
it.
Yep.
Gives them that itch.
Good stepping stone.
100%.
Grant Watt is the proprietor of Grant's Performance.
Just a quick hello to all our people watching live on the Facebook and YouTube, PDRC channels.
Dad Graham puts Toby in the stage. Grant's got his pre-stage lights on. Bringing the revs up. Oh,
3 wheels from Grant. Trying to do a catch-up now to Toby. Toby crosses over 664 with a 0 at 195 to the 782 with a 4 181.
Puts Toby in second spot. And Grant in 7th. Is that Naomi Dyson down there? It looks like her walking back. Hello, Naomi. Next we have Jeff Sargent in a KB powered Chevrolet Camaro. I think Jeff is pretty new in this car. It has licensing on the back window, so yes, he is new to this car. Good looking Camaro. Just sponsored by Sargent's Roofing. Thinking that's his business.
Crew giving Jeff, checking over the vehicle here, make sure everything's secure, give him the all clear. Jeff and the Sergeant Roofer Camaro getting into stage.
And runs it through for a half track.
Rolls through 8:43 to a 6 at 107. Now, ladies and gentlemen, up next we've got quite a memorial occasion here. Jamie Robertson driving in his altered roadster here. He's going to be carrying his father, the late Lep Robertson, well known to the drag racing hot rod community. Once he fires his chute, he'll be also dispersing his father's ashes. So we're going to give him a solo run, give him that opportunity.
A beautiful send-off for Lep. He'll be very happy with that.
Jamie's here on behalf of Hydro Last Restoration. And as I said, he has his late father, late Lep Robertson, on board the vehicle with him. His ashes will be released once the parachutes are also released.
Yeah, Lep's been around the Sydney racing scene from the beginning, basically.
Yeah, he's a very well respected man in the industry.
Yeah, well known, well respected. Good fella.
It's very fitting.
Yes, that it is. Very emotional for everybody.
Quick clear out of the engine before he goes in the stage. We sent Jamie off.
Oi! Oh, just misses the cone.
Final four to Lep Robertson.
It's a typical altered pass. Fantastic. Rest in peace, Lep. He would have been pleased with that.
I'd like to thank the Robertson family on giving us an opportunity to celebrate the life of Lep. As I said, much well-respected member of the drag racing hot rod community. And coming up next, we've got the back into the bikes. Quick track inspection. Wally Hoster here from Kellyville, the BC Performance Suzuki GCXR, Brant Gilliver from South Windsor, Mick Hone Motorcycles Suzuki GCXR. He's also sponsored by Extra Soy Candles, American Performance Engineering. Nice little burn there from Brant.
Grant sponsored by Extra Soy Candles and American Performance Engineering, Team Ape. Frank gets away with 074 light and Wally with 135. And Brant runs it through for a 797 and Wally with a 910. This is a heads-up pro tree bracket. So there's no handicap on the tree and no breakout.
Up next to Alex Board, as party racing. Deanna as a party.
Dion is second in the points.
Yep. Sitting on 520. And Alex is in 7th place, sitting on 230.
Alex sponsored by Rams Heads. Down by As a Party Earth Moving.
Beautiful paint job on Dean's car there. Pink definitely stands out.
Yeah. Bad light for Alex, 082. Oh, that's a fast bike. Yes, sir. 698 at 212 mile an hour.
Dean brings home with an 896 at 147.
That is fast for no wheelie bar.
Ryan Franks in the airflow lane. GSF Engineering, Mike Lawson from DY on the Suzuki Hayabusa in the rocket lane.
Ryan's a Mount Druitt boy. Just up the road.
He's also leading the championship, 560 points.
Very nice.
Mike Lawson sitting in 5th place. He's currently on 480 points.
Both riding Hayabusas. Mike knocks the top light out. 279 light for Ryan and a 056 for Mike. Ryan runs it through for a 773, and Mike with a 831. Puts Ryan in a 4th spot and Mike in a 6th spot. Next we have Darren Foley in the Aeroflow lane, sponsored by Rams Head Service on a Suzuki Hayabusa, and Cherie Buggy on another Hayabusa, sponsored by 666 Racing Custom. She's from Bungendore down near Canberra.
Yes, Darren's sitting in the championship, currently 8th position, sitting on 220 points. Obviously want to add some points to that. Brings up his vehicle, off they go. Reaction there from Cherie.
116 for Cherie and 475. Another fast pass, 686 for Darren at 219 mile an hour. Wow.
Puts Darren on top. Retains first place for the weekend.
And very fast bikes in this bracket. Brendan, another Rams Head Service rider in the Rocket Lane. Another Hayabusa. And Jack Roberts from Queensland on another Hayabusa.
Sponsored by the STS Speed Shop.
And the limiter.
Good launch there from Brendan. 4/8 in the 8th. Brings it on to the win for a 7.2 at 203 to an 8.46 with a 5 at 171.
203 mile an hour on a motorcycle's got to be pretty full on.
Yeah, my wife says I'm not allowed to have a motorcycle.
We have Joe Curry in the right lane, in the Rocket Lane.
Just doing a solo run.
HD Destroyer.
He's sponsored by Twin Toon Performance, VP Racing Fuels, Dyno Tuning, and Size Harley Davidson. So Joe's currently 9th in the championship, sitting on 140 points. Hoping they get a good outcome this weekend, try and boost those points up.
Very good racer, Joe.
He's got a healthy margin on his. We've got Joe and Joseph. So
It's away with a 515 light. He won't be happy with that. Runs it through for a 851.
143 mile per hour. And we've got the last bike coming in here. Brendan Sanders from Sunshine Victoria on his Suzuki GSXR.
Brendan is up from Sunshine West in Victoria. Yeah, riding a Suzuki GSXR. Gets away with a 277 light. Oh. Goes through for a 918.
Bit of a change of the commentary box here, John. I'm going to leave you here. Hand you
All
over
right,
to
mate.
Les. Les and John will be taking over from here.
As we move in a Super Comp eliminator. Peter Pisolides in the Rocket Lane, up from Altona in Victoria, and Pat Friolo just down the road at Austral.
Good afternoon, John.
Hello, mate. How you doing?
Yeah, very well, and yourself?
Pretty good.
Oh, Joe's nice.
Better than being at work, I'll tell you.
Yeah, isn't it, eh?
Yeah.
I particularly asked Adam because I too like to sit down.
Yeah, sitting's better than standing.
Oh yeah, that's for the younger generation.
Yep.
Pat Ferriolo, he's been around for a while.
Yeah, I used to race in Super Sedan a fair bit.
Yeah. Oh, well, there was another one, Pat. It started with an F2. He had a Holden 1 tonner, flat top off.
Oh, yeah, that's his uncle, I think.
Is it?
Yeah, I just noticed Jamie's got a super cool caddy tow car.
Yeah, did you
coming
see
down
that? Look at that. at
Coming
50.
down the return road.
Yeah.
Man, that is awesome.
Beauty. That's a real rare one too.
59 caddy. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, Pete in the stage. Pat in.
Whoa!
Pretty loose for Pete.
Wow.
Goes through for a 6.99 and Pat goes through for an 8.31.
Gee, he was skirting with the wall there, John.
Yeah.
Yes, but he didn't seem to take his foot off it either. He's a real hard charger, that guy.
Yeah. Peter Mamone in the right lane in the B Alta production car. Says on our screen it's a small block Chev, but I'm pretty sure it's a Ford. I could be wrong.
Is that any relation, Frank?
I'm not sure.
Frank Mamone? Oh, yeah,
No,
because
I
he's...
don't think so.
No?
No.
Oh, rightio. Okay. Yeah, Ford Mustang. Yeah,
Peter sponsored by Corona Brothers Restos and Peter Mamone Heavy Vehicle Repairs.
Oh, rightio. Okay. Yeah, maybe it isn't. But it's odd that he'd have a Ford Mustang with a small block Chev in it, but
Yeah, I'm going to go check
stranger
that.
things. Yes, stranger things have been known to happen. Oh dear.
Boys getting him straight there on the start line.
Yeah, some guys are particularly noticeable in the aeroflow lane. They get them so they're just slightly heading for the readout boards, and then they sort of pull to the right.
Yeah, I don't know why they
guess
do
it's-
that. There's no crown on this track.
No.
Hold on.
Oi, back we go.
107.60 foot's not hanging around there.
No, and look at that.
And a manually
107.
shifted car.
Yeah.
All right, we're into Super Sedan qualifying.
Oh, that's a pretty tough Falcon Ute down there, just going through, and
Robert Carden in the Falcon Ute.
Oh, yep. Robert Carter, yeah, from Victoria. He used to have he used to run an XD. He used to come up. It was a greeny coloured one.
Yeah, it still says XE on our screen, but obviously it's not an XE.
Yeah.
And Anna Attard
Yeah, she's
in
a,
the LC Tirana.
she's a good peddler in that in a thing. In the first qualifying session, she did. She beat one of the regulars there too. She's got a handle on this car.
Robert gets away with an excellent 013 light, and Anna with an 055 runs it through for an 894, and Robert with a 974.
Oh, well, excellent. Jim
Actually-
Denaro?
Next we have Jim Denaro and Nathan Cowie in the Mighty Boy.
Yeah, what a combination. 400 cubes in that
Yeah.
thing. I just expected the engine to stay still and the car to go
Yeah.
round.
No, it goes down the track nice.
Yeah, it
Nathan's
does.
car.
Right straight, yeah. Jim Denaro from Engadine. Ford Cortina. Denaro chassis. Good chassis builder, Jim. AAP Performance Automatics. And for Nathan, Cowie signs. So that's obviously his business. He decided to change the colour of the car into bright white. Oh, he got out of the hole there. Oh, Jim Denaro, a 006. Nathan will get there first, 118.21. And Jim Denaro goes down in not much a difference than that. Joe Zammett and Dave Gruber. Dave, for the fastest bus driver in the ACT. And so he's got that LJ. He's doing well in the points score too. I think he's only a couple of points behind the leader. Joe Zammett, another guy in Super Sedan that's really, really sharp. He's in the top. I think he may be at the top. There they go. 002 red for Dave Gruber, but he'll get that out of the way for competition. Runs it through there for a 9.295 at 144 and a 10.144 at 131 for Joe Zammett over in the Aeroflow lane. That was that's how they've been running. Down here we have the Super Sedan winner at the champion at the Spring Nationals in Adelaide a couple of weeks ago. Sean Maher cleaned up in the Super Sedan bracket and came out on top there. So we've had a really good representation of Sydney drivers at the event in Adelaide, which is very, very encouraging. And I'm sure the boys and girls are pleased with their results. Here we go. Wow. Gee, I tell you what. Yeah, Sean Maher's probably just in front, runs it through for a 9.36 at 143. Andrew Little there, a 9.86 at 137. So, yeah, just a little bit behind.
We have Sean Sabillo in the Aeroflow lane in this Holden Commodore with a 6-litre LS, and Jim Raptis with a 69 Dodge Dart. Cool car.
Oh, yeah, it's terrific. I saw that at the previous round, round 7. Had a look. It's got a Hemi in it.
Oh, really? Hemi. Wow.
Yeah.
Cool. Sean with a 040 light and Jim with a .277.
Wow, look
Jim
at that.
runs it through for a 9.56. It's very good for a heavy car. And Sean with a 10.38.
Yeah, he's come on well, Sean Sorbello. I've only seen him probably at the tail end of last year and this year, but he's been very, very consistent.
Do you reckon he's related to that Sorbello in Top Sportsman?
Joe? Yeah, Joe Sorbello?
Yeah.
Oh, I reckon, I don't know. I only met Joe Sorbello probably halfway through last year, the first time, but you get... that's the penalty you pay for living 300 kilometres away. You don't get to know the races during the week. But anyway...
We have Naomi Dyson in the Aeroflow lane, in the Pontiac Firebird with a small box Chev, and Chevy Taylor in the Chevy Bubble Top with a 409.
Yeah,
a little bit of a different motor. Chevy Taylor does a fair bit of travelling.
Yeah, he was down there at Adelaide also.
Adelaide, yes.
Whoa!
Naomi gets away with a 030 light. And Chevy with a 004. Man, everyone's tough. Naomi runs it through for a 9.26 and Chevy with a 10.81.
Yeah, look, to have like the original 409, I did read somewhere that someone's making aftermarket blocks, aluminium blocks
sure
for a
you can get a
409.
lot for them.
But
we have Trent Carberry in the Falcon in the right lane with a 351 Cleveland. And Peter Morales in his XT. I think this launch is pretty...
yeah, it does.
They've calmed it down a little bit, but yeah. Did a big wheel stand the other week here at Grudge Kings.
Oh, Trent's keeping him honest. Oh, he gets through. What did he go through, John?
9.33 for Pete and 9.23 for Trent.
Yeah.
Brendan Costello in the Aeroflow lane in a good-looking EK Holden. And,
yes.
Adam Hunter in the Falcon, another XE.
Yes, young Brendan works on the
works
cars.
On the Nitro Funny Cars at the race shop.
Yeah.
I can see the Megastar out the front, Wombat, putting him in the stage. Old Stevie Brown.
As to yeah, it'd be interesting
Both
run
staging
here.
carefully.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, red light.
A red light for Adam, 134 and a 077 for Brendan. Brendan's car moving around a little bit
Oh,
up the top
yeah.
end there, pulls the chute just to be sure. Runs it through for a 10.5 and Adam goes 9.55.
Yeah, Brendan there in the down towards past the 1,000-foot mark. It started to drift over. Lucky he pulled the chutes out, I guess. Get off it.
And here we have his dad, Chris
Yeah.
Costello from Canberra boy.
Yeah, from Isabella
And,
Plains.
Little Anglia and Michael Little from Forbes. So we got guys from everywhere racing here at Sydney Dragway this weekend.
Yeah. Oh, that's
Old Tirana.
no, Mick missed a
Mick
bit.
hasn't done many rounds this
Nah.
year, so I don't think he's much in the points. I think this is Chris's first meeting back with his car.
Yeah, it is. And
They did a bunch of modifications to it. I think,
Yep.
who did it down Canberra? Someone down there.
Yeah. Well, he's just had open heart surgery, so he had to go and get.
Oh, okay,
He
yep.
had to go and get to the doctor to get clearance to go back. So,
Yep.
I guess that's he's had a little bit of a break. But plus, he wanted to make some. He raced his
He
young.
used to race motorcycles, didn't he?
Yes, Harleys.
Yep.
And even before they had a little blue Cortina,
okay.
a little one there. We had was a cement block car,
Yep.
and but geez, he's a goer. Oh, he's
Michael away with a 17 light and Chris with a 13 light. Outstanding.
yeah.
Chris's
Look
car
at that.
moved around a little bit there, so
Yeah, it
he
was, wasn't it?
wisely got off it.
Yeah.
And,
Actually,
Mick runs it through for a 9.39. Next we have Aaron Cochran, another Canberra boy from McGregor.
McGregor, yeah. Oh,
And,
got the
There's
purge
holding
there.
you with some giggle juice on it. And Brett McNiff in a right-hand lane from Warrington Downs in a 426 Chrysler-powered Valiant VG.
Yeah, that's the wedge block he's got, unlike the.
Yeah, it's not a Hemi.
No,
Yeah.
wedge.
So yeah, Brett's sponsored by Paul Rogers Transmissions.
Oh,
Gets away with a 95 light and a nice wheel stand, and Aaron 886 on the tree. Brett runs a 901
gee, that's good.
and Aaron a 977.
That'd be nearly a PB for
Yeah, I'd say it'd be pretty close.
Brett McNiff. Yeah, I haven't seen him, like a 9.0, 9013. That's pretty
We've
good.
got Rex Webster in the 48 Austin A40 Ute with a big block Chevy in it. That's a lot of motor in a little car.
Yeah, yeah.
And in the right lane, we've got Dale Hardle Law with a 85 Mustang with a small block Ford. Gets away with a 008 light, Dale.
Oh, look at that.
Outstanding. Rex with a 119. Dale runs it through for an 863 and Rex with a 968.
Oh, yeah.
We're into Supergas.
There you go.
Yeah. Class I normally race in. In the left lane, we've got Joe Catanzariti in the Pontiac Firebird. And Roy Romeo in the 27 Roadster, both small block Chev powered.
Yeah, I like watching these two race.
Yeah, both very tough races.
They
It'll
are.
be interesting to
Most
see,
certainly.
see what the tree looks like.
That's
Roy goes 22 red. Joe goes 046.
Whoa.
Runs her on through for a
Oh.
9902. He'd be very happy with that.
Very happy, mate.
And a 993 for Joe. That's going to be hard to top that 9902.
Yeah. I think
I think 2 thou left on the table to top that.
it's there's no scraps left there, mate.
No.
He's got it.
Luke Romeo, Roy's son, in the right-hand lane in the VP Commodore, and Nicholas Polito in the Ford Probe, which is the ex-Polito Pro Stock car. Both young fellas, I think both of them are like, I think Luke's 19, I think Nicholas
Is
has
he?
just turned 21.
Yeah, right. Oh, good
Yeah.
to see too, isn't it?
Keeping us old guys honest.
Yeah. Keeping us old guys up here.
Yeah, yeah, that's right.
But that's good to see. But what was the fathers or the grandfathers?
Joe Polito raced Pro Stock, and Tony Polito's racing Pro Stock today
Right.
in the Escort. So good lights, Nicholas with a 027 and Luke with a 029, 2 thou on the tree. No, I think Nicholas has got a problem. He's slowed down.
Yeah.
992 for Luke. And Nicholas rolls through for 1156. So something went wrong there. Speaking of old guys, we've got the two old guys here. Anthony Panetta, I think he's the only one that's older than me in Supergas here in Sydney.
Is he?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
He's
right.
probably claimed he's younger than me, but anyway. And Vince Panetta,
Oh,
both long-term
rivalry.
racers. Vince
Yeah.
has been racing this car since he was a teenager.
Oh, wow.
So, it's obviously started as a street car and has gone through a lot of upgrades.
Right. Now, one of these two guys is on the board of...
Yeah, Anthony's on the board here
Oh,
at
Anthony.
Sydney Dragway
Yeah, right,
in the
okay.
Calibra, which is Lee Bektash's old car.
Is it?
Yeah,
Oh, right. Gee, that's a...
built in Melbourne. Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
good looking
wow.
car.
It is.
And,
That was a... at one stage, worldwide, that car had the lowest drag coefficient of any production vehicle.
Yeah, that's it.
0.27.
And Vince's was built at Terry's Dips and Chassis in the 90s.
Right. Yeah. Oh, guys have been around for...
006 for Anthony, he's showing off.
Wow.
And 037 for Vince.
Oh,
981.9 fairway under for Vinny and 995 for Anthony. So yeah, everyone's sharp on the tree today.
yeah. That's, it
Some
got
a
out.
little too sharp going red, but anyway.
Ah, yeah. Oh,
Don't go red occasionally, you're not trying.
no, that's right. You know, and yeah, I think more guys are attacking the tree more than they're.
Well, you've got to be good on a tree to win in every bracket these days.
Yeah, that's what it's come down to. Thomas Leake had a licensing pass previously.
Oh, is that what's going on?
Yeah, he stepped
Yep.
up to Pro Stock.
Oh, he's driving Pro Stock now.
Yeah, Thomas Leake, yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
Is that
that-
Bruce's
that-
car or?
Yeah, there's Dad on the
Yeah, I can see. Yeah,
left
Bruce
hand
is there.
side. Yeah, he's there.
Okay. So
Mum
Bruce
should-
has stopped driving?
Yeah, for what reason I don't know. He only lives about sort of 4 kilometres from my joint. I must go around and now I didn't know this was happening.
Nah. No, news to me. Yeah, Thomas has been racing in Top Sportsman for quite a few years now.
Yeah, he's
Um,
been racing Rick Chilton's old car, which is the 2004 Mike Edwards car,
Yep.
the Castrol car in the US.
yeah, beautiful car.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, how old would Bruce be, you reckon?
He's Bruce is I think he might be. He's either 2 years older than me or 2 years younger.
Okay,
So he's either 71 or 75.
okay, yep. Yeah, I've got a problem with that car, so they're
Yeah.
wheeling it away, unfortunately.
Well, the previous run he had here, John, was for license. It was only had to go one pass.
Yep.
And straight as an arrow.
Yeah, beautiful.
It's good, yeah.
Whole different deal driving a clutch car to a automatic like he
Automatic.
was driving, so...
Yeah, yeah. But he had that what's his name he had, that 540 he had it in his street HQ. He did
really?
tins. Then he bought Anthony Penner's Toyota.
Yeah, the Ute.
Ute.
The Hilux Ute, yeah.
Yeah, and then he bought Rick's Pro Stocker. So
Do they still have the Edwards car?
yes.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah. It's still at. They're building a new house.
Yep.
Thomas and his lovely wife and the kids.
All right, we're into modified. Jess Turner in the Rocket Lane
Yep.
and CJ Davies.
There you go. Super Sedan modified.
Pretty sure
bike.
Craig's tied in the lead in modified with George Berserker
Yep.
sleeves.
There he is.
Yep.
Yep. Up with George Bukareshli. Gee, if they end up in the final, well,
Yeah,
that'll be really good.
they've been the two standout guys this season in
Oh,
modified.
yeah, for sure.
They're both on 590 points. So,
Yep.
yeah, going to be a tough day.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Chelsea's, oh, no, she's only
Chelsea's
500.
too far away to.
Yeah, it is.
So, yeah, whoever goes the furthest out of Craig
yeah.
and George today
Okay.
will take away the track championship.
Yeah, mate, that'll
Makes
be
the
it.
math easy.
Yes.
Both small block Chev powered dragsters, one rear engine, one front engine. 010 light for Jess and 026 for CJ.
Yeah,
Jess
she's
runs
a
it
great-
through for a 782 and Craig with a 831.
Well, Jess's father, he had a
Paul.
front engine. Yeah,
Yeah.
and he always.
I think he won a Nationals one year,
yeah,
Paul Turner.
yeah.
Down at Calder.
But then he just stopped, and that was it.
Yeah,
But she's a good peddler too,
absolutely.
and travels up from Melbourne.
Yep. Daniel McCaskill in the Aeroflow lane and Chelsea Smith in the Rocket lane. Both graduates out of the junior dragster system.
Yeah. Yeah, they're both. These two ladies they're pretty tough.
Yeah, both tough races.
Yeah.
I think, Chelsea's third in the points.
Yeah. And Danielle's a bit down here, but I think she's only sort of come on in the second half of the year.
Yeah, but I don't think she's done all the rounds
No.
either.
No. A brother Lockie, he's running in Street Fighter.
Yeah.
So the two of them are still associated with drag racing.
She's got a sister that races a dragster as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, right.
Racing family.
There's a few of them now.
Yeah, it's good.
I'll
Love
tell
it.
you what, the Romeos are really, they're sort of dedicated to it. It's got a young'un in the junior dragsters.
Yeah, well, apparently the daughter's got her eyes on one of the cars.
Yeah.
So 046 light for Chelsea and 025 for Danielle.
Gee,
Danielle goes through for a 732 and Chelsea with a 753.
gee, look at that.
Both big block Chev powered cars.
Yeah, but it's just a bit over 1 kilometre, a mile an hour, sorry, difference between the two.
And here we have Alison Stewart in the Airflow lane, aka Alligator. And Corey Dyson up from Kilmore in Victoria. And he's the Australian modified champion, I believe.
Corey Dyson?
I think so.
Yeah, he did pretty good at.
Yeah, did good at Adelaide.
Adelaide, yeah,
Yep.
he was very good. And Naomi Dyson, she used to. I forget what her name was before she got married. but-
McGregor.
Yeah, that's right. She was out of junior dragsters as well.
Yeah.
So good to see.
Yep.
Yeah, 7-0. Yep.
Ellie's car's got a Ford in it. The man with the propeller on his hat sitting on the fence owns the car. Mr. Stewart.
Yes.
045 light for Ali and Corey goes 011.
It's
No
pretty
one shabby
close.
on the tree here. Whew. 769 for Allison and 776 for Corey.
Yeah. Oh, she's sharp. I was talking to both Jeff and I've known what's his name.
Yeah, you would have known
since-
Allison from a
yeah,
dad
like
yeah,
from
since she was a
this-
kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could never tell the difference between her and her twin sister.
Funny that, twins.
Yeah.
Hard to tell apart.
Oh, yeah, it's different. Even now, you know, all that time later.
All right, we got Mark Tanswell in the airflow lane in a B modified dragster, Holden 6-cylinder, and Paul Lynette in the rocket lane with a small block Chev, 434 cubes. At 28, light for Paul, and yeah, not so great, 337 for Mark.
Yeah, he's gone.
Paul runs through for a 760, and Mark with a 9301.
Yep, it's getting through. This is, see, this is, no, that's still a, that hot roddish looking car. It's still classed as a modified.
Harrison Fletcher up from Victoria in a 23 Roadster with a small block Chev, and Brooke Raposada in that front engine dragster, which is the Blake brothers car.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, with
yeah.
Brooke's dad's engine in it.
It's, oh, rightio. Is that?
You can see Sano and Santino down there on the start line.
Oh, yes, of course. Oh, right. I first met Sando. Met him at Seattle in Washington in 2013. And
Okay.
then he says, oh, how come haven't seen me before?
Yeah.
And I said, oh, well, every time I used to go down there, he'd have a microphone in front of his face and stuff like that, so I just let you go.
Right, Harrison's got the pre-stage on. Brooke, sponsored by VP Fuels. Well, this goes 012 red at an excellent 009 from Harrison Fletcher. Brooke runs through for an 819 and Harrison a 908.3.
Yeah, well, it's Harrison Fletcher there, right on the money on the tree at 009. That'll boost his confidence up a bit. A lot of guys just work on attacking the tree rather than their opponent as a driver. So
next we have another 2 front engine dragsters. There's been plenty of front engine dragsters in modified this season, which is good. Love front engine dragsters.
Yeah, they're good. Oh, there we go. Well, while John's
feeding his face,
he'll do that. Oh.
Peter Carlton in the airflow lane and George Kereslev in the rocket lane. LS power for George and Chev power for Pete. 39 on the 3 for Pete and 025 for George. Everyone's on their game today. 792 for George and 914 for Pete.
See, George got down there nice and quick.
Yeah.
Lee Hartle-Law now over in the aeroflow lane in the Ford 27T bucket, running a Windsor 447, and his opponent in the rocket lane or alongside. But this is not competition; it's just
Mark Bull in the Spitzer Dragster. Very, very pretty car. That car, if you get a chance to look at it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he had he used to run a supercharged car.
No, you're thinking of his brother.
Oh, am I? Oh, rightio. That's Mark Bull. Yeah, Lee Hartle-Law there. He's going pretty hard in that little Ford 27T bucket. I don't know where he is on the points there. Hartle-Law, Lee Hartle-Law, number 8. Nah. He gets out with a 010 reaction time. Mark Bull, a red 036. Gee, that was close, neck and neck. So Lee Hartle-Law runs it through for an 108 at 164 and a 7851 at 168.94 miles an hour for Mark Bull over there in the rocket lane.
And next we move into Top Sportsman.
Top Sportsman, Pitts Leo Georges up against Anthony Cooley. Now that little Mazda did a sensational burnout in the first round. You just couldn't see anything. But Leo Georges had a big lock-up at the last meeting. Everything locked up, the
Transmission
everything.
problem, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah. And anyway, he got it all fixed. So with this young fella, Benny,
I see
put it together.
Leo's sponsored by Queanbeyan Engine Services. Graham Silk still own that?
No, it now belongs to Tim Gruber.
Oh, really?
Who
Okay.
is Dave
Gruber's
Gruber's
brother, yeah.
nephew.
Oh, nephew. Okay.
Yeah.
Good to see it carried on.
Yeah.
Anthony's car powered by 2JZ.
Oh,
Leo with a small block Chevy.
Gee,
814 for Anthony. Very fast.
that very big top end, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Look at that.
172 mile an hour.
172, yeah. It's 20 mile an hour difference between him and Dave Gruber at the top end.
Next we got Joe Sorbello against Joe Gattalari. Joe in the Skyline with the LS in it. It's got about 8 million laps on it at Sydney Dragway. And Joe in the VL Commodore with a 555 cube Chev.
Man, that water's nice. Okay, Joe Sorbello, slingshot converters. That's supercharged that car, Jenkins Performance Engines. Joe Gattalari out with an 042.
Getting a little loose there. Joe
061.
Gattalari.
Yeah, he'll get there first. Does an 8.59 with a 5 at 159 mile an hour. And for Sorbello, a 9.133 at 149.86. So that...
Next up we have George Matter in the LH Tirana with a 632 cube big block Chevy. And Josh Moscovich in the XA Coupe with a 427 cube Fontana.
yeah, gee, they're a nice engine, aren't they,
Yeah,
those
great
Fontaines?
engine,
But they're super rare.
Yep.
You don't see them. Oh, in America,
Yeah,
you go
Fontana's
to...
a better name probably for Speedway engines, but
Yeah,
they have been here in this country for a while.
yeah.
I see NASA Matter down there on the start line with his son. Another racing family. All the boys race, NASA races. Staunch racing family. As are the Boskoviches.
Yeah, Well, Josh is a busy man on race day, that's for sure, with his two kids and himself.
Yep.
So George Matter, at the last meeting, he had a couple of difficulties. He found himself pulling over to the right-hand side there, but he looks to have got it going now.
Okay. Yeah, bit of purge from Josh's car. On the spray. Oh, big wheel stamp from Josh. Gets a loose, stays with it. Good drive job. And George's car had a problem. Josh runs it through for an 819.
Yeah, I think George there, if he was, if there isn't anything wrong with the car, he probably thought that young Josh was coming
It's
across.
Lenko equipped Josh's car, so
Yeah. Wow, gee.
pulling levers, so really cool.
It's cranky at the start.
Yeah. Next we have Peter Hamilton, another Canberra boy.
Yep.
I think guys here from Canberra. That's excellent. Lisa Sargent in his Camaro. I think that's a new car for her too. I
Yeah, it
recall
is,
She had
yeah.
a Nova.
Both
She raced last season.
Yep.
So very committed to the sport. Husband in that blown car and Lisa in his top sportsman car.
Yeah, Pete Hamilton is Kit Hunter also. He's the he works for Pete, but he works on any engine. You see, some guys will say, "No, I'm specialising in Fords," and the other one said, "I was specialising in the LSs." But Kit can go between the two. He was trying to get his car ready for this. The VK Holden.
Yeah, nice car, that car.
Isn't it?
Yeah, beautiful.
Was
Beecham's old show
Beecham,
car.
yeah,
Yep.
that's it. The Summonats Grand Champion 1 and 2.
Yep. So I think it was a well built car, if I remember right, Bill Jones.
Yeah, that's what was his name? Jones, the Jones boys. Anyway,
Yeah, Bill was the dad.
Bill, yeah, that's it.
Oh, 001 light for Pete.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, goodness. And a 624 light for Lisa.
Oh, boy, he's come a long way, Peter.
Runs through for an 834. And Lisa runs through for a 924. Yeah, it's a cool car, that wagon, eh?
Yeah. Oh, he's been trying to keep it down, John.
It used to do really big wheel stands.
Really high wheel stands, but he said no.
Yeah, it looks like he's tamed it down there now, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Michael down here in the Rocket Lane on a solo. A small block Chev in a LJ Tirana. Sponsored by Innocent Motorsports and VP Fuels. Yeah. There you go, nitrous purge, Innocent Motorsports.
Ah, rightio, okay, yeah.
Simon Krieger.
Yeah. It's a tough little car, right?
Oops.
Yep.
Went
Put it
wrong
into
there.
gear.
We'll ignore that light.
Gee, it's straight. It
Yep,
backs
buttoned
it
off.
off.
Looks like
Yeah.
he's wheeling his way around that car.
Pretty quick. An 891 buttoned off at about the 1,000 foot. An 891 at 112.13. So that
Oh, you're
looks
eating too.
the last one in
Eat that.
in Top Sportsman. That's our last one. And it's getting towards the big fellas will be coming in here soon.
I'll hand off for a minute and have my lunch.
Yes, okay. Enjoy it there, young John. Yeah, so we'll see what's happening. But, Street Fighter. Okay, which Braden Stewartson. Now, Braden in that little Audi. Tough little car it is too. Turbo, five-cylinder, 2.5 litre. As Adam rejoins the fray here. Up against Dave Morton from Bargo in New South Wales. Nice little town there too. Hasn't it grown? Along with Tamor. Welcome back, mate.
Thank you, mate.
No trouble. It's been having a couple of seriously good qualifying rounds here. See that little Audi gets out.
Launch mode definitely helps on the Audi.
Yeah. Oh, the big Commodore. I don't know if he'll make it. He does too. Oh, this must be eliminations.
Yep.
It's got the dial-in times and everything else. So Braden Stewart takes the first round. We got Corey Stutchbury now in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 10.64, and Blaine Bull over in the Rocket lane, dialed with a 10.91. So there's not much difference between nearly one. You'll see one staggered come down in the favour of Corey Stutchbury over in this lane, but both cars are out. Oh, Corey's got the start line advantage. He's an 0.47 reaction time as compared to a 1:28. So there we go, Corey Stutchbury into the next round of the Super Street.
Corey takes the win with a 10.68 with a 5.120. Be happy with that. Then I've got Mr. Craig Warren.
Yeah, Craig's also, he should be up in
LJ Tirana, Sydney Scrap Metal.
Yeah, I think
And
he's
you got
up the pointy end too.
Mr. Chris Emmett, Friendo Brothers Transport.
Super Street, here we go. Oh, Mark Hopkins. Oh, Craig Warren's down at number 5, but still not far behind, only 80 behind. Yeah. That's the smallest VT Commodore I've ever seen. Craig Warren there with an 036 red, but the fleeing Chris Zammett, I don't know if that's right. Zammett runs an 11.39 with an 8 and went too quick.
Sammy Joe's actually in the other lane over here. And Arusa Performance VE Commodore.
And I thought, Anyway, I thought the Zamet car was supposed to be, it's like a VT or, yeah, it needs to go over. Yeah, see, they've got, they're looking at the dial-ins and they're saying, no, I didn't dial that in. So they'll have to swap lanes.
Yeah, so Sammy Zero's got a dial-in of 1168.
Yeah, instead of a 12:15. So, yeah, they've got to change the cars over into the respective lanes. The lanes that we've got up here tell a different
Looks like
story.
it's changed over. There we go. Sammy Joe in the rocket lane.
That's it.
Russo Performance VE Commodore. Supported by Diff Technics, Shift Right, GJ Drivelines and RVO Performance.
Yeah, Sammy Joe there.
Here comes Mr.
Now
Zamet.
done
the
at
Buddha.
11:68. So she's the slower of the two. Chris, oh yeah, see now they've got the right one. So the VT Commodore with the Chevy 350 in it. So Chris Zamet, 11:92 and 11:68. Just a slight stagger of, you'll see, just a slight in favour of Chris Zamet over here in the Aeroflow lane. So and it'll be up to Sammy Joe Johnson to do the chasing and then try and get to the other end first before within the time. Here we go, an 0:34 reaction time for Chris Zamet in the Aeroflow lane. It looks like he might make it too. Yeah, he does get there. He runs an 11:94 and he's 11:92 at 108. And she runs an 11:72 and an 11:68 at 116 miles an hour. And just slightly slower Sammy Joe was on the reaction time.
Just a quick announcement, guys. If you are entered in the show and shine, please return back to your vehicles for the trophy announcements. That's happening quite shortly. If you're entered in the show and shine, please return back to your vehicles. Thanks, guys.
Oh, right.
So we've got the VEU versus the VE Commodore over here.
Yeah, we've got Henry Spikak from George's Hall in that Holden Commodore Ute. Henry, a racer from way back in the Castle Road days, racing VWs. I'm still just trying to find the book there with the Australian records, like that one.
You could have that one there, Les.
He was
one more
listed
you
in there,
prepared earlier.
even out of all this racing.
It's like Henry's broken out here, so we'll give Rodney the rin.
Gee whiz, he'll be red light in the first
Rodney
round.
across the line with a 12-2 with a 1, 114.
Oh well, Rodney Balgowan, he'll be into the next round now. This Dennis, the Matesic brothers are really keen. You'll see, I think it's no, this is Dennis. The other one has got the orangey coloured, hemi-orange coloured type thing on his car too. But there goes Brian Adesing. He's out with a .182. Dennis red lit automatic win to Brian Adesing in the rocket lane. Oh, gee, he'll be liking that. Unfortunately for Dennis,
It's not by far either.
no.
We've got Tim Wisrow over here in the rocket lane. Wisrow Family Racing. Bowers in the HQ Holden.
Oh,
Forza Performance.
this will be a good deal. 1180. Gee, that's 1180 and a 10. So he's got to get to
1.8.
Gee whiz, yeah, that's a long time. That's about 5 or 6 lights. But Adam Bowers gets that car really from South Wentworthville in New South Wales.
So we'll see the
HQ.
Club Sport leave here first.
Yep.
And about 1.8 seconds later, we'll see the Forza Performance from Adam Bowers.
Yeah, it's a really tough car.
There goes Tim. There goes Adam for the chase.
Oh, it's closer than I thought. Wow. 10.053
Yeah.
as opposed to a 11.34
Also
broke out.
Yeah, broke out as well.
So Adam gets the points there. All right, Mitch Gregory over here in the Aeroflow lane, and Luke Tex Griffiths, the Super Street champion from Adelaide. He won over there at the Bend.
Mitch dialed in. Sorry, Mitch dialed in with 11.15. Luke's dialed in with a 10.37.
Well, at 10.37, he's quicker than 11.15, so that big Chevy over here in the Aeroflow lane will get the handicap start. Just waiting for Tex now to move in or up and then in. Cool Hand Luke, they call him. That big Belvedere, it's 500 and something cubes, I think.
505?
Yeah, 505, that's right, yeah. Both cars in. Redley.
Jumped.
Oh, yeah.
Bad luck there for Mitch. Gives Luke the win.
Let's see how. Oh, look at that, a 10.37 on a 10.37 with his 8th hour over.
Can't get any better than that.
No, he's pretty good. And an 0.33 light.
Richard Masovic here in the XY Falcon. Beautiful looking yellow XY. Brett Stutchbury over here in his VZ SS. Dialed in with a 10.40 for Brett. And the XY Falcon's dialed in at 10.59, so it'll be a very close lead between them.
Yeah, it's almost heads up, isn't it? Oh, I don't know, Brett Stutchbury.
He looks like he might be reeling it. He might have it. Oh, just missed out there. Richard takes the win.
Double breakout, but Richard Matasevic over here in the Aeroflow lane broke out by the least amount.
10.58 with a 2.
He gets the win at the end. Into the next round. Ooh.
Connor Anias, the blue VE Commodore versus Martin Stevenson in his HQ panel van drag van.
Yeah, that's a really
12.7 for Con in the blue Commodore. And Martin stalled in at 10.10, so he'll leave about 2 seconds behind as he has. Time for the chase. And he does, he takes it. 10.29 with a 5 at 122. And Con gets a 12.79 with a 1 at 109.
Yep, he had the. There wasn't much difference between the finish line, but of course he had the better reaction time. So
that's what's so good about the bracket racing, Liz. It keeps you on your toes.
Yeah, it does.
So got Mark Elburn. He's in the Aeroflow lane in his Holden HQ powered by Power Plus Fuels. Martin Matestic. He's in the Chevrolet Camaro over in the Rocket lane. 1240 versus a 1062 dial-in. So Robert's going to try and pull him in now. Looks like he's taken the win. Mark Elburn's broken out.
Well, he's got double bunker.
No, yeah.
Double
so
barrel.
10.62 for the win. 124.
Yes, well, he was the guy I'd questioned when that was a 253, but I'm informed that our screen operator and everything else up here, under normal circumstances, Benny, he said he was speaking to that chap that owns that 253, and it is a genuine 253. It's not hogged out or anything, so it goes quick. David Matasevic and Peter Varillas. Oh, Varillas in that really nice Mustang. And Matasevic in that Windsor-powered Cortina. Oh, gee, he's fairly hammering down here now. Oh, he does get it too. Runs a 1084 and a 1063 at 110. And for Varillas on his 1246, runs a 1261 at 112 miles an hour.
Cover the Aeroflow lane. You've got Lachlan McCaskill and the VS Holden Commodore from Torquay Hotel Harvey Bay. And he's versing Bill Hatsey in the HQ GTS. Lachlan's dialed in at 12.99, and Bill over here in the HQ, he's dialed in 11.65.
Yeah, well, Bill Hatsey's got a bit of a weight there, but that car's on a, like a big top-end charge it's got, so he'll be wanting to attract the tree and have a really, really good reaction time. Lockie McCaskill is, well, he red leg. Oh, beauty, saved by the red light. That's it. Wow. I think this might be the leader of the. He's got might have a buy run here.
Yep,
in
Mark Hobson's
Super
first
Street.
place, 490 points.
Yep.
Over from Wattle Grove, just around the corner. Hurricane Metal Roofing is dialing in with a 1087.
Okay, I'll keep this for later.
Going into stage. 5 reaction time. Not bad. Cross line. You can't get close to that one, Les.
No, look at that 1087.
Dial in and
Yeah, look at
1087.
that. Fantastic. 124 mile an hour. Very, very consistent. Okay, that is the first round of elimination in the Super Street bracket that we've got here today. I thought they might have, I kind of thought they might have moved the, only given them 2 qualifiers.
Up next, we've got Fiona Crisp in the Hyundai Tucson, the Hunter, versus Ashley Vincent in the VE Commodore. Ashley's made her way down from Marimba. Fiona herself from Kilmore in Victoria. Fiona in the Tucson, she's dialed in a 1557. And Ashley in the Commodore, she's dialed in a 1590.
Yeah, this will be interesting. Fiona did well previously. Oh, an 077 reaction time. I'd say that you don't. I don't think of looking over and seeing where my opposition is.
No, it looks fairly neck and neck.
Yeah.
Fiona in the Tucson takes the win, 1562 with a 787.
Gee, that's not bad. Pretty close. Well, she's a fairly seasoned campaigner, so she should know how to cut a good light. Shane McGregor now in the Aeroflow lane in the Ford XW wagon with a Windsor 351. Dialed in at 1350. Jamie Turner from Kilmore in Victoria. I'd say she'd have something to do with Jess Turner. The Hyundai i30, but that Falcon wagon gets going. He's automatic winner now.
Jamie. Jess, I'm guessing Jess Turner's took Jess's car for a run.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Jamie's he's jumped the light here, so it'll give Shane the win.
Yeah.
Crosses over a 1351 with a 2 at 101.
If that's one of the closest races you'll see, where if the opposition there in the Rocket Lane didn't red light, those 2 cars were very, very close at the top end. The margin of difference is very, very short.
Battle of Commodores, Eagle and Featherstone, the VZ white sedan, Grant Greenland in the silver Holland Commodore wagon.
Guy Greenland not racing his usual top charger that he runs in Super Street, but now he's running in Street Fighter.
Unfortunately, he's broken out, only just, so it gives Glenn the win at a 1547.
That's it. Still in Street Fighter, we'll have Wayne Smith in the Holden HSV Club Sport, 6 litre, dialed in with a 1325, and Christopher Varillis in the pretty sharp-looking Ford G6 Falcon with the Barra.
And you've got Wayne Smith over here in the Aeroflow lane in his HSV Club Sport, proudly sponsored by his wife.
Yeah, gee.
He's dialed in a 1325, and Christopher over here in the Falcon, he's dialed in a 1484. So we'll see Christopher leave first with a about 1.5 second gap. Just as we said, it's good when the system works. See if Wayne can reel it in.
Ooh.
And Christopher's broken out, so it will give the HSV the win with a 1339 with a 0 at 104.
Wow.
Sean Dartnell, Hyundai i30, dialed in with a 1660. Up next to Nicholas Varelis and his XR6 Falcon with a 1484. So there's about a 2 second gap between the i30 leaving and the Falcon. Looks like Sean's already broken out, unfortunately, so I'll give Nicholas the win. Unless Nicholas, if he breaks
Tags the
out.
wall or crosses the line.
Yeah. Gives Nicholas the win. 15.02 with an 8 at 83.
Okay, next pairing we've got Ben Roberts, the Ford Falcon, 4 litre up against Glenn Garlick over there in the Rocket Lane, and the Holden Commodore 5.7 litre. He's dialed in 13 flat. Ben Roberts, who's just taken off, is dialed in at 14.19. Oh. There we go.
Seems to be
It's all
breakouts
over.
lately.
It's all over, Adam.
Yep. So they'll give the win to Ben in the Aeroflow lane, and he'll cross the line now with the 15.02 of the 4 at 94 miles an hour.
They're Denny Stadelmeyer in that hoppity, that hop-along Cassidy type car, the Ford AU Falcon 4 litre. It goes pretty hard for just a 4 litre up against Montana Johnson in the Ford Falcon. Also, it's got a barra. So,
So it looks like unfortunately Montana has broken out. This will give Danny the win in the Aeroflow lane. Still a close race. And Danny takes the win with a 13.83 with a 7 at 99 miles an hour.
yeah, he dialed in at a 13.82, so he's got it down pat, young Danny.
The hamster is back. Jeremy Bokovic.
Oh, yes.
Area 52 Couriers dialed in with a 15. And you've got Jack Masovic. He dialed in with the Blue Falcon. He's dialed in with a 14.30.
That little hamster's got out. He's dialed in with a 15.
Yeah.
I don't think young Jack Matasevic will catch him.
He'll
I
be
think
very
that
close if
hamster
he
will
does.
go across.
Oh, he took
no.
him.
Oh, how did
Oh,
Wow.
Jack and the Falcon takes the win.
Oh, yeah,
14.50
look at
with a
that.
3 at 88.
005 reaction time?
That's a good thing about the
Commentator's curse.
Good thing about the bracket racing.
Yep.
If you're on the ball at the reaction time, you've got half a chance to break it in. So we just got the Falcon versus Holden here again. WH Statesman, the Caprice versus the Ford Falcon Ute. Michael Zahara in the Caprice dialed in a 15.8. So he takes off first. Jason's dialed in a 13.38, so he'll take off second. Jason's now on the hunt, try and chase down Michael in the Caprice.
Close here, Adam.
It looks like it will be. And the Caprice has taken the win with a 15.91 with a 7 over 87. And Jason actually broke out as well. So, yeah, broke out with a 13.26. So it'll be 13.38 dial out.
Yeah, well, Michael Zara had an 037 reaction time, dialed in 15.80, ran a 15.91. And, no, actually, Jason Regent got there first, but he broke out.
Yeah.
You just got to have to tap your brake. But like I said, I don't look across. Anyway, now I think there's the starters walking back, so there must be a break in proceedings here. Perhaps we'll be going over to the PDRC, and we'll just
like
confirm
Junior
that.
Drax is just getting ready. Let's jump on.
Oh, okay. Oh, good.
They're hiding underneath the tunnel, mate.
Yeah, right.
So Junior Drax is brought to you by the Western Westender.
And we have to just at a little pause while we get all the safety equipment for the juniors down at the bottom end down there.
So in the junior dragster category, we've got Pepper Bennett. She's Piper Bennett. Sorry, she's got the lead of 520 points over second place Jacob Longo with 460 points. Very large field, over nearly 30 cars. It looks like so.
Yeah, it's
great to see the junior dragster category taking off, bringing up the generations, bringing up the talent.
Oh well, that's what we need. We need, all of us old fossils and stuff like that. Well, there we go. We're,
officials given the go-ahead to
ahead,
fire up.
Yep. The starters, I think. Oh, there we go. Okay, Benjamin Attard in the Aeroflow lane with a dial-in of an 856 because he's in a B junior dragster, so they're limited to 850. So he's dialed in 6 100ths under. So, and Alex Raffalo is a double A junior dragster, which means he can, in eliminations, can run as quick as 750, but he's dialed in with a 793. So Benjamin Attard in the Aeroflow lane will get the handicap start. And Alex Raffalo to do the chasing. Now here's where, when you have to do the chasing, this is critical, your reaction time. It assists greatly. His older brother retired earlier this year, Zach Raffalo.
Okay.
He retired.
Pages supported by ITFI, Pritel Towing. Alex is Alex in the Rocket Lane. He's supported by Sydney Waterscapes. Pages is also supported by Low Fabrications. New fabrication work, go see Chubby. Crosses the line, and Alex broke out. So, but she still gets the win because he.
Yeah, first is worst in that case. Yeah, red light because the competitor in the Aeroflow lane, when there's nothing else, if they run nice and straight, its first is worst. So the one competitor red lit, so it goes over to the other one, and then as soon as that happens, if he red lights, it's pretty hard for the other person. We have to have a winner, so a breakout doesn't count. So the person that broke out, he was second worst, so first is worst. So that's how it works. If something happens at the start line and the red light comes on, that's it.
Just looking here, we've got Piper Bennett in the Aeroflow lane. She's actually the championship leader. She's been sponsored by Strasform Consulting, KeelSunrise.com, Smith's Concepts, Cool Culture, and Agri Designs. And the Kia Cundrums in the Rocket lane, unfortunately, got the red. She takes the win, 8:87. That'll be a good jump for a championship there. Next up, Aeroflow lane, we've got Ethan Hargrave, Middy's Electrical Wild Link Dragster, and Riley Ito, and the American Finance Solutions Dragster. And Les exists commentary. We've got John back in the commentary with myself.
Hello, mate. Back.
Welcome back. So
Les has got to feed his face.
Yeah. Ethan in the Aeroflow lane, he's got a dial in of 11.8, and we've got Riley in the Rocket lane. He's dialed in with a 7.9. So we'll see Ethan leave first and Riley going for the hunt. As Ethan takes off, and then Riley is off to go. And he takes it. Well done, Riley. Riley takes it with an 8.06 at 80. Not bad. Very well done. Next pair, we got Tegan Lifting in the Aeroflow lane, from all the way from Oxley Island. Speedfo products under sponsorship. Dialed in with a 12.36. Next in the Rocket lane, we've got Tegan Smith, dialed in with a 7.73 with the APM Clothing.
It's a big weight on the tree for Tegan.
Yeah. So just a quick explanation there. We've got
5 second weight.
Yeah, we've got 5 second gap between the Aeroflow lane leaving first and then the Rocket, Tegan in the Rocket lane chasing.
She'll have to hold the nerve, Tegan.
And that's sometimes the thing, you see your competitor go and then you go and you're eyeing on the corner
of your eye, you're trying to look at the tree.
So, especially at this young age too, it's good. You got to teach them that discipline.
Yeah, that's it. It's such a fabulous place to learn junior dragster.
100%.
The skills you need to go racing.
This is a great feeder series for the other series that we see today. As Emma takes off,
268 live for
Tegan
Emma.
gets ready. There she goes.
086 for Tegan. Very nice. Tegan takes the win.
Yep, takes the win. 776 at 81.
Very nice. 773. Be happy with that. Jeffrey McNiff in the aeroflow lane from Warrington Downs. And Jacob Longo from Five Dock in the rocket lane. Jeffrey in a AA junior dragster and Jacob in a B junior dragster. Jeffrey's dialed 770 and Jacob has dialed 895.
Jeremy's here, sponsored by St Mary's Engines, Terry's Different Chassis, Jacob Longo in the Rocket Lane, sponsored by Trackside Automotive. As Johnny said before, there's about 1 second delay between. We'll see the aeroflow lane lead first, followed by Jacob in the Rocket Lane. Jacob takes off.
28 wide for Jacob. And unfortunately Jeffrey goes red. And breaks out just to top it off. 763 on a 770. And Jacob goes 906. Next we've got Robert Stesky from Queanbeyan in a B junior dragster, and Zane Condello in a junior dragster in the Rocket Lane. Robert sponsored by CA Motorsport and Zane by Fine Line Motorsport.
You'll see Robert in the aeroflow lane took off first, followed by Zane in the rocket lane. Get Zane to roll into his stage. There we go. So Robert will take off. Get Zane to the chase.
Zane, close on the tree.
Zane takes the win.
Yeah, Robert goes under.
Yep, broken out. So it gives Zane the win.
884 on a 888.
Yeah.
And Zane goes 809 on an 807. We have Georgia Lifting in the airflow lane and Brianna Boscovich in the rocket lane. Brianna sponsored by Bosco Mobile Mechanical and Georgia by Speedflow Products and Ice Slushy as well. Can't forget the Ice Slushy.
So Brianna has a dial in of 774, so she's going to leave about second and a half, 2 seconds for Georgia.
Seven live for Georgia and
great reaction time.
oh,
Georgia takes the win at 916 with a 3 at 70.
yeah, Brianna's car ran off a little bit there. Next we have Charlotte Lifting, sponsored by Ice Slushy. and Savannah Condello. Both in A junior dragsters.
Savannah's dialed in with an
Charlotte.
804.
Sorry, Charlotte Lifting is third in the points at the moment.
Yep.
This is first round, so it's important for her to win this.
450 points, 260 points. Savannah was 11th championship at the moment, 390 points. So we've got a dial in for Charlotte at 8.3. Savannah's got a dial in of 8.04.
I love the first round pressure.
Both in the pre-stage, getting ready for stage. Both are in.
Charlotte throws it away with it. Savannah goes 0.29, which would have been hard to beat. And she runs an 8.06 on an 8.04, again very hard to beat. Charlotte goes 8.39 on 8.33. Good run except for the red. Airflow lane we have Jake McNamara. In the rocket lane we have Bailey Tandek. Both in a AA junior dragsters. Bailey sponsored by A Civil and Jake by Princey Motorsport. 770 on the window for Jake and 774 for Bailey. Virtually heads up.
Both are in stage, both Jake's off similar time.
139 light for Jake and a Bailey. Got it all to do. Jake takes it with a 790 on a 770.
Daniela, she's fourth in the championship. She's in the aeroflow lane from Tarmore Precision Racing.
And Alex Rottenbury, they raced each other the last qualifier.
Yep.
Picton versus Tarmore.
Yep. Alex is 12th in the championship.
And they're both in AA junior dragsters. Danielle dials 767 and Alex is 780.
So there is only a slight delay before Alex goes. So sometimes I might give him a bit of a scare, give him a bit of the jump. Both are in pre-stage. Alex and Daniela getting ready to go into stage. They're locked in. Off we go.
Alex gets away with 0.25 and Daniela with 0.7. Very sharp.
Daniela takes the win.
Daniela
7-7.
takes the win. 770
Go
on
for
a
a championship points there.
767. Yeah, good for her points. Stays in contention. Next we have Taylor Canuli in the airflow lane and Liam O'Neill in the rocket lane. Both in C junior dragsters. Talon dials 1240 and Liam 1197. Didn't like that chair. Both in the pre-stage. Liam goes in a full stage, so is Talon. 226 light for Talon and 278 for Liam. And Talon breaks out.
Yeah, Liam O'Neill takes the win, 12.08 with a 7 at 52.
Jaden Bonisif in the airflow lane and George Takalis in the rocket lane, both again in C Junior Dragsters. George sponsored by Hume Performance and Mixed Motorsport and Plasma Man.
Jaden in the airflow lane dialed in with a 12.5. George in the rocket lane, he's dialed in with a 12. So we'll see the half a second difference. George is in pre-stage, getting ready for Jaden to come in the aeroflow lane. There he is. Both entered stage.
068 light for Jaden and 153 for George. Healthy advantage on the start line.
As I say, it's a good reaction time. Might give him a bit of a lead here. And he does, takes the win. 12.74 with a 3 at 50. And George comes in with a 12.15 with a 3 at 54.
Next we have Daniela Moskovich. Sorry, Danielle. And Christian Canuli. Christian in an A Junior Dragster and Danielle in a B Junior Dragster. Danielle part of the Bosco clan. Sponsored by Diecast Mania. Styled 883 and Christian 793. Jeremy putting his niece in the stage. Yeah, red light for Daniela. 182. And Danielle breaks out as well. 79 on 83. Chloe Reiko gets the gift solo. She's number 6 in the points at the moment.
Proudly sponsored by Mum and Dad.
Yeah. From Albion Park down south. In the double A Junior Dragster. Dialed in a 771.
Chloe's also sponsored by Autobahn at Albion Park.
We'll see brother Harry down there on the start line. He just got out of Junior Dragsters this year. Aged out. Chloe's still got a few more years left. That's away with a nice 062.
Beautiful reaction time. Brings it home with a 774 at 83. Not too bad, not too bad.
Yeah, be happy with that. Test your dial on a solo.
So let's go quick adjustment of the track, bring it back to quarter mile after Junior Dragsters have finished. Come next, we've got our Super Sedan class. This is first elimination.
At the moment we have Joe Zammit leading the points on 540 points. Andrew Little in second place on 510. And David Gruber. Is David Gruber here today? I didn't see. He is here? Okay. In third on 500 points. So we'll be between them three guys. Here we have on the start line Sean Maher in the airflow lane and Trent Carberry in the rocket lane. Sean's dialed 934 and Trent 920. Sean is an extremely tough racer.
Beautiful yellow Falcon down here from Trent. All the way from Cambridge Garden. Set with the dial in there of the 920. Shaw Mayer, the HB Tirana, with a dial in of 934. Police supported by St Mary's Race Engines. Just waiting for the junior dragsters to come back down the return road as our Super Sedans get ready to do their burnout. To try and get ready to move up. So we've got Sean Mayer in the Toronto with the dial of 934, and Trent in the yellow Falcon with his dial of 9.2. Both of them pre-stage, getting ready to stage up now. Both in stage. They're off.
Sean gets away with a 012 light and Trent goes 020 red and throws it away. Sean breaks out with a 933 on a 934, but it doesn't matter because it was a red light in the other lane.
Nathan Carey and the mighty boy.
Yeah,
Kellyville.
Nathan is in 5th place in the track championships and Andrew from Forbes is in 2nd place.
67 Chev with a 350. This is Nathan with the mighty boy with a small block 400. I wonder if how you fit a small block into a mighty boy.
Big shoehorn.
So Nathan's got a 9 flat dial in. Andrew's got a 9.7.
Yeah.
Actually, Nathan's
Throws it
red.
away. 071 for Andrew.
Hands Andrew Little the win. Andrew comes across the line.
And goes under.
9.75 at 137.
Keeps Andrew alive in the championship. Yeah, it didn't even come up on the tree. No. Next we have Rex Webster from Madawi and Michael Little, Andrew's brother from Forbes. Michael's dialed 934 and Rex 959. .038 for Rex. Michael goes 016.
Very close.
This is going to be a close race. Michael takes the win with a 0-2 margin of victory. Next we have Aaron Cochran from McGregor in ACT and Naomi Dyson from Catherine Field. Naomi dialed a 9.24 and Aaron a 9.75. Naomi throws it away with a red light, 0.69. And Aaron goes 5.57 on the tree. 9.76 on a 9.75. And Naomi breaks out with a 9.21. She'll be kicking herself over that one. Next we have Peter Morales in the airflow lane, Brendan Costello in the rocket lane. Brendan's dialed 9.74 and Pete a 9.35. Brendan's car got a little messy in that last qualifier, so let's see if they fix that. From Brendan, and Pete throws it away with a big red 134. Brendan's car went down in nice this lap. Runs a 9.77 on a 74. They would be very happy with that. Robert Cardam not shy with the burnout.
Likes to let people know he's here.
Yeah, the car built by Bob Maslin Engines. Well, Bob did chassis, but maybe he does engines as well. And Jim Raptis in the airflow lane in this cool as 69 Dodge Dart with a Hemi, Les tells me.
So Jim's got to dial in on the rock airflow lane. His dial in's 9.35. And Mr. Robert in the rocket lane, he's got his dial of 9.71.
Ooh, 006 for Robert and 026 for Jim, not too shabby. Will be close. Robert takes the win. A bunch of smoke out of Jim's car, so I dare say we're going to stop and have a look at that. Yeah, a lot of smoke across the finish line.
Let's go grab our officials here to step out at the end here and have a quick inspection. That's why we're got a little delay here. We'll cross down to Matty Kavanagh. You got us there, Matty?
Well, guys, it's a fantastic day down here at Sydney Dragway. Of course, we've got the grand final of the Track Championships here this weekend, but it's also round one of the PDRC, the Professional Drag Racing Championship. We will be heading over to our YouTube channel for all those watching us at home from 3:30 p.m. Sydney time this afternoon. Make sure you go to PDRC Pro Drag Racing, subscribe, click like on the link. We will be on our YouTube from 3:30 p.m. this afternoon. The sun is out, it's glorious. Of course, if you still want to get tickets to come down, if you are in the Sydney area, make sure you come down at the gate, buy your tickets. All of our merchandise is available as well. There's going to be some absolutely fantastic racing coming your way this afternoon. Of course, we do have Pro Alcohol, Pro Stock, Pro Mod with a massive field of 15 cars. We've also got the brand new Pro Import and, of course, Pro Stock Motorcycles. So it's going to be a great afternoon of racing.
Yeah, that's right, Matty. Thank you so much. As we go back into a little bit of delay, just as I said, don't forget to check out that YouTube channel. We'll be crossing over live for the rest of our event this afternoon. So we've got our officials and volunteers at the end of the track just doing a quick walk. Make sure there's nothing on the track that shouldn't be. Okay, we've got our recovery vehicles coming, the little quad coming down the return. Once he's off, I think we'll go back into it. Sean Stabello, the VS Commodore in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 10.3. And we've got Chevy Taylor and his Chevy Bubble Top dialed in with a 10.2. The Tilly Motorsport Spares Chev. Taking on Sean Stabello from Stabello Homes. As Chevy's coming up to stage. There he goes, locked in. Horses off the line.
0.45 for Chevy, 0.77 for Sean. We'll be close at the finish line. Oh, Sean takes the win.
Yep, 10.33 with a 4 at 134.
Chevy's ran off a little bit. Next we've got Adam Hunter in the Aeroflow lane and Chris Costello, Canberra boy, in this cool little 48 Anglia.
I like this little slogan here on the back of the Ford Anglia here. It says,
Yes.
growing old is inevitable, growing up is optional.
Yeah, you got good eyes. I can't read that. And it's got a big block Chevy in it, so...
So Adam in the Blue Falcons dialed in with a 9.54. Chris in the Rocket Lane in the orange Ford, he's dialed in with a 10. As they both pre-stage together. Adam's jumped into stage, just waiting for Chris. Here he goes.
Car gets a little messy. 132 for Adam and 225 for Chris. Adam should have this if he doesn't go under. And he does. Backs off for a 983 on a 954.
M. Attard in the Holden LC Tirana from St. Clair, dialed in with an 886.
With a big block Chevy in that Tirana.
Yeah. Jim Denaro, he's dialed in with a 933 in his Ford Cortina from Denaro's Chassis.
Jim is currently 4th in the points.
So, as I said before, we went Emma in the Aeroflow lane with the 86. Take off after Jim. Jim's broken out, unfortunately, with the red light. Jim hands over Emma for the win. So Emma Attard, LC Tirana takes the win. 885 to the 1 at 152.
Next we have Joe Zamet, our current track championship leader.
Yep.
Against Dale Hartle Law.
Yep. So Joe Zamet, the VL Commodore with the blue Commodore, is dialed in with a 10.12. And Dale over here in the Rocket Lane, he's dialed in with his Mustang with an 8.6. So you're looking at about a second half difference before they take between each other. Joe Zamet from Zamet and Vogue Racing. Dale's over from Prestige Air and Electrical. BK Race Engines, Friendo Brothers Transport.
071 light for Joe, 046 for Dale. This will be close at the finish line. Oh,
And
Dale
Dale
takes
the
out the championship leader, 864 and an 863. Well, next we have Dave Gruber in the Rocket Lane and Brett McNiff in the Aeroflow Lane. Dave's currently 3rd in the points. Joe going out in the first round is going to make it hard. Dave throws it away with a 006 red. Brick goes 094 on a tree. And oh, there's another. 2 out of the top 3 are gone. Andrew Little still in. Open Cowie's gone. Too many pages.
Looks like a boosted Outlaws coming up next. Gareth Rogers, sponsored by Aeroflow, the Aeroflow boys. Curtis Reid, AFD Plumbing Services. Curtis down there with Mr. Reid himself. Gareth here with Gareth and yours going Aeroflow lane starting at 6.6. Curtis started in the 665. Don't forget, guys, remember to jump on to the PDRC YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe, got your notifications on for when we go live. Okay. Yep. See so. Yep. Both of them loading up the stage, getting ready to go. Gareth's made the jump, unfortunately. Yep. Curse takes this.
That'll work, eh?
I hear both. So I've got the track, there's a track mic down there. Yeah, but you didn't hear each other. But no Medicaid before? No, I only just, because I think because you were standing near it, it wasn't him, it was... That's why I said turn it up, and then I realised it's not in the mix. That's why I wasn't sure whether...
Next we have Ray Fairful. Airflow lane and Grant Watt in the rocket lane. Grant styled 770 and Ray 715. Ray in the Coating King EL Falcon with a small block forward.
Little nitrous perts. EL Falcon.
Stout burnout from Grant. Half track.
As Ray finishes his burnout and rolls back. Ray in the red EL Falcon. He's supported by Coding King, Brad's Race Engines. And we've got Grant in the Toronto in the Rocket Lane. He's supported by Burst Auto Parts and Grant's Performance. Teams are all back now. Do a quick wheelie bar adjustment. Make sure the doors are secured shut. See on the EL Falcon here on your screen. Just adjust the wheelie bars, make sure the car stays on all four wheels, so to speak.
Gives the nitrous a bit of a purge.
Both from into pre-stage. Both locked in.
Grant goes 051 red and throws it away. Ray had a problem, but it doesn't matter because there was a red light in the other lane.
Not bad for the points, but at least doesn't go home.
Yeah,
That sounds like a Po tongue to me.
it definitely does.
Yes,
sound
it
like
is,
a
Mr.
photon.
TJ. Gas Racing Supra. Supported by Marizzi Sill, and Grudge Kings. Dave McGaw, Quick Cut Concrete Pontiac Firebird. Firing up in the Rocket Lane. Quick burnout here from the TJ.
Oh, a smoky burnout from Poe.
Now it's Dave's turn in the Pontiac Firebird. 511 Hemi.
Short sharp.
Let her rip potato chip.
Yeah. Poe sponsored by Gas Racing and Marizzi Civil. Also sponsored by Grudge Kings, which Poe runs. Sponsoring himself. Neither of these guys have any points because I think this is the first time for both of them.
Poe's just lined himself up pre-stage as he waits for Dave to come through. Poe's got a dial in of a 7 flat. Dave's got a dial in of a 660. Stalling up the TJ, aeroflow lane. And
Poe's car does not leave the start
David
line.
Gore takes the win. 703 with the one at 202. Poe rolls over 1475.75. Up next, we've got Brittany Olive in the aeroflow lane. Just wait for Poe to finish off down the end track. Officials doing a quick check there. We got Toby Austin in the rocket lane.
Toby currently 6th in the points.
So we've got Brittany leading.
Anthony Bull in 2nd and Curtis Reed in 3rd.
As Brittany rolls into the burnout box. Styled in with a 6 flat. Toby's turn to roll in now. Do his burnout. Me Olive dialing in her sister, Brittany, reversing it back, getting the signals from father at the back. Line them up in the groove as we've got Toby reversing back.
Making his old man Graham run.
Give a bit of a throw rev, clean out the pipes, make sure it's all good to go.
Brittany dialed with a 6.0 and Toby with a 6.50.
Toby's first in the pre-stage. Brittany slowly moves in. Bring up the revs, get ready for the launch as they go into stage. And the chase is on. Screaming down track, just pips and Toby takes the win, 661 at 209.
Brittany goes 5.94 and they're going
great
8 on
time.
the start line.
Awesome
That's
result.
the quickest she's ever gone. Everybody's wrapped. Good on you guys. Happy days. Happy days. Drove it like a champ.
Jeff Sargent up next. Sargent's roofing Chevrolet Camaro.
Completing his licensing, I believe. Should be on a solo.
Yeah, license run on the back window.
Beautiful car, isn't it? KB Hemi powered. Us. Oops. There's a sneeze on the start line and shuts off.
Just as we move into bikes, I'm just going to jump and hand over commentary team as John jumps out and Steve the Bushman jumps in. Got Deanna as a party, the pink Suzuki Hayabusa. Getting yourself ready.
Well, how do you like your fast motorcycles, Adam?
I love my fast motorcycles, but I won't want a passenger on one. I'll definitely watch them though.
Yeah, no, it's my limitations is watching as well. When I turned 40, a few people said I should get a bike. I said some words that I won't repeat on air, but
Politely declined.
Definitely Extreme Bike is aptly named, of course. And we've got Ryan Franks down there in the aerofoil lane taking on Diana Zapati in the rocket lane. Diana Zapati on the Hayabusa. Franks also on the Hayabusa. The Turbo Suzuki power plant seems to be the go-to when building a extreme bike. It's certainly for the majority of the riders, that is. And we see these things often 200 plus miles an hour through the finish line, which is 200 mile an hour, 320 kilometers an hour for those of us that are metrically minded. Up on the two-step, both bikes about to leave the start line. They'll get one flash of all 6 lights and they'll be off. Franks wiggles around just a little bit off the head of the throttle. And he's out of the throttle. Diana will take the win here. 850 with a 4 at 159 mile an hour through the top end there, Adam.
Yeah, no, she definitely had a good result there. Powered through at the end.
We have seen the Franks machine at 200 plus mile an hour as well. So Diane, lucky enough to take the win there. Our next pair, Alex Borg and Wally Hoster. Now, Borg aboard one of the quickest extreme bikes that we have here in Sydney, running for Azapati Racing, Rams Head Services, and Bell Renovations. He qualified earlier with a 680, 217 miles an hour. This bike has been calmed down substantially. It always wanted to throw Alex off the machine. You can see him right down on the fuel tank there, is getting his body mass as low as possible. Hoster with the red light, had to try something to get the round points. A nice clean run for Borg through the finish line. 750, 200 mile an hour for him. Almost like a Sunday cruise for him, for Alex compared to what we have seen. And a 911 there for Wally Hoster in the rocket lane.
Up next, Jack Roberts, STS Speed Shop Suzuki Hayabusa. In the aeroflow lane, rocket lane, we've got Mike Lawson and his Suzuki Hayabusa as well from DY.
Loving the colour of Mike Lawson's Hayabusa there in the rocket lane. Both riders up on the two-step, ready to go, waiting for that light to drop. Nice clean launch for both machines. 147 to the 60. And looks like Lawson will take the win. 820, 169 miles an hour across the finish line. Yep. Some issues there for Roberts, I'm guessing, though, Adam, because carried a much more speed. But Lawson just taking the win. Next up, we'll see Joe Curry in the aeroflow lane for Twin Tune Performance, VP Race Fuels, and aboard the only Harley in the field, Brett Gilliver for Mick Hone Motorcycles and Extra Soy Candles, American Performance Engineering. Also backing this older style Suzuki, got the more traditional modified bike style stance on it with the square tyre. Curry just delaying the coming into the burnout there, Adam.
Yeah, so trying to get himself ready, trying to get himself in the zone. I guess he wasn't completely comfortable with the way it was about to go. Quick delay here. Just a quick one for the crowd here. We've got Brittany Olive coming back down the return road from a 594. Give her a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. 594.
Both races into pre-stage. The tree will count down all 6 lights. Pretty even off the start line, only 3,000ths in it on the reaction time. Pretty even on the way down the racetrack. Looked like Brent Gilbert just out in front. Takes the win with an 810, 168 miles an hour. Gets there by 1/10 of a second. Looked a lot closer from up here in the commentary box, I can tell you. But locked together pretty much all the way down the racetrack there for both those riders. Next up, we'll see Cherie Buggy in the aeroflow lane take on Brendan Miglianico. Miglianico over there in the rocket lane for Rams Head Services and Full Send Racing, which I think is pretty aptly named for an extreme motorcycle. Again, both riders up on the two-step. Miglianico away with a 1.3 60-foot and going to take the win quite comfortably in the end. 722 with a 204 miles an hour through the finish line.
Yep. Sure, he had a good launch there. Something a little missed that probably in the middle there, but as I said, Brandon taking the win. Finish up with a solo run, Darren Foley, Rams Head Service in the Suzuki Hayabusa, coming from North Richmond. This is also sponsored by CHE Precision.
Yeah, Darren, our number 1 qualifier in Extreme Bike, went 674 with an 223 miles an hour through the finish line. This machine broke into the 200 mile an hour mark mid last year, and Darren's just gone from strength to strength, but out of the throttle at 330. Didn't sound like it wanted to select the next gear. And Darren forced to roll on through.
That brings an end to our extreme bike. We're moving over now into the Super Comp.
Of course, Sedan racing in Super Comp. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget that the PRDC merchandise is available at the track shop at the top of the stairs that lead down into the pit area. All right, our Speed Adict Clothing Co. Championship point score for Super Comp in 2024. Peter Mamone is leading that championship on 180 points. Anthony Matukin second with 100. The results fairly well spread amongst a number of races. Pete Pizzolides in that Hemi-powered twin-turbo Chevy Corvette going through his burnout procedure. Running on a 692 index. Here's Pete. Pete qualified with a 6.99. Nearly 800ths of a second above the index, which is set on the Australian record. Racing for race, glides and transmissions. The Chevy Corvette, definitely one of the slipperiest race cars here today. Peter just going through his pre-race procedure. We'll see the car, once he's in pre-stage, will come up on the two-step. The car will pop and bang a little bit, and Pete will let go of that button and just hang on for the ride. Hear those big Goodyears screaming for traction. A nice pass for the Corvette.
Whoa.
653 with a 7, 653 with a 7, 213 miles an hour there. Went 107 to the 60. Shoots out and around the corner safely is that Chevy Corvette. There we go, over 0.2 of a second under the national record for that class.
Pat Ferrilio comes in at the Chevrolet Camaro in the aeroflow lane. He's in with a 8.1. Darren Ramon over in the Ford Mustang, he's in a 7.45.
Yeah, so the handicaps here with these classes are determined by the Australian records. There is no breakouts in Supercomp. So it's up to the drivers and crew to extract as much horsepower out of these cars as possible within the rules of the category, because they can't self-nominate the handicap. The handicap is based on the Australian record. So if you can build a car that can run quicker than the Australian record, you've set yourself up fairly well in going rounds, as long as your competitors aren't able to go under the Australian record by more, which is often the big challenge. So Pat Friolo in the Chevy Camaro, 397 cubic inches of Chevy power plant, running on an index for A modified production. 819 is his ET that he's looking for, or quicker. Peter Mamone, B altered production. So both cars are manually shifted. 745, the index for Peter Mamone in the rocket lane. So the Corvette's going to, the Mustang has got a fairly hefty chase on its hands.
I'm sure Peter knows, but hopefully doesn't jump as soon as Pat goes and then remembers he's got his own turn.
It will be a little bit tricky because that Camaro will be out and gone, and the big chase will commence.
Both locked in.
Or 004 in the tree for Pat Friolo. The Mustang, I don't think he's going to catch him from here. No. The shoots out early for Pat Friolo. Runs an 829 with a 9, 149 miles an hour. Peter Mamone, a 756 with a 5, 181 miles an hour. He was chasing him down as best he possibly could, but a 004 in the tree.
That brings us into the end of our Supercomp. We bring it down to the track there. Matt Kavanagh, have you got us there, mate?
Yeah, mate, this will be the end of our stream across all of our social medias for the moment. Of course, we are going to go to the PDRC Pro Drag Racing YouTube channel. So make sure you get across to that as soon as possible, because we are about to go live. That is at PDRC Pro Drag Racing on YouTube, where you're going to see everything this afternoon and tonight, all the action, especially of this very exciting round one of the Pro Drag Racing Championship here tonight. And it all gets underway very shortly with Pro Stock Motorcycles. So make sure you change over to that YouTube channel. Once again, it's PDRC Pro Drag Racing. All the action's about to get nice and hot this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Matt Kavanagh. My name's Rusty Gregory. Great to be here with you at Sydney Dragway on this, what has turned into quite a beautiful afternoon here in Western Sydney. It was a little bit ordinary to kick things off this morning, but it has certainly turned around here this afternoon. We're in some nice sunshine now, and what we will be doing is saying goodbye to our Facebook viewers at the moment. We will be ending the Facebook stream if you are watching on there. We're going to be going over to the PDRC Pro Drag Racing Facebook YouTube channel, I should say. The link is on the Facebook bio, so if you jump over there, you'll be able to follow all the action as well. We will be saying goodbye to the Sydney Dragway official YouTube stream as well as we move into the professional categories here a little bit later on this afternoon. But don't stress, that feed will be back up a little bit later on tonight once we get back into the sportsman category. So without too much further ado, we're getting into it. Stephen Bush, you're up here with me in the commentary box at the moment. It's been a great day of racing so far, but we've got even more coming our way.
It has been a fantastic day, Rusty. There's plenty of champions